a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. Me and B-Mitch holding it down live. If you are out in the Ashburn area, come through Lost Rhino Brewing for lunch. The Commanders have a later practice today, and so rather than sit in the hot-ass tent with no food, me and B decided to come through Lost Rhino and hang out. They always take good care of us here, so if you're around, come swing through. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
I'm good, man. It was a good weekend.
Yes.
You know, we were all up in Jersey. Got a day off yesterday, which was nice. Good morning to the boys in the aquarium. Everybody good? Landfill, Jeffrey? All right. They must be great.
They're not good.
I'm guessing Jeff's getting the stream up. Looks like the stream is up. Landfill running the board, trying to make sure we don't sound outrageous. So much to get to from a packed weekend, and we certainly want to talk about the Olympics and how good, how much fun the hoops was.
Hey, Chef Curry.
I mean,
he was cooking people.
Just incredible, dude. And so my phone kind of went crazy just from the group chat when you guys started texting about it, and I was like running around at that moment, but I pulled it up on my phone just to watch the end, and it was.
The dude is amazing, bro.
He really is.
He's amazing.
But I do, speaking of amazing, before we get into it, what is a significant, a lot to discuss from the Commanders game, preseason opener, and I think we got to almost juxtapose the practice against the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And fans got to watch the game, so there's far more excitement about the game, whereas the practice we got to watch, and it was probably a little more worrisome, and the truth is, like everything, probably somewhere in the middle. I do just want to make a few announcements real quick, just to start things off for the weekend. France plus 16 was money all day. That's the ultimate home court advantage. That was the ultimate system pick. You're welcome to anybody that put that in with me. And then, Brian.
Yes.
Are you aware of how unders did in preseason week 1?
They did great.
12-4. So if you might think I'm a degenerate, and that's fine, but I'm a richer degenerate today than I was on Friday. and shout out to my guy, or perhaps my gal, whoever, Commander Val. Commander Val sent me a tweet this morning. JP, you don't owe me a beer anymore. Just wish I invested more. And Val sent me a picture of a 5-game parlay, all unders, $5, won this person $130.
All right.
Let's go.
All right.
B, you were on the call Sunday's game. A ton of excitement. And I think there's reason for excitement kind of throughout that game. There's reason for some questions throughout that game. But what stood out to you most from the Commanders preseason opener?
Well, I think when you draft a guy number 2 overall, you want to see him go out there and show command of an offense. We had David Aldridge on this show earlier, and David said if he could just do something constantly to show you why they drafted him, you say, okay, cool. We're on to something here. You look at that game, and the small amount of time that Jaden was in there, he showed you something.
Totally.
The small amount of time that the interior starters, the guys that you expect to see when the season starts, those guys handled their business as they should. I know that the Jets didn't play some of their guys, but Washington didn't play all of their guys either. You didn't have either of their left or right tackle playing, and even the third tackle in the rotation wasn't playing. So I was impressed with that. I was impressed with the way that the guys, like Joe Witt and Dan talks about running to the football. You want to play fast and smart. They did that for the most part early on. Later in the game, things began to happen, and I think it's preseason you have to look at in different ways. You look at when you have your actual starters and the immediate depth that's going to be going into games a lot. You look at those guys and see how they played. Then as the game goes on, and it's unfortunate, it's a lot of guys that are not going to be around, and they make a lot of mistakes and things begin to happen. And you can have a lead at a certain point, and then you come back and you lose the game, and people just look at the end. Oh, we lost the game or whatever. No, you have to look at the quality of the performance that happened while the other people were in there. And I think Washington looked good. I like there's people that they talk about a lot. Those guys are showing up making plays consistently. So it's not like we've been getting smoke thrown at us.
Yeah.
The things that they've been saying has been real, and it is true.
Yeah, I I want to be crystal clear about one thing. Unless, like, if you are Josh Harris or related to Josh Harris, I can understand. If you are related to one of the players that played in the second half of that game, I can understand. But unless you're in one of those camps, caring about wins and losses in the preseason is just total folly. What was your preseason record in 1991, Brian?
I don't think we won a game.
No.
But we went 17-2 after that.
Yeah,
and we won a Super Bowl.
Like,
so, you know.
I understand for like the social team has to present a graphic after the game on the win and the loss. It doesn't matter. I was doing my best Mr. Miyagi quote from Karate Kid: win, lose, no matter. So I don't care about that whatsoever. But then you got to, like, kind of to your point, B, you got to break it up into tiers of what you care about. There's what you saw from the guys that you expect big roles from. Then there's what you learned about people you were unsure about. And then there is what you think might matter at the back of the roster, where guys are fighting their way in and kind of making themselves matter. Now, it's important to note that of kind of the Jets' best players, the guys that were really making an impact in the practice on Thursday, almost none of them played. Sauce Gardner, Breece Hall, Javon Kinlaw, C.J. Mosley, obviously Rodgers, Tyron Smith. I mean, Quinnen Williams. A lot of these dudes that I think are the potential Pro Bowl, All-Pro kind of players for the Jets weren't out there. Big Mo didn't play. I got to catch up with him in the tunnel. He's just such a good dude, man. I just hope he gets a good, healthy year and maybe a good run in him. So you don't want to take too much. But at the same time, Brian, I don't know when it's time for us to have a conversation about when are we nervous about the tackle situation, but they didn't have their starting tackles either. I thought of the interior guys that we expect to be starters, Cosme, Biadasz, Allegretti, who started the game, I thought they looked pretty good. Allegretti had that procedural penalty at the goal line. They had the false start there. In years past, a false start for whatever that was, second and goal from the 3 that becomes second and goal from the 8, that'd be a killer. It would end up in a field goal.
It totally would.
And I think one of the biggest differences with a quarterback like Jayden now is minor setbacks won't be drive killers.
True.
I think because of his playmaking ability, and obviously we saw the throw to Diami, and we're going to really dive into that. But I was really encouraged that a goal line penalty did not throw off a drive.
Yeah.
That would have happened in the past.
I also say this. Teams have to play honest with Jayden at quarterback.
Sure.
And what I loved yesterday, it's 2 days ago now, the way that Cliff was calling his plays, you saw, like we talked about this earlier, I say Austin Eckler, they could use him in different positions, put him in a T position and run the football still. They did that several times. And you can see the linebacker playing outside. He moves the running back right before the snap. He has motions that move, that changes up, where a team is trying to, go out there and give you some type of, trying to show you one thing while they're trying to do something else. He make them have to define what they're doing, and those things look good for me. Then when Brian Robinson came in the game, it wasn't always a run just because he was in the game. I think as they begin to do more of that with those different running backs and utilize them in different places and things like that, that opens up the offense even more. And it does not give the defensive side of the ball a key on everything that you're doing.
Totally.
Yeah.
Well, and you and I talked about, it's funny, dude, because I'm just a football dork, and I've basically just had NFL Network on, at least kind of the second TV all day yesterday when I was home, because they're just re-airing all the preseason games from around the league.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, today at 3, they're re-airing the Jets game. So if anybody wants to watch it, I'm DVRing it. I'll run through kind of some numbers once I get to watch it tonight. But for all the consternation about if Jayden should or shouldn't play, I watched the Bills play the Bears, and Caleb Williams played, and that's terrific.
Yeah.
Josh Allen played the whole first quarter. Like, guys are playing. So I think that conversation is over.
I think it's a mindset that we've had here where we've seen too many of star players get hurt, and we've seen that type of thing. Once this thing flips and changes up, and you're more worried about just the wins and the losses instead of all of these stuff that goes into it prior and after, the mindset will change. Hell, Patrick Mahomes plays.
Yeah.
You know, Tom Brady used to always play. The whole thing is this area is shell-shocked with everything around their football team because so much has gone bad. Now you don't worry about that anymore. You have to just start judging things as it really is. Things start going good for you, and you stop worrying about it or expecting the bad to happen.
Sure. There's a lot we're going to discuss here. I want to have a De'Ami Brown conversation. I want to have an Emmanuel Forbes conversation. I want to have a Jamin Davis, Jahan Dotson conversation. Like, I like to think you and I are going to be capable of pretty nuanced, contextual football discussion because there's a lot to be had. But I want to start with the tackles because in Thursday's practice, when the Jets had their starters out there, they were dominating the line of scrimmage, particularly from the edges. I mean, there was a play, I believe it was Will Anderson, got around the corner on Trent Scott, and because they're not allowed to hit in those situations, just slapped the ball out of Jaden's hand, kind of like when I'm playing basketball against Shelby, like that's kind of what I do. You know what I mean? And I think I'm not here to discuss what they have as far as tackle depth, because I think any NFL team, when you get to your fourth and fifth string guys, and that's who they had out there on Saturday, you're going to have trouble. Because on Saturday, we all know the Brandon Coleman situation. We all know the Andrew Wiley situation. Cornelius Lucas missed that game for personal reasons. And I know Big Luke. I really like Big Luke. He's a funny, charming guy. This is now like the second time in 10 days or so he's missed for personal reasons. And I mean this genuinely. I just hope everything's okay.
Yeah.
Like, I hope there's not something going on in the family or whatever.
Yeah.
So I tend to think whatever's going on there is not a long-term thing. But we got an update from DQ after the game on Coleman. And I'm going to ask you, we used to do this on the postgame show. What was the segment? What didn't they say?
Yeah, what didn't they say? What was he?
What
was he trying to say?
Yeah. So DQ gave us an update on Brandon Coleman. I think Nikki asked him, shout out to Nikki. And he said, it's a shoulder pec strain. He's day-to-day, week-to-week. So I know what day-to-day is. And I know what week-to-week is. Those are not the same thing. And if it's day-to-day, I'm cool. We're still about a little less than a month away from the first game. But if it's week-to-week, I'm starting to get a little concerned.
Yeah.
So what didn't he tell us?
What didn't he tell you is this. I don't really want to talk about this every day. So I'm trying to give an answer so you all can understand that he's going to be on the field when he's healthy. Because we did the game production meetings and things like that. And one thing he said is, I don't like talking about injuries every day. You know what I'm saying? And like we always say, is the coach having to answer those questions sometimes. They should have I think it should be a weekly thing where the medical guy comes in, answer the questions, say whatever, and then that's over with. I think the coach trying to answer that because coach wants to play on the field.
Sure.
And then he's going to get a report from the medical people about what's going on. So he doesn't want to tell you everything. You know, he just wants to say he wants the guy on the football field for the most part. But I think basically Brandon is going to be out there when he's healthy, point blank.
You know what's interesting?
It's not a super serious thing, but you got to worry about a tackle that has a pec shoulder sprain.
That's a pretty important area.
That's a guy that uses. He does.
And when you get a speed, I think from what I've seen, and you almost don't want to say it because then people will run with it. I believe I saw the wrap on his right side, but I could be wrong. But like, especially if I'm thinking about a left tackle, obviously both your pecs and shoulders are important, but your left side that is exposed to the outside could be hella problematic. Yeah. Like if you get a speed guy or a bull rush coming that side, again,
you can get some friendly fire over there too. Because I watched Michael Wally hit a guy in that game, a chip block. He brought back memories of watching CP and Larry Sanders hit people.
Yeah. And
every once in a while, that tackle is blocking that end, and that running back comes to chip.
It just blows them all
and he hits
right in the arm
and other guy.
Sure.
So you want him to be healthy to get back on the field.
Totally. You just gave me another conversation point we need to have kind of about these running backs. I'm taking notes though. Don't you worry.
Oh yeah. I was impressed with Wiley. Just leave it at that.
Okay, that's good. Well, I mean, he busted in that touchdown.
Mm-hmm. Not a lot of racing movement.
So that's Mike Wiley, the running back you're talking
Mike.
about. So it's funny you say that about medical guys should come out. I listened to this interview with Jim Harbaugh over the weekend, and in college you can dictate so much. Like college coaches have so much control over injury information. The NFL is a lot more regulated, frankly, because of gambling.
Yeah,
like all these things have to get disclosed, and then some coaches try to fudge it, and then they typically get fined. Like a lot of stuff happens, right? But Jim Harbaugh was explaining that now that he's back in the pros and he's got to disclose X, Y, and Z, he's like, I'm really not qualified to disclose this. Like, I don't know.
But see, that's what I'm saying.
And that's true.
It's
like,
not fair to the
coaches don't know the difference between a ligament and a tendon.
All the coach knows is that I need my damn guys on the field, or I'm not going to have them on the field so I can get this thing worked out.
Right.
I got to figure out a way.
That as gambling, I mean,
gambling
as big as it is now, I can only imagine where it'll be in 20 years or whatever.
Well, I can tell you, gambling dictates football. Everything around it. When you checked into the game this week, they had facial recognition for you, didn't
Yeah.
Because they don't want a person just handing a credential to somebody else they're not supposed to be there.
Right.
So that credential better match your face.
Yeah, I don't know that. I doubt
every team has it now. It's going to be in every stadium.
Totally.
Washington right now is getting all this stuff together. It has to be in every stadium.
So for all the listeners to understand, for years and years and years, when you are working NFL games, you have a credential that you typically wear kind of like a lanyard. And over the last 5, maybe 7-ish years, those credentials have started to have your picture on them. But it's like a little picture in a thing, and you're walking by people, and they're really just looking at the letters of where you're allowed to be. And typically, as you get to know, like at a home stadium, they kind of just know certain people are allowed to be certain places. This year, across the league, they put in this facial recognition software where everybody, I don't know what the cutoff is, Brian, like, because I have a credential for every game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wonder if somebody, let's say week 2, they're playing the Giants, and somebody from New York was just coming down for that game, if they would have to submit the photo and well, I don't know, but they are clearly trying to lock that stuff
I can tell
down.
you, since I'm doing the broadcast thing, I received the email this morning from the Commanders through the Dolphins.
Right.
I have to send a picture, and then they have to go upload everything, and then you have to give them proof to use your biometric information.
Yeah, you have to
like
give them permission, right?
And then
like I was shocked that my face was registering at the Meadowlands.
Dude, the guy, I said, you want to see my credentials? He said, no, just put your face here. I looked in the thing. Brian Mitchell, you're welcome.
Yeah, dude. It was yeah, right.
So it's quick too, man.
I definitely noticed that too. All right. There's so much for us to talk about. I think we'll start kind of top of the list. We're going to start a Jayden Daniels conversation. How good did he look? A lot of people have a lot of questions about what the coaches said afterwards about the audible. I think there's a big misunderstanding, totally. Kind of like a perception ain't reality here. We're going to explain exactly what that means. Nobody go anywhere. B, look at me. I'm going to post a picture. You used to get. I bet they used to play this when you were playing in the stadiums.
JP, I think that song wasn't out when I was playing in the stadium. I've been retired for 21 years, brother.
Dude, I swear that song was out in the 90s.
You sure about that?
Bro, I think that song's from like 91.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, it probably was played, but I probably didn't even much think about that because when I walked on the field, I was in a zone, dog.
Didn't you listen to gospel?
On the way to the stadium. Gospel and easy listening because I didn't want to get too hyped up before the game.
You know what's funny is I think most people think athletes are listening to like super motivational tunes, and I've heard that from so many people.
That they listen to what?
Just something easy.
Yeah,
They just
because
want
what
quiet.
happens is you can start. I had a coach that say don't play the game before the game, and he say be careful what music you listen to. And I caught on to that stuff because like sometimes some guys are running around the field with those headsets on, they don't have no music in it. It's just to not have people bothering you and talking to you all day.
Yeah.
You make them think you got something going on.
Totally.
1991, that song came out.
91? All right, cool.
They probably played that at the parade.
They probably were
You
playing
just
it
too
on
hammered to know.
Landfill. I just wasn't. No, not at the parade. I was. The parade I probably was, but in the games, it's like I went into zones, dude. Like I didn't really hear what was going on around me.
So to that point, we had number 2 overall pick, Heisman Trophy winner, quarterback Jayden Daniels made his Commanders game debut Saturday at the Meadowlands. Kind of cool that you make your debut at the Meadowlands. You know what I mean? It's kind of neat.
Oh yeah.
And I think he looked great. Afterwards, he told us, and I appreciated the honesty on this. And one thing that I've come to really like, you can like, people are going to be excited about Jaden for a million different reasons, and that's great. What I could tell, like when my boys ask me, like, yo, what's up with the quarterback? What's up with the quarterback? I love the quick release. I love the confidence, good arm. I love that he can anticipate and make throws. He's a vertical passer. There's so much to talk about. But I think the dude of the guys we've seen, of the first round picks in the last 10, 15 years, Robert and Dwayne, Jaden is so much different. And he's not, I mean, hell, if you followed Robert over the weekend with the croissants, clearly that's a dude that likes attention.
Too much.
Yeah. And Dwayne just, you know, it's sad. He seemed like an insecure young man that was trying to find his way in the world and kind of never worked out. Jaden is so comfortable in his own skin.
Yeah.
And after the game, he was asked if he was nervous at all. And it would only be natural to be nervous. It's your NFL debut. And he's like, yeah, man, I have butterflies in my stomach. He's like, I'm a little nervous before every game. And I just loved the honesty.
But that, I think most people are.
Totally.
I would always tell people, I was listening to an interview with Patty LaBelle, who I had a crush on since I was a kid.
Go ahead, B.
And Patty LaBelle said, if you do not get butterflies or you're not nervous for something you're about to do, it's not that important. And in my last game, I probably was as nervous as my first game. And once I got my first kickoff, once my first punt return was done, that's when the nervousness left. So I've had games where I caught the ball, return a big one, or return a touchdown, and I'm still nervous because I haven't caught that first punt yet. Because you know that punt could come in different spins and all that stuff. And once I caught the punt, then I was relaxed. But that happened throughout my whole 14-year career. So I think Jaden is right. You know, you get people trying to be tough. Oh, I don't ever get nervous. Yes, you are. You know, anytime you go into this game is dangerous. You know, and you got to have some level of nervousness and concern when you get out there. Believe me.
I totally agree with you. I think Jaden's just so calm and approachable about a lot of these things. I love that he wore the Doug Williams jersey.
Yeah, that was cool. That was cool.
And I asked around. That was just kind of him. Like, that wasn't like a suggestion.
He said he just had something laying around. He saw it laying around. He just had a feeling that it'd be a good thing to do. And I think his feeling is good.
Can I tell you something that I'm going to choose my words carefully on this? But one thing I learned Saturday morning is that someone in an official capacity, this is a young person, was like, oh, that's so cool. He's wearing Terry's jersey.
On the team, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord.
Might need a quick like history
Yeah.
101.
And maybe
before
just look at the back of the jersey and see what name was on it. I mean, that might tell you a little something.
And I'm not going to kick this hornet's nest, but that jersey looks so much cleaner than the current white one. That jersey, just the big block stripes on the arms.
Leffy, what's the name of that song that you were playing?
Jock Jams. Oh, no, that's the name of the album.
You ready for this?
Get ready for this?
All right, we're ready.
Yes.
Okay, we're ready.
No, the name of it is Get Ready for This.
I know. I was doing Abbott and Costello routine. So Jaden's performance. We get on the field. He's out there starting offense. I'll run through the plays at the beginning of this game. I think a lot of Commanders fans probably wished that they kicked off first, so they had a little more time to settle into their seats before Jayden was out on the field. Hey, Jeff, bleep you, dude. That was a funny joke. You don't even know who Abbott and Costello are. So
he told you bleep you.
So they kick off, touchback. They're first and 10 at the 30. First play, out of the shotgun, handoff to Brian Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
First pass. Before we get into the pass everybody likes so much, we talked about the nerves and maybe the butterflies. I mean, Jayden just airmailed that ball to Austin Eckler.
You can see he didn't set his feet and he just mailed it. But the next play when he throws the one to the I think Chick might have said, I said, you got to get his feet on them, Chick. He said, I guess his feet on them now because he delivered a big one right there.
Totally. All right. Here we are. And they're kind of going no huddle, if you're noticing that. They're going quick. And it's 3rd and 6 from their own 34. What we now know is that the play call in was for a screen. Jayden said he saw that, and if you go back and look at the replay, I'd say 9 of the 11 Jets defenders, maybe 8, were within 3 yards of the line of scrimmage. Jayden said it seemed like all their guys were within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. And Jayden said, I knew the screenplay was going to be dead, so I checked out of it. Obviously, Diami streaks down the right side, just runs the go route. Jayden throws an incredible pass, just an incredible.
Put it right where it needs to be.
I mean, just outside shoulder. I mean, how many of those? I thought back to last year where there would be opportunities to hit the go ball. And when you're at a practice field, there's the out of bounds line, the far line, and then there's this red line that they teach receivers.
About 4 to 5 yards inside.
They teach the receivers, you got to be outside of this whenever you're trying to catch a ball on the sideline. So either you catch it or it's going out of bounds. Mm-hmm. And Diami ran that route correct. And the problem is it takes good arm strength to place it down the right sideline within that 4-yard window on the outside of it, right? And Jayden just threw a beautiful pass. And credit to Diami for being tough and coming down with it. I mean, he kind of had to catch it one-handed, good amount of hand fighting going on. If you go back and look at the photo, you see this one picture of this is kind of as he's getting tackled, but it's my contention that the guy had a fistful of jersey before he brought him down. Like, look at that, B. That's just as Brown is catching it, and his jersey's getting pulled off his shoulder pad.
Yeah. And you know what?
I'll show this
referees play it like this sometimes where they let that go. He caught it so they don't call anything. If he probably had missed it, they might have called it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Diami deserves credit, and I want to have a Diami Brown conversation. But I thought Jayden checking to that is one thing. Jayden hitting it shuts down the whole conversation. And it reminded me of when we watched Hard Knocks, excuse me, and Daboll, the Giants coach, was kind of giving Jayden that like pop quiz, a little bit of craziness, right? Like, oh, say the safety rotates over here, or remember all that? And he's like, what do you do then? And Jayden just paused, looked at him, and goes, I'm going to throw a touchdown. Like,
it wasn't like that. It was just, that's the play.
And I'm saying it reminded me of that. Like, his mindset is to make a play.
From the what's called.
From the Hard Knocks, I'm saying.
Yeah. Because let's be real. When they put that many people that close to the line, that's no help over the top. And what should receivers do in the NFL when it's one-on-one? Santana always says it. Win. If they are going to disrespect you by putting one guy on you, you beat his ass. And Jayden said, okay, I'm going to give my guy a chance. And I've seen this in practice with Diami. I've seen it in the first game now. I'm just thinking this year he's finally got that light bulb that is going off and say, you know what, dude, you got to make some plays now and get it done. I expect him to play well throughout the year.
Well, dude, my thing with Diami specifically is, I mean, if you go back to Carolina, like he's known as a vertical threat, and all the Twitter experts will question whether he gets separation on the vertical routes. I don't. Maybe you know
whether
more,
you get separation.
Maybe
not,
you know more than
if you catch the ball, that's all that matters.
They haven't really had a vertical attack. They haven't really had a vertical quarterback. Howell wanted to be, but often didn't get those throws to the outside. Maybe Diami, like what I can tell you right now is if you're a roster breakdown guy and you're trying to figure out 53 guys, Diami's on there. Dan Quinn's been talking about him for 3 weeks, how his speed is impressive.
Yes.
Jaden goes to him. I mean, critical moments, 3rd and 6 on Jaden's first ever drive.
Goes to him because he's normally open.
So, like, Landville, I know we've had the conversation at length. Like, they gave Sammerstill his number. Maybe he's going to have to figure out a new number. Maybe Diami ends up wearing 10 and Tress goes to 15. I don't know how the numbers are going to work out. But, like, if roster cuts were today, Diami's on the roster.
Can you have a 2 and a 0 too?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
I'm just saying.
The one jersey thought I had coming out of the Meadowlands, and I think, I mean, they don't play him in the regular season. They're in the AFC. I know that Rodgers is Rodgers. I kind of like the Jets this year. Kind of rooting for the Jets this year. Regardless, Sauce Gardner is just cool as hell. And watching him play, he is really, really
when
good.
Your name is Sauce, you better be good.
On a wet field, too. How good his footwork was on a wet-ass field on Thursday.
You better be damn good when your name is Sauce.
Now, I saw a lot of people with the number 1 Gardner jersey, but I saw like at least 2 people walking around the Meadowlands with a number 1 jersey that just said Sauce on the back, and I assume they like special ordered that or whatever.
Yeah.
They need to petition the NFL to sell those because that would be so damn cool.
Well, the NFL, you can order Sauce. If you order a custom jersey, you put what you want on it at that point.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I think they should sell them in the stadium. 1 Sauce. All right. The discussion point that has been made far too much of is of Jaden's decision to check out of a screen into a deep shot to Diami. And Brian and I are going to explain exactly why there is a misunderstanding with all of it next. Birthdays. Speaking of birthdays, Brian's birthday is this coming Sunday. My daughter Shelby's birthday is Thursday. And Saturday in the Meadowlands was Mitch Tishler's birthday.
Mitch.
So it's a big stretch for Leo's.
You know, me and Shelby got a birthday party playing together.
Leo season. You're welcome to come to the Margaritaville Splash Pad with us Friday afternoon. I'm guessing I won't see you there. Lauren already ordered the passes. So
Margaritaville. You can find me there.
Nah, man, my kids are fired up. I'm trying to explain to them how much I'm going to have to work Thursday. But
first time I went to Margaritaville, I was in Jamaica.
I've been to that one in the grill.
And you slide down.
Yeah.
That was a little interesting.
I've seen your boat there. That. Keep it between the navigational beacons. All right. For everyone that understands, we're all getting back in the flow of things after a game. And granted, it was Saturday, but this is the first show Brian and I have since the game. You're just gonna hear me and Brian for at least an hour talking about the game. At 11 a.m., we open the phone lines up, and then everybody can talk about the game.
Yes.
Special for you today. We had a rookie quarterback make his debut. Looked pretty damn good.
I think a lot of them in the league did.
How about we bring on a quarterback to discuss it? Joe Theismann will join us at noon.
Let's go.
Then Mitch Tishler's coming to the brewery to sit down with us at 1 o'clock.
He would come in person with his brewery, right?
I wonder, I might have to track down some wings for the big man. But let's talk about perhaps the most important play, at least the play everybody cares most about from Saturday's game. 3rd and 6 from their own 34. Jayden Daniels checks out of a called screen to take a deep shot to De'Ami Brown. A lot of excitement. The throw is fantastic. It's all over social media. Folks are really celebrating the throw, right? I also really like the throw he made when they had 2nd and goal. The pass he made to Terry was an absolute freaking laser.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so 3rd and 6, deep shot, 42-yard gain. After the game, Dan Quinn explains, it was a little bit like Top Gun, where
buzz the tower.
Yeah, but he asked for permission to buzz the tower. He wasn't giving it and just did it anyway. And I think a lot of people are like, oh, my God, what do you mean the quarterback doesn't have permission to make a check? That is not the situation.
He was just trying to make it fun, make light with the buzz in the tower.
Totally.
Stuff. Yeah.
Here's the deal. And we talked about this at length going into this game when people were worried about Jaden playing. They don't want him checking out of a screen where it's almost assured he won't be touched, checking into what was at least, I think, a 5-step drop to throw that without starting tackles. They don't want Jaden to take a hit.
They didn't want him in harm's way.
And that's why they were upset about the check.
I don't know how upset they were. They were like, oh, no, okay.
Sure.
Because soon as his back foot hit the ground, hit that last step, that ball was coming out.
Totally.
He didn't get back there and pussyfoot around. He hit his back foot and he let the ball fly.
Totally.
And I think that's the ultimate thing where people are worried about his size. That kid throws the ball on time and he's accurate as hell. So I can understand them being like, oh, no. Oh, okay. You know, like you've seen guys go to take that 3-pointer.
No. Yeah.
Like what Steph did against two people. 2 people double teaming him, and he pulled it up anyway. They like, no, Steph. Okay,
right.
Good job, bro. Good job. But no, it's not that he can't check out. Listen, the fact that he did check out tells you he has the ability to check out.
Right.
They just didn't want it happening in that position, as Jay said, without the 2 starting tackles out there with him.
And I think I think that is 75-80% of the coaches that are going to give him a hard time. They're like, dude, we're just trying to protect you. We're not winning games in August, right?
Yeah.
And then I think there's a little bit also of, we don't need to show anything in August. You know what I mean? Like, now, checking to a deep route against one-on-one coverage isn't necessarily showing anything. That's something that happens around the league.
Yeah.
But I imagine NFL coaches are the most paranoid people on the planet. They would love for nobody to know that he's capable of checking to that and throwing that perfect ball to De'Ami until they're in Tampa.
But they all know this. What does a quarterback do when it's kind of a single high or zero coverage and they got one-on-one with a receiver that they believe that can win that battle? They're going to check off and give him a chance.
Totally.
And he did exactly what damn near every quarterback in the league does or would do. But the ultimate thing was his safety. They wanted him in the game and out the game unscathed, unharmed. And Although he made the check, he still came out of the game like that because he was precise in what he did, and he was definitive. Boom, quick. He didn't waste no time, no motion with it. Just went with it.
And the coach's job in that situation is high five, great throw with a side of ball busting, right? Like they're gonna be excited and they're gonna be like, hey, we don't want you potentially taking a hit. And if you go back and watch it, I mean, he does face a little pressure off his right side that he steps up and evades, and it's never a problem. But like that's what all the concern, like when Dan Quinn's saying that's what that's about, dude. You don't want the guy to take a shot in preseason. And you play that out, but you know what else happened? You know who was fired up? De'Ami Brown. Kerwin, my guy Chris Kerwin got an interview with De'Ami and Tyler Biadasz. You can watch those. They're on my YouTube, among other places. Biadasz is like, man, he's the starting quarterback. Of course he can check into something. And you know what I mean? Biadasz just played with Dak for 5 years or whatever. Like, of course that's what the quarterback does. De'Ami's like, yo, that gives us all this confidence. De'Ami's like, we got a lot of guys. He's going to work the ball around. And the coach's job is to bust balls a little because you're trying to drive this operation towards week 1.
Yeah.
The player's job, Jayden Daniels' job, is to get his guys hype and buying in.
Yeah.
And
he's done that.
Totally.
But I hear so many people like, well, you know, this quarterback can't check this. Listen, man. Back in 85, I was checking and calling plays from the line of scrimmage in high school. You mean to tell me you all think that they don't give quarterbacks an opportunity? If there's a coach in the league who doesn't allow his quarterback to check, that coach right there needs to not be in the league. You got grown men who that's their job to know the offense. They should be able to check off at time. But if that coach is telling the quarterback what to do at all times, he's a little bit too much of a control freak, and he should not be on the side. He should not be there because that'll put a quarterback in some harm's way.
I listened to an interview with Sean McVay, and everybody knows how much I like McVay. He talked about how he grew, and a lot of it was going from Goff to Stafford. Mm-hmm. But when he had Goff, if you remember, he was in his headset until the headset cut off, not only calling the play, but they tried to get to the line of scrimmage early.
Yeah.
So McVay was trying to diagnose everything for him on the field. Whereas when he got Stafford, and after they lost that Super Bowl, he kind of like gained some clarity about, dude, I got to empower these guys rather than try to micromanage them all the time. And I just go back to Jaden with Brian Daboll trying to get in his head about, you know, safety rolls over, linebacker drops down. Now your Z runs a slot, whatever the hell he tried to trick him with, right? And he was just like, I'm going to throw a touchdown.
Yeah.
You never want to take that mindset away.
Yeah, because like I have sat in the meetings with coaches, high school level, college level, pros. And in the pros, I still studied like I was the quarterback. I didn't just go out there and just learn running back. And when they will say, you know, when you get out there, let me know things you see. I was coming to the coach telling him stuff about what the quarterback should be seeing, you know, because I always feel that, yeah, you design something, and guess what happens when you design it? It always works perfectly, okay? But when you step out there and you have to go and see it, what the coach designed and how he says it's going to work in practice, you're looking and saying, that is not going to work. So you should have that ability to check it off, especially if you're the quarterback.
The reason they were upset, they don't want him to get hit.
That's it.
All righty. It's your turn. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What'd you think of Jaden? What'd you think of the tackles? What'd you think of the offense? What'd you think of the defense? Phone lines open for the next hour. Joe Theismann joins us at noon. 800-636-1067. Let's go. Perfect song, Landini. We're opening these phones, 800-636-1067. We're doing a vibe check, Commanders fans. First preseason game in the books. They lost. Who cares? Starting quarterback looked good. Number 2 overall pick, Heisman Trophy winner, Jayden Daniels. The reason for so much excitement around this fan base. I thought the defense looked pretty good with the first unit that was out there. I'm going to go phones, then I'm going to landfill, but we'll start. Our guy Jupe is on the line.
Jupe.
And I know Jupe is fired up. Jupe, what up, man? That sounds terrible to me, Landfill.
You sound kind of like you're vibrating when you talk.
Yeah, his vibe is so high. We'll try to come back. Let's go to Mo in Largo. Mo,
what's up, Mo?
What'd you think of the Commanders' debut?
I was very impressed. I was worried going into the game, but I was very entertained. My quarterback looked like the moment was not too big for him. I saw depth at other positions further down the depth chart. I saw the ability.
Who impressed you on the depth side?
Well, I'll say, to be honest with you, what's the big wide receiver?
Bryson
Tremaine.
I mean, Tremaine. You got Sennett. You got Sanderstill. I mean, all across the board, I saw guys flashing, and that's what you want to see. You know, what I'm saying, from various levels of our depth chart. So, moving forward, I mean, I like where we are. Also, I got out there with your boy Weaver last week too, man. So I just want to give a shout out, man. And then,
did you play with Sam?
Yeah, him and Ross, and I brought my boy Matt out there. Yeah, so we had a good time last week.
What'd Sam shoot, like 65?
He's had better days.
Oh,
so
you snapping
we'll just
clubs?
leave it at that.
So he shot 69.
No.
Yeah. All right, Mo. Appreciate you, buddy. Tremaine is interesting. Now, I still don't know what's going to happen with this wide receiver depth chart. There's 2 more preseason games, 3 more weeks of practice. Like, there's time for it to settle out. But Tremaine just continues to make plays every time he's given an opportunity. And he's the only guy that offers something different.
Yeah.
He's big, and all the rest of them are kind of my size.
Well, the thing about it, like last year, you saw that size and you didn't see it, but you didn't see his effectiveness. I think this year you can see something different in him. And the fact that they keep putting him out there means that they like it or they're trying to see what all he can provide for them. So we'll see.
I want to turn to the professor here. Professor Landini, I know you watched. What'd you think of Jaden? What'd you think of the Commanders?
I mean, he played well in the he didn't play much, but he played well in what he did. I like that he hit a long pass. That was good there. Short one, I don't really care. I'm not super worried about him overthrowing a guy. The first pass that he threw in the NFL doesn't concern me. I like that he ran for a touchdown. That was pretty much all we saw from him. I thought it was good. And then as for
really
the team,
good read on that touchdown run.
Yeah, as for the team, the kickers are awful, and it's a disaster.
I'll say this.
You're not wrong.
I'm going to make this broad statement here. No, not broad, but broad. It's just I really believe that the touchdown run, that play was more exciting to me than anything else.
Jaden's touchdown run?
Not just because of Jayden. Watching them move Eckler to the eye. Or to the and then watching how the defense was affected by that.
How well they sold the fake, too.
Selling the fake and watching 2 tight ends completely annihilate guys. So I watched blocking going on.
Bates and Turner.
Listen, man, I was saying it last. I thought you were stiff as hell, bro. But in that game, I don't know what you found, but you found something. Do that every time you step on a football field.
Bro, now
he was demolishing people.
Bates had a linebacker and drove him off the ball, and we've come to expect that from John Bates. Yeah. He's a good blocker. Turner was the far outside guy, and I think he had a DB or a safety. He about drove him through the tunnel.
Bro.
I mean, he took him out the corner. That wasn't
the only
zone.
Play he did that to somebody.
I think, and I highly doubt it has anything to do with what I've said or with what you've said. I think Cole Turner has probably been challenged by this staff. I'm telling you, the tight ends coach, kid David Rye, that dude's going to be a head coach. Like he has the vibe and the mindset. Like I think it's 7 years away, but that dude's going to be a head coach. I remember when I met him back in whenever the hell they announced everybody. Call it February. talked to them for a while, then followed up, talked to them for a while when they give us an opportunity to sit down with all these guys.
In their bubble.
So the first one was in the bubble. Then the reporters get to come talk to all the assistants in the cafeteria for a while. And I've sat and talked with him repeatedly now. And at one point, he and I were talking. This is no cameras, no mics. And I was like, man, I think there's some talent with these guys, and I just don't know that you've seen it. He's like, yeah, man, that's my job, is for you guys to see it. And I just loved that attitude. Uh-huh. And Turner, he had the 2 penalties, but both those penalties were trying to be physical as hell. Yeah. And we know that refs get a little flag happy in the preseason to try to set the tone. Turner impressed me, dude.
He did. And
he needed to impress.
I was watching that tight end position. I'm gonna tell you, they have some good talent at that position.
Dude, I know that he's become like a talking point because his name's kind of funny, but I like the kid Yankoff. I think he's a practice squatter, but the effort, the tenacity, the toughness. Oh, Cody Betts, tech executive.
He won't get yanked off the field.
No.
But
dude, you're so right. On the Jaden touchdown, the hole was there for Eckler too.
Yeah, but you watch that defense. Normally you see them overload and things like that. They had to play very cautious because they don't know what the hell is going to happen. Imagine this. Off of that same play, the next time they ride it, if people are going to worry so much about Jayden, you got 2 tight ends you can just hit over the top. Okay? If you're going to sit there and wait for him, then Eckler walks into the end zone. So you could just see the possibilities off of that same play.
Dude, and how about the Cali cool from Jayden? Once he realized he had the corner and nobody was going to touch him, kind of just took it easy, got in there, no problem. Like the kid is so low key all the time.
Yeah, he is.
And it was funny. I was talking to a reporter that was there at the game, after the game, and the person was like, gosh, he really just strikes me as a person that's from Southern California or something. I was like,
he is.
He is.
But the thing, you watch him, and although he has a smile on his face all the time, he seems like a little kid. You watch him, he on the sideline, he is chatting it up, making sure everything is right consistently, So he's enjoying his job, and that's the main thing with any job. I don't care what the job you have, you better enjoy it or you're going to have problems.
Sure. Landfill did say something that is incredibly true, though. They got a kicker problem.
Yeah.
My guy Patterson lined up for the first field goal, had a doink. Ahmed, and you pointed this out to me a while back, B, when Ahmed kicks, it is so low that they're going to start getting blocked. I posted a poll during the game. Who's the Commanders kicker week 1 in Tampa? Ahmed, Patterson, or other?
Well, I know a lot of people, before you posted that, people were already saying stuff about our kicker is not on the roster. And that position, listen, although you don't look at that position as like the most important, people normally look at it as a throwaway thing. That's probably as important as any other position on the damn field. Because when you're going out there to get points and you have to kick it in a certain, and now they got to land it in a certain spot. You know what I'm saying? I watched what they did. They kicked one lower, made it bounce. All that stuff is going to come into play with special teams.
Totally.
You're going to need a guy who's very good at what he does and very consistent.
Brandon McManus really screwed them because they immediately, dude, if you go back and look, they signed a long snapper because they knew that the long snapper was subpar, and they signed a kicker.
Yeah.
And the long snapper, Tyler Ott's doing a great job. You're not going to hear his name.
And he's a good golfer, too.
Right. You're not going to hear his name. McManus, his situation came up, and they had to cut him, rightfully so, and now they're in the kicker abyss. I don't know what happens. I think somebody else not on the roster is kicking week 1 in Tampa, and I think it's not. So the poll I posted, over 2,100 votes, 2,112 people voted in this thing.
Dude can't say numbers. Numbers are his.
Numbers just trick me.
This is kryptonite. Numbers destroy this dude, man.
16.8% voted for Ahmed. 7.4% voted for Patterson. 75.9% of people voted for other.
Wow.
That's telling you something. All right, I think our guy Jupe is good to go now. Mr. Jupe, what'd you think of Jayden? What'd you think of the Commanders?
APB, miss, I sound better?
Yeah, you're good, bud.
You better.
All right, cool. Hey, listen, after that first drive, my ass burn syndrome shot through the roof. I had to temper it back down those preseason. I had to calm down. And then B-Mitch, we got a little bit of Ty Yao action. Your boy Luvu and Sarah still sacked that quarterback. Ashburn syndrome shot back through the roof. But, again, calm down. First, this preseason, this first game, we tested stuff out. But overall, man, everything is looking up and promising. Of course, kicker, we got to do some work on that. But everything else looks good. The defense was flying around. Offense was moving. Let's just keep this thing moving, guys. Can't wait to hit you guys with some victory rituals. All right?
All right, brother. Gotcha, man.
We're fired up, man. Thank you, Jupe.
And they look like a professional organization. They were flying around. And you know what? They looked like they were having fun. That's the whole thing that hits me when I'm watching football. I'm looking to see if people having fun. I understand how serious it is, but it's a damn game. And you got to have some level. Some coaches can make it too damn tight. But what these guys have come in here and try to do is say, look, man, we can go out here. We're going to work hard. What he say, serious S with serious people. But the whole thing is you got to have fun out there, man.
The play Jupe was just talking about, Tyrod, I think this was they tried to throw a bubble to the right, and then the receiver, Corley, busted it back to the left. And Luvu was really impressive for the hit he put on. This was a third down, too. This was a 3rd and 14. Sammerstill chased the thing down from the backside and was just a straight human missile into.
That dude could play, bro.
Dude, Sammerstill really has impressed me.
He might be my favorite player on the team right now.
He's just pure alpha energy, dude.
After Eckler.
Dude, and he's a total locker room guy that you love, but he's also kind of a pain in the butt because I've now seen him do it. I saw him do it to Jaden at the podium where he grabbed a microphone and talked to him about Michigan versus LSU. And then when we were in the rain in Jersey at the practice, he did it to Jahan where he came up. He's like, you actually think Penn State's going to beat Michigan? Like over time, the college stuff will fade and they'll be talking about cornhole or golf or whatever.
Never stop talking about college stuff.
You're probably right. I'm a big fan of Sammerstill. And I think if you're looking at just this draft class, you don't want to draw too big a conclusion.
I think someone described him as just like Jaden. The moment is not too big for him. They love what they do. They love what they do. And he's like the quarterback of the defense.
Totally. Now they're different dudes, whereas Mikey is outgoing and kind of loud and whereas
Jaden is that with them.
Jaden is like that between the lines.
Yeah.
But dude, so you talk about Sammerstill, you talk about Jaden. Ben Sinnott showed up. I thought he looked really impressive. Yeah. Busted a 44-yard gain that was about a 20-yard pass, and then he just refused
the last 15
to go down.
yards, people were just hanging on him. He was just taking him for a ride.
And dude,
two hands on the ball.
I got to talk to him afterwards, and he just had so much fun. You could tell, like he told me, he's like, man, I was just so happy to do that. I always want to get more yards for my team, but he's like, I don't get to do that in practice, so it just felt good. And then people again had these misunderstandings. There's not an NFL team in the league that is tackling people to the ground. Even when you were playing, nobody went to the ground, right? So when your primary skill set is your ability to break tackles and your physicality on the offensive side of the ball, you don't really get to do that in practice. And I think you talk about the tight end position. Ertz is definitely the starter. I think Ertz, should he be able to stay healthy, could have a really big year.
Yeah.
They like Bates a lot. Turner showed me something. We've talked. I mean, think about the two dudes you and I have said, I got to see it on the field. Cole Turner, De'Ami Brown, offensively.
Yeah.
They both, it's only the first preseason game, but all you can do is show up when you get the chance.
What did the coach say? It's his job to make you see stuff.
Right.
All those coaches' job is to get the best out of those players, make the guy feel good about himself. And I think although they hold them accountable, they're serious they're straightforward in their talk. This coaching staff, you're watching these players begin to have confidence and belief, and they're now putting it on the field. A lot of time, I can believe over the last few years that they went on the field not being sure, not being confident.
Yeah. I mean, and then you bring in a new rookie class that shows flashes at least right away. And I think that's really encouraging. there were some not as encouraging things. There were some serious inconsistencies.
Yeah.
There are some real questions. Like I think you're approaching a situation, if Cole can continue to show that, he's forcing his way on the roster, because Sennett does play a decent amount of fullback, especially in goal line sets. Like we've seen a lot of it in Ashburn, that maybe you're only keeping 3 running backs. And right now, I'm not sure Chris Rodriguez is one of them, but you keep 4 tight ends. I don't know. There's a lot of moving parts as this thing continues. But Brian, you said something really interesting, where the coach's job is to make them believe in themselves and make them better. And when you get a staff like that, it can empower your whole football team. And if you're thinking about buying or selling a house, you need to work with somebody that gives you that same energy. And that somebody is John Leahy.
Exactly. Just like Joanna, she was looking to retire and begin a new chapter of her life, which included selling her Frederick home. And she made the right move by hiring Jonathan Leahy and the Fan Living Group. Good call, Joanna. Not only did she get the property sold in only 6 weeks, John and his team managed to sell it for, look at this, $5,000 over the asking price. There are many ways and situations in which John can help you also. Start by finding out your home's worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. Go to johnsellsdmv.com and sell your home. Find out what your home value is in mere seconds. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time.
Those are some of the reasons you should work with John. Here's the other reason. He's an expert in his field. He's been doing this for years, and he's constantly helping people buy and sell their homes. Right now is a funky time. Everybody's waiting for these interest rates to drop. The Fed doesn't have another meeting till September. Will they do an emergency meeting? Doesn't seem like it, but who the hell knows? You know who knows? You know who can guide you through these turbulent times? John Leahy and his team. And what's even better, say you do want to sell your house. Now's the time. But you know you need a paint and maybe you need a new sink in your kitchen. Talk to John. He can make it work. He can give you a loan on the front end up to $50K that you settle up with him on the back end. And those investments in your house can make it infinitely more marketable for sellers when you're trying to move it. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. Landville got the Jock Jams whole disc going today.
Hit me.
Let this go. I'm trying to remember what the hell song this is. Jeff, can you play this at the club?
Nah.
No.
You can play it on old school night.
Yeah. At like 8 p.m.
Hey, Jeff, breakdance is back, bro. You can play it. You can still play it.
Oh yeah, 2028 Olympics.
Oh yeah.
Jeff, very bad breakdancer, per sources.
Oh, bruh.
Jeff, we haven't heard from you, buddy. What'd you think of Jaden? What'd you think of the game?
Okay, so
First,
I'm watching it with my cousin, right? And you could tell he has just been like bamboozled by Washington QB play. So when Jaden first throws the first pass and he overthrows the screen, he's like, "Oh man, I knew this was going to happen." And I'm looking at him, I'm like, "Dude, it's his first pass,
the first play.
Like relax a little bit." Then he throws the 30-yarder, and my cousin is running up around. I said, "Yep, that sums up Washington fan base right there." But dude, I was just feel like Jupe said when he threw the 30-yarder, my Ashburn syndrome, like my veins started to pop out of my arms.
Pause.
And then when
I'm glad you said your arms.
When he ran the touchdown, dude, all I could tweet was AHHH because all I could say was I was out of there. But nah, in all seriousness, the blocking was was better than what I expected it to be. From the camp going into the game, everyone was like, "Yo, the line is going to get butchered." They actually had holes to run through. Jaden had some time to get the ball off. Ben Sennett. Oh, I'm just waiting for him to blossom, man. Because the way he caught that ball and took like 5 defenders before he could go down, I was like, yeah,
Strong.
Yeah, man. It's like everything that I was looking for from Friday. I was actually impressed by it. I know we need more work. There will be more work that will be completed. But for the first preseason game, I was impressed by the progress in which we were making. And it was a closer game than we expected.
I don't care about the score.
Nah, not at all.
But I think a lot of what you hit on, I think there's a lot of reasons to be excited with these young guys. Samerstill, Sennett for sure. Even like that Wiley touchdown, we should talk about the running back position. That Wiley touchdown, Brady Daniels made a nice block on that.
Yeah, he did.
We had a legit conversation in the press box if this was the first time we'd ever seen Brady Daniels in uniform. That was how much of an impact he made last year in the preseason before they put him on
early
IR.
in the preseason game.
Right. I think I think there was a lot of excitement. I'm going back through my tweets from the game. My guy Barricade 31 at like 1:30 on Saturday is like, "Yo, your radio show is going to be fire on Monday." You're correct. There's a lot for us to discuss. I think Jaden has so much to be excited about. I had some people like reach out to me, "Man, it was one drive against the twos. Don't make that much out of it." That's fine. If you want to just play it cool, that's fine.
You can play it cool, but the ultimate thing is improvement. And for them, this will be their first time going out on the field and playing against somebody. I think they handled themselves well. And let's remember this. People want to say, "Oh, they went against the twos." They went against professional athletes who will probably be on a football field throughout this year. And if you go out there and handle your business, why is that a problem? Something wrong with that? Like when somebody go beat a team, they're supposed to beat them. If they go out there and don't beat them, then that's a problem. You could talk about it. But when they beat them, they did their job at a high level.
I got this tweet that I actually saved because I wanted to be sure we got to respond to this. I said, as far as a first drive goes for the number 2 overall pick, it can't go much better than it did for Jaden.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's just the truth. They scored a touchdown, which is what you want. He showed a great decision on the keeper for the TD, showed great touch on the pass to Diami. It was a single great drive. And shout out to my man JT who responded to me. Against the Jets' second and third team players, everything outside the numbers or screens and checkdowns. defenses will make him beat them middle of the field, and he's shown nothing that he can do that.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you.
Threw 3 passes.
What's that dude's name again?
JT.
Okay, JT
It was
is
one drive.
JT is a guy who's not probably a fan, who probably wanted another quarterback, and has taken every damn narrative that they had before he got drafted, and he's still promoting it. So JT, one finger salute to you, sir. That's what I say.
I just think I am prepared. There's a lot of talk about laying out your position points, right? This is an election year. Here's a position point I'm willing to make on August 12th. It's particularly at 11:36 a.m. on August 12th. I don't think we know what Jayden Daniels is yet. And I think to declare him a guy that can't throw it in the middle of the field is premature. I'm going to say that confidently. Maybe a month from now, 2 months from now, we have more body of work, more evidence.
See, let me just dispel that damn myth. I've heard people say he can't throw over the middle. And then I went and I watched some highlights from LSU. Okay. And it was maybe 20 plays. Of the 20, about 12 or 13 of them were across the middle of the field. So what do y'all say? He can't throw a 5-yard check down? I doubt that seriously. He threw the ball at 18 yards. He threw it to neighbors at 40. It was in the middle of the field. And if you catch it in the middle of the hash mark, that's the middle of the field, right? So all these people that saying that, get off of that BS, okay? And stop trying to make the people that sit there and talk about what somebody don't do, okay? How many games they won last year? So if he couldn't throw across the middle, it's because he didn't have to throw it across the middle. He threw it to the open people. The open people were open in other spots. And if a team try to force me to go, what they gonna do? They gonna just tell my receiver you can't run a route outside the hashes? If your receiver is anything about himself in the NFL, they'll get open too.
Yeah, man. I was bringing it up as a joke. I do want to do this. Phone lines are lit up where everybody gets to talk all day. Don't worry. But I do worry if we don't get to Commander Tequila before noon, we might lose Commander Tequila. I don't know what time the sunrises start to impact the rest of the day. Commander Tequila, what'd you think of Jaden? What'd you think of the game?
I loved it, KH. I was watching the game here and then listening to B Mitch. Man, the excitement and everything. Man, you put four different rookie quarterbacks. And we got the number one quarterback. I don't care what anybody says because it was a good, very good game. I love what we did with Davis, in the tackling side and everything, in the edge. I got my money. He's going to get a couple of sacks if he's there sometimes. Not only that, you look at the Brown doing what he did. Yeah, he's coming up, man. He's a professional athlete. You're doing great. Even Big Ben doing what he did. I could see him do like 2 or 3 touchdowns easy going through. This year. But I got to go.
Appreciate you, Commander. What?
You go.
Thank you, Commander. Appreciate you, buddy. All right. When we come back, we're going to hit these phones. Rev T is there. Rusty is there. Russ is there. Everybody's there. Joe Theismann is going to join us at noon. I can't wait to hear Joe T talk about the young quarterback. We also saw young quarterbacks all over the NFL. It was a pretty exciting weekend if you're into that sort of thing.
JJ.
Like we are. JJ looked good. I thought Caleb looked good. I mean, a lot of these young guys. What I know looks good, what I know performs regardless of the time of year, whether it's preseason, January, playoff football, whatever it is, that is Paul Henry's and Paul Henry's windows. If you are looking to get new windows, doors, or you just need any work done at your house, I would advise you to contact Paul Henry's Window Installation. They've made a tremendous difference in my home. New windows keep my house cool, even in these hot temperatures, keep it warm in the winter. Working with Paul has been an absolute luxury for my family. It can be the same thing for you. If you call in August, you get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door.
Paul's come to my house as well. He did all my windows and doors, and he's doing some other things for me as well. And the thing I love about it, they come in and they do a professional job, and they get it right the first time. Many people come in and they got to keep coming back and fixing stuff and try to act like it's your fault. Paul rolls in. They come in quickly. They take care of their business, and they don't have to come back again because they did the job right. I haven't had to bring Paul back for anything that he did before, but I keep bringing him back because when I need something done, I know I can get Paul to do it, and it's going to be right. You get windows now, windows and doors, you're doing something that's more energy efficient. It's also a tax write-off. Think about that. Think about you're going to have taxes coming up next year. and you put some new windows in your door and doors in your house, you get a chance to get you some more of your money back. So reach out to Paul right now and get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him that B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. This is so nice.
It's a very lovely song.
Yeah.
This is the exact right vibe to
Yes.
welcome in someone that I'm sure will have a very measured, reasoned approach to the weekend's events. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We are broadcasting live from Lost Rhino Brewery out in Ashburn, Virginia.
Yes.
The doors are open, man. Lunch is being served. Beer is being poured. Families are coming in. That dude's got a dope Hawaiian golf shirt vibe. If you want to come through and say hi, come through and say hi. We'll be here till 2:00. They have awesome wings at Lost Rhino. So let me mention that, which me and B
I love.
may or may not be campaigning for. And on Mondays, it's half off growlers if you got a growler. Oh, dude, and it's happy hour from 3 to 6. So,
Woo!
Landville, you get a hot dog for $4 or a Cubano for $8. Check that out. All right. We've been asking for calls all day. We're going to keep phone lines open all day, but there's a man of the cloth that's prepared to give us a sermon, if I had to guess. Hello, Rev T. How do you do, sir? What'd you think of Jayden Daniels?
First of all, you Obama, JP, because you said.
First of all, turn down that damn radio, Rev T.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, if you turn it down.
Yeah, if you turn it down. I did turn it down. I'm in the car driving. You Obama, too. I love you. But anyway, though, at the end of the day, though, this is my whole thing about this game against the Jets. Jayden 5 is bringing hope alive here in the DMV. Man, I had just this morning, since yesterday, right, after that game right on Saturday, man, I've been seeing people wearing jerseys. I've been seeing people wearing hats around here like we done won something around here, and they lost. Jayden 5 is bringing hope alive here to the DMV. I'm all in for it. The young boy look good. He look like he got Hollywood on the back of his jersey. So at the end of the day, check down, get down, run it down. Hey, Jayden 5, I'm all in, Slim. I'm hyped. I'm cranked up. I want to be there. I want to be there. Jayden 5 is bringing over live here in the DMV. Believe, baby. Believe. 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 Oh, I'm about to hit some damn body. I got to go. Y'all know what this is. The people's hype, man. Red T. Jayden 5 is bringing over live, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Thank you, Reverend. Like only
hey,
Rev
hey,
T can.
Brian White, he said, why is he yelling? You must not know Rev T. That's his regular voice. That's not yelling.
My takeaway from that is that the Reverend's excited about Jayden Daniels.
Yes, he is.
I think he's fired up. That was something, man. Rev ready to rock. Let's go to Russ in Charlestown. Russ, what'd you think of Jayden? What'd you think of the Commanders' debut?
Well, Russ.
Russell, you there, bud?
Rusty's here,
All right,
but not Russ.
Rusty, what up, dude?
And I'm not from Charleston. I'm calling from Delaware.
Okay, I love Delaware.
Hey, vibes at an all-time high. So they're so high, I'm actually calling you from about 100 feet up in the air. I'm on the roof of an elementary school.
All right, well, be careful.
Last week, oh, definitely, I'm harnessed. We're good. So football vibes were at an all-time high last week. Tuesday, I was in Ashburn for camp. Tuesday afternoon, I got a phone call from the greatest returner of all time to wish my son a happy birthday. That was incredible.
Oh, that's cool.
And then Thursday, I went up to New Jersey for the joint practice. And I'm hype about Jaden. Trust me, my son's a quarterback, so we watched every single play intently and, high-fiving, and my son's very happy. He loves Jaden. But something that I see that's going around, and not just our fan base, but other ones, and it kind of applies to Mr. Sennett, is that I see a lot of people saying, well, he's not a practice player. He just does it in the game. As a coach, and I hope that other caller from a couple weeks ago is listening, as a coach, is that the way things are going with younger players? It's like practice is just what it is, but game time is when we really turn up?
Listen, man, people make those comments about you're not a practice. If you're not a practice player, you're not doing anything in practice. I'd be damned if you're getting on the football field. Okay, and if you get on the football field and you have success in the game, you damn sure doing something in practice. So people make those comments when a guy, I guess, is not the one that's super, super excited about practice or something, but he's getting work in, and for him to have that level of success,
so to speak.
yeah, basically that's it. Like Like practice for me, I had fun. I was loud. You heard me. So you say, oh, he loves practice. Some guys don't say anything in practice because they're really trying to get their stuff down. And then they say, well, that guy don't like practice. You know, he's so quiet, he don't do anything. But he's practicing just like I am. It's just that we have a different approach at it.
I do think there's one guy I was expecting to see more of, and we kind of saw it, was Jamin Davis, in that like his athleticism, speed, physicality kind of will only show through in practice, unlike will show through in games, unlike in practice where you're not going to be able to hit the quarterback. Like even Dan Quinn said there's no way to simulate that. When the quarterback can't get hit in practice versus can in real life, it's just totally, totally different. And then I think with Sennett, a guy that needs to get downfield and break tackles, when they're not tackling, it's a different vibe. I don't think it's something to be alarmed about. I understand that people are like practice like you play, all these things. But there are dudes that are just better in games because it suits their game better. We do have a little bit of breaking news here. I first saw this from Aaron Wilson, who covers the NFL and covers the Texans. Commanders to work out veteran wide receiver Martavis Bryant on Tuesday.
All right.
Former Steelers. People are going to get all excited about this. Martavis Bryant hasn't played in the NFL since 2018. It's a guy with a lot of talent. His rookie season for the Steelers, he caught 8 touchdowns on only 26 catches. Like that's just bananas. Red zone success. Big, strong. I think he played at Clemson. He's now 32. Hasn't played since 2018. Certainly, I think there's been practice squads and all sorts of stuff. He was suspended for the 2016 season.
Big receiver though.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on a ton of excitement on this.
Not excitement, it's just that they're trying to work out something. You look at the size of him, they may be looking for that bigger guy. So the big receiver, I think Bryson has done some good stuff for him, but they may want somebody with a little bit more height. That's all it is.
Yeah, well, and I think if you're looking for height and speed, like I mean, he's a really gifted athlete, dude. And does he still have it? The last time he played in a game was November of 2018, and he's been suspended 3 different times for substance abuse problems. But
he may be just getting a shot. You know, they work out people all the time.
They work out people all the time. I mean, he's been suspended a lot. This is, according to Jordan Schultz, his second visit with Washington. The guy has absolute skill, and when he was playing, especially going back to the Pittsburgh days, serious talent. But it's been a while, so I don't know exactly what you're going to see there. I am really excited for this. Throughout the season, we're going to try as best we can to talk to former quarterbacks about the current quarterback. Talk to former quarterbacks about what they see when they watch Jayden Daniels play. Joe Theismann, one of the best to ever do it in a burgundy and gold uniform, joins us next to talk about Jayden Daniels' debut. Nobody, and I mean nobody, go anywhere.
Nothing from nothing means nothing. You
Gotta have something
if you want to be with me. Nothing from nothing leaves
nothing. All right, I am really fired up. Throughout the season, we're going to do our best to talk to quarterbacks about the quarterback, and there is nobody to start this with better prepared, that understands, honestly, the problems at the quarterback position really since he stopped playing for the Burgundy and Gold. Our friend, Mr. Joe Theismann. Joe T, what up, man? How are you?
I'm good, guys. How are you all doing?
We're doing good, brother.
We're great. Are you in town, Joe? Are you in D.C.?
Actually, no, I'm not. We're out of town for a few days, but I'm
Okay.
I guess the clubs are closed on Monday. That's why B. Mitch is there, right?
Joe, man, you
Isn't
play
that-
way more golf
isn't
than I
that
do.
about right?
Every time I go to a golf tournament, they say Joe just left.
I was going to, if you were in town, Joe, we're live at Lost Rhino Brewing. I was going to buy you some chicken wings and maybe a growler, but since you're out of town, we'll take a rain check.
Appreciate the invitation. I'll be happy to take the rain check. You got it.
Sounds
All
good,
right,
man.
all right.
Well, so did you get to watch the Commanders this weekend, and kind of what were your thoughts on the rookie quarterback?
I watched some of the game. I watched the beginning of it and had a chance to see what Jaden did. I mean, it's incredible that we get all the hype. Obviously, knew he had to be the number one pick. Had all the hype, all the Heisman Trophy, and the way he played ball and everything that we've seen going up until this football game on the road in New York, which is a different experience. You know, B-Mitch, you know what it's like. It's different to open at home, and then it's different to be on the road. And he comes out and he does some really, really special stuff. And you basically want to say to yourself, as advertised, it's a very small sample, but I think it's enough to get us excited about his ability. And I think it's a little bit of an indicator of what Cliff Kingsbury wants to do with this offense. We have not necessarily been a very good downfield football team. And that's the way you score points. And that's, our biggest thing has been, we've been scoring around 20, 21 points, and it's just not enough in this league today to be able to win football games. So you have to get the chunk yards. You have to throw the ball down the field. And that dime he threw yesterday was very, very impressive.
Yes. And he does that in practice all the time, Joe. But when you look at the running play when he went into the end zone, you see how that defense was playing very, very careful in a sense, which I think is going to make other defenses have to be concerned about the ability for him to do that as well.
You really have to. I mean, the thing about having the ability to run, it's the threat by itself that creates opportunities, and that's exactly what Jaden is able to do. The read option is something that's become a big part of football of the last 5, 10 years, I guess 5, 7 years. And you need someone with that athletic ability. But the thing you have to temper yourself as a young guy is you have to know when to run and you have to know when not to run. And that is something that I've noticed watching him in practice a little bit. He has great pocket discipline. He's not in a hurry to get out of there. They're going to call running plays for him to be able to use his legs, which is great. And he's going to be smart about it. That's the big thing. He has to be smart about running. Somebody asked me this the other day. Well, what do you expect from Jayden Daniels? I want him to play 17 at least football games. I want to see him line up every week because each week he lines up, he's going to learn more. He's going to get better. And this is the big thing, Mitch, and you know this. When you studied film, if you could study yourself, you know why you made the decisions that you made. It's the same thing at the quarterback position. It's one thing to sit in a quarterback room and watch somebody work, but you don't know what's in his head. Now, if you're out there on the field and you're making decisions, you know why you made it, and that's something you can improve on. And so for me, if he stays healthy, I think we're going to be perfectly fine. And that's the big thing. And, it's a demanding season. It's a lot different than college ball.
It's, Joe, there's been a lot of rookie quarterbacks, high first-round draft picks, whatever, and so much has seemed to go wrong, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just curious. I'm sure you've got to talk to him, and in the last 10 years, we've seen Robert, we've seen Dwayne. You go further back, they draft Jason Campbell. Jaden to me just seems different as a person, as kind of a worker, as the first guy in, all those things. I'm curious what you've thought of him, on the field. We saw at LSU, and now we saw just a little brief, snapshot. But what have you learned of him as a dude?
I think a lot of guys have to learn how to be professionals. Jayden comes in knowing how to be a professional. He knows how to study. I guarantee he knows how to take care of his body. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but you don't need to be. If you take care of yourself, if you're smart, if you protect yourself. He has great study habits. They use the virtual goggles, which, really, it's different than when we played. Heck, the only goggles we ever wore was when we went into the tub. That's all we ever wore. When we were, when we were feeling pretty good, we go in the tub, sit down, and put some goggles on. But now you have a chance to be able to study the game more in depth, and he wants to do it. He embraces that. That's the thing you hear about the coaches talk about. Him wanting to embrace the change, the newness, the challenge that's ahead. He understands what this stage is all about. He's played on the big stage. He's won the Heisman Trophy. Mike Denbrock did a great job with him down at LSU. Now we have Mike at Notre Dame, which I'm excited about as well. But I just, when you say, what are you looking for in a young quarterback? He fits the bill. He's humble. He understands what he needs to do. And at the quarterback position, what we really are is facilitators. It's our job to get the ball to the right people so that they can do their job. But still, it all depends on the five guys up front. We could talk till we're blue in the face about the position, about what needs to be done. And like I say, he checks all the boxes. But to be able to have time, to be able to do the things that you need to do from that position, it requires those five guys up front to be able to do their jobs as well.
You watch him in the pocket. He seems to be a guy who works the pocket very well, and he gets rid of the ball rather quickly. When you're talking about an offensive line trying to come together, that quarterback with his timeliness can help them out a little bit as well, don't you think?
Tremendously. It's a great point. Great point. If you hold the ball, you're going to, your offensive line can only hold it for so long. And with these speed rushers today, Tom Moore, who coached in Indianapolis and had Peyton Manning, Tom and I used to talk all the time, guys. We did football camps many, many years ago, and he's always been a great friend and a great quarterback mind. And when he got Peyton Manning, he told me, I said, what do you want to do with him? He said, I want to do two things. I want to make sure he doesn't get beat up physically, and I want to make sure he doesn't get beat up mentally. And by not getting beat up physically, you get the ball out of your hands quickly. It protects your quarterback, and it protects the guys up front. So they have a little bit of they have that clock in their head as well. So they know when you're supposed to get rid of the ball. They understand the concept. And if you hold it a beat longer, they know they're going to get beat. And then you want to be able to have routes that you can get the ball out of his hands. You don't want him standing back there waiting on an 18-15 comeback. You've got to put him on the move. You've got to put him with play action. And, our running back room is very deep. Our wide receiver room, I believe, is very deep. So you've got complements around him. Now you want to be able to put him in a situation where he gets protected with the things that you do in the concept of the offense.
Talking with our friend Joe Theismann here. Redskins great in the 1983 season. The Redskins went 14-2. Joe had 29 touchdowns, was named Associated Press Most Valuable Player of the NFL. You can follow Joe at Theismann7, Theismann 7. You mentioned the O-line there, Joe. They are kind of dealing with some injuries. As a guy that used to line up behind one of the most legendary offensive lines in football, when does a quarterback, because I think it's entirely possible that Jaden isn't getting much work with the starter, with who's going to be his starting O-line. In whether it's Lucas, Coleman, or Wiley, those guys are missing some time. As a quarterback, when do you need to start building that cohesion with your O-line prior to week one?
It's the first time anybody's ever asked that question, which is really great, JP. But I think it's, that you have to just get the ball out of you help them. So, we've sort of dealt with this. I mean, it's been like a deck of cards for us for years here. We lose a center, we lose a guard, we lose a tackle. It seems like that's almost been a mantra in Washington. Is yes, we've struggled at the position, but we've also had problems up front where we just can't keep people healthy. I tell people all the time, when you get towards playoff time at the end of a season, take a look at the offensive lines that have played together over the longest periods of time. they're probably going to be the ones that are in the playoffs or vying for a championship. You know, you think of Philadelphia a couple of years ago. Look at Kansas City. You look at the Cowboys, the runs, you know, they've made and the success that they've had. It's all built in San Francisco. It happens with the guys up front. Happened with us. How long does it take? I think that's for those 5 guys to work on. You know, they'll do what they need to do. Jayden just has to stay what he needs to do, and that's get the ball out of his hands, make good decisions, and you know, and don't take unnecessary hits. Don't take unnecessary sacks. You know, if you take a sack on 1st and 10, the chance of getting a first down is like 12%. Right. So all those things are broken down in percentages. But I think the cohesiveness of the offensive line can come, and you have to have versatility, which we do now. You've got guards that play center, centers that play guards, you know, the swing tackles. I think that those guys will come together. But the only way they're going to be able to do it is once we get into the season, because there's not enough time in preseason, and you're not going to put them out there on the field and put them subject to injury.
Don't you get to the point though, Joe, at quarterback where you work that area of the pocket, whether it's a certain person there or not, and whenever, because during the season people do get nicked up, and somebody else come in, you just got to keep working the same area of the pocket.
That you do. I mean, you have to remain. You have to remain with your discipline. You know, and obviously we talk about what's interesting in today's football, which is a little different than years gone by. Not really though, but we talk about the 5 guys up front. But then again, you have to have those backs that can pick up the blitzes. They'd be able to pick up the linebackers, be able to pick up the safeties. If not, you know, if not stone them, at least get in their way, so you don't get the free runners. And those are, you know, and this is the thing also about Jayden is he does move well in a pocket. And he protects the ball. You know, totally. we see Justin Fields struggling with this still to this day. You get people around it, the ball gets away from him, and the ball's on the ground. Jayden does a nice job of protecting the ball, getting his feet reset, getting the ball out of his hands. You know, those are the tiny little things that matter so much. You know, the ball is a vital piece of machinery that everybody wants a piece of, and you have to protect it at all costs.
As Joe would say, ball is life.
It's such a great point, Joe, because one of the things that's really impressed me with Jayden is in practice during 11-on-11s, when he is on the move and they're moving him around a decent amount, he stops and sets his shoulders before he fires, even when he's rolling to his opposite side. And I feel like a lot of young quarterbacks never think about that little step, and your chance of an accurate pass is so much significantly higher.
When you think about it, when you think about throwing a football, actually, to be honest with you, I was a bit more accurate to my left than I was to my right. It's a little bit in tennis. In tennis, you take your forehand for granted. But yet, if you're going to hit a good backhand, you have to turn your shoulders. You have to get the racket set, and then you're able to release. It's a little bit like football. If you're rolling to the right, you don't need to be quite as on point to be able to get the ball. I watched Caleb Williams make a throw yesterday, a little bit on the run. That's fine. But if you're rolling left and you try and do that, you've got no chance. From an accuracy standpoint, you know, it's incredibly worse. So to be able to adjust your shoulders, to be able to have your belly button and your shoulders face the target you're looking for is key. And like I said, fundamentally, Jayden's had some great training. Before he got to us, he's had some great training in college to work on those little things that matter when it comes to being able to get a completion versus an incompletion.
I mean, Brian Kelly, who you know well from his days with the Golden Domers, he might not be the nicest fella, but he's a hell of a coach.
Yeah.
We are talking with our friend.
He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy.
You know him better. I'm only just standing from afar. Joe, I don't know that you've thought about this, but I looked this up. You started 124 games for the Redskins over a decade, right? You won 30 more games than you lost. That's what this is about. Ultimately, is winning damn ball games.
Yep. Yeah.
That is really impressive.
Yeah, we had a heck of a run. I mean, I was very blessed to play with an incredible group of guys in an incredible system. You know, Coach Gibbs and his staff were absolutely phenomenal. And you know, it was I called us a group of guys with characters with character. Believe me, there was a bunch of characters. We used to do stuff that, you know, would be legendary in today's game. But we had a lot of fun playing together, and we played for one another. And there wasn't one guy on that field that shied away from wanting to be the guy to make the play, whether it's to block a kick, whether it's to make a catch, whether it's to make a block for somebody else. It was an unselfish group of guys that did anything they needed to do to help us win football games. It was never about us as individuals, but it was about all of us together being able to, what can I do to help you? What do I need to do to get better so that we can contribute together? And that was the fun run that we had. I mean, 1983, that year we went 14-2. I used to sit in those meetings, and there was no doubt in my mind we were going to win. The only question that I had as I stepped on that football field was how many points I thought we could score. I mean, that's how proficient we were at what we did in that particular year. And, it's funny you say 29 touchdown passes. Guys are at that number today with 7 games to go. I mean, that's how much the game has changed. It's like, oh, geez, he's had 29 touchdown passes. What's he going to do the rest of the season?
Well, to your point, in that 83 season, you guys finished the year first in points, third in yards. You were 5th in passing touchdowns. So you ranked up at the top of the league, first in rushing attempts. You guys were running the hell out of the football and still throwing it quite well.
And I expect us, the Commanders, I expect us to be able to do, pretty much the same. That we've got, like I say, that's another thing we talk about, coordination of the offensive line, the ability to run the football. If you're able to run the football in early downs, then you're able to control down in distance and be able to control the game. And you have to be able to run it at the end of the game. You're not going to protect the lead dropping back throwing the football. We've seen too many leads dissipate for us late in games because we haven't been able to control the clock. And that's where the toughness comes up. That's where those guys up front are going to make a world of difference. And it seems like a lot of this conversation, I'm talking about the guys up front, and I wanted to, because they're a very essential part. The most underrated position in football is the center. Doesn't get enough credit. He's the traffic cop. He does all the things that you need to do to be able to get people in the right place so that you get that extra split second to throw the ball, or that you go to the second level and you get that next block that springs the big one.
Well, I don't think it's an accident they signed Biotis.
I told him center may be more important than left tackle.
Yeah, but you know what? That's interesting, too, because the left tackle was always considered the premier offensive line position. But now you have both ends are open. It used to be most of the time the tight end was on the right side. So you had the left tackle basically one-on-one with the right defensive end. Nowadays, you've got 4 wides, 5 wides. You're in the gun. Both sides are open. So to me, the history of the left tackle isn't what it used to be. Yes, that's what it was, because it was the open side. Now you better darn well have a good right tackle. And look at the leading sackers in all of football. They were left defensive ends, which came from the right side.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, yeah.
So it's that whole concept about hey, pay the left tackle a ton of money. You better not ignore the right, though.
There you go.
Joe, I should have asked this earlier. Jaden checking out of a screen, throwing that beautiful deep pass to Diami. What'd you make of that in a preseason game?
I like the fact that he's involved in the offense to a point where he can recognize things. Now, it's going to get more and more complex as we move closer, and then you're going to have 60 minutes of football, hopefully more than just 30 minutes of football against Tampa Bay in the opener. But those are to be able to recognize a front, and again, credit to the coaching to be able to bring them to that point, to recognize it and say, okay, I've got one-on-one. And I guarantee you, Cliff has said, hey, look, if you get the look that you think you can get, let it go. That's trust in your quarterback and trust in the system, and it's trust in the wide receiver that he's going to get open. B-Mitch, you know this. You check to a play as a quarterback, and you're the guy that's going to get the ball, or you anticipate it. It's a different mindset, totally different mindset. I've got to run this route a little bit more crisp. I know I've got the opportunity, and so when you get that chance to be able to go down the field and make that kind of throw and make that kind of catch, that's special. Those moments are special.
Yeah,
Joe, thank you so much for making time for us, man. We really appreciate it.
I love visiting with you guys. Take care. Hope to see you soon.
All right, get to that tea time.
That's Joe Theismann. Give him a follow at Theismann7. Awesome to hear Joe T talk about Jayden. Hopefully,
But
we
think
can do
about
that.
this. If you don't want him to check off to it, don't teach it to him.
Right.
That's all I'll say.
We've been having a lot of fun talking about the quarterback. We got to
Right.
talk about some stuff that ain't so awesome. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are you tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch to Rude and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Rude just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Rude 18-series inverter heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Rude keeps me comfortable while I'm chilling at home or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Rude.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Over the weekend, the Commanders fell to the Jets in the preseason opener 20-17. Jayden Daniels leading a touchdown drive in his one drive of the game. Now they'll gear up for the Dolphins preseason game, which comes up on Saturday at 7 o'clock. They'll hold a joint practice in Miami with the Dolphins on Thursday. Other NFL news, the Commanders are working out veteran wide receiver Martavis Bryant. The Dolphins are activating linebacker Jalen Phillips off of the PUP list. He's returning from a torn Achilles injury. In college football, the AP Top 25 poll was just released minutes ago. Number 1 is going to be Georgia. Number 2, Ohio State. Oregon at number 3, Texas at 4, and Alabama at 5. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Angels yesterday 6-4. They'll look to bounce back in a game tomorrow against the Orioles as they take on the O's for 2 in Baltimore. And the final medal count for the Olympics as it wrapped up yesterday. The USA tied China with 40 gold medals and led the medal count overall with 126. China was in second with 91. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley live out at Lost Rhino Brewing in Ashburn, Virginia. If you're out here, come through, say hi. We got a tech executive, construction executive, all sorts of executives hanging out. We got wings, pulled pork. I mean this sincerely to the people at Lost Rhino. They serve pulled pork sandwiches, correct, which is coleslaw on the sandwich. That is the correct way to serve it, and I want to tip my cap to them.
All right.
Also, if you're into it, like Brian is, clearly, Family Feud tonight at 6:30.
What?
You should just stick around. Invite that Olympic fencer. Maybe you get a chance at Retribution because she smoked you last time, B.
I was on the show. You weren't.
That's true, but I won as many buzzer challenges as you did.
I got some money.
I did not. But Landville, can you just confirm if that's accurate that I won as many of the buzzer challenges as B-Mitch did?
Whatever you say is going to depict how much food I pay for you in the next few weeks too, Landfill.
Yeah, you got absolutely smoked by that fencer.
Landfill, you
got smoked like these wings from Lost Rhino.
You will not be eating from me, Landfill.
That's all right. You're doing enough for everybody right now.
The whole season.
That was a zing and a half, Landini. Shout out to Lost Rhino. People on the stream are watching B-Mitch eat wings. Seymour Butt says, B-Mitch destroying that bone.
Damn, Skippy.
All right. We've been on the air now for 2.5 hours.
Yep.
That is
time to let the people talk.
2.5 hours would be 150 minutes. And I think, right? 120 plus 30. I don't know that Greg's my guy to help me here.
You right on that one.
But I think there's so much excitement with Jayden Daniels, deservedly, that we haven't talked about kind of the things that weren't good.
Yeah.
And I want to talk specifically about Emmanuel Forbes. He's become this flashpoint, and I think it's unfair. He's wildly inconsistent.
Emmanuel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, dude, he was good on the first drive.
But
he was legit good. They tested him. He was there. He was in position.
That is the life of a cornerback.
But you can't be to his level of inconsistent where it's good game, bad game. I don't know what you do there, because the play where he got turned around in a circle on the fade for the touchdown later was equally bad to the good coverage early on. I was impressed, perhaps more so, that he seemed a willing participant in run support.
Yeah.
But, what happens that in the same game that could change so dramatically?
What I noticed with him, he's a guy that seems like he's thinking through everything instead of just reacting. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the fade route, if he just turns and runs, he's in position to knock that ball down.
He just
But what he does, it's like when he goes to try and touch somebody, he misses him, he gets lost. You know, and that's what I think when I was with, who was it? Either, can't remember if it was Tanner or Fred saying this, where you watch some cornerbacks when they're in position and the moment they, like the player give them a movement, get past them, they panic. And the first thing they do is grab. Okay? What he does, when he goes to hit somebody, he misses them, he completely panics. Instead of just turn and run, you have speed, dude, and you have length. So if he just turned on that play, he was there, but he just was still trying to touch the guy instead of get head back and get the.
So there's a technique for that, right?
Yeah.
Like when you get beat off the line, you're trying to play through their hands.
Yeah.
And you don't have to decide, like, you lost the ball, you're going to get beat, play to their hands. Look for their hands to go up, play to their hands. And it's almost like when he's able to maintain his composure off the line of scrimmage, he can stick with it.
Yeah.
But when he gets beat off the line of scrimmage, he doesn't stick with his technique. Whatever's there goes out the window. But B, what worries me more is, and we saw this at a joint against Garrett Wilson, when he does get beat off the line of scrimmage, then he just doesn't want to play at the line of scrimmage. And then you start seeing these soft zones and stuff where he's just given. I don't know.
He has to get the mindset of a corner, which is forgetful.
Dude,
you if something happens, it's gone. You move to the next.
Corners are until I learned more about sprinters over the last 2 weeks and a young man from Alexandria, I always thought corners were the cockiest people on the planet.
Yeah.
And that's the mindset you have to have at that position. You have to have it. And it seems like he's in his head a little bit.
I think, the talk of it is that if he can see a ball and track it, he's better than anybody out there. But the problem with cornerbacks, they're normally playing with their back to the ball. And there's a thing that they say, catch the flash of the football. You know what I mean? He has to learn to turn and see and then aim at what that object is instead of having to track the ball all the way in, because he's not going to have that many chances for that. And I think the thing about him, when they're doing like crossing stuff, he is on the receiver because now he can run with them and see it. But when he don't see the ball, he doesn't react very well. And he got to learn to do that and learn how, like you said, play through the receiver. When you're running and you see that guy, he tells you what the ball is doing. Because if he's concerned about it, he always gets beat.
I think
slows up.
Horizontally, he stays in position. Like you're talking about the crossers or somebody runs an out on him or something. But I think when it's vertical stuff,
got problems.
Dude, it's in his I don't know, right? And he's played 1 year. He's got new coaches teaching him new things now. But of the four corners that have emerged as like certainly parts of this roster going forward, Mike Davis, Benjamin St. Juste, Sam Still, and then Forbes, it's hard not to have the most concern about Forbes because the lows are really low. And that doesn't mean it can't be changed. But, like, you base it off of last year, which you could put on a fair amount of it as coaching, right? Like, whoever made the decision to go one-on-one with the probably least physically imposing cornerback in the NFL, with arguably the most physically imposing wide receiver in the NFL, whatever it was, 5-6 weeks into his NFL career, I think that was a big mistake, right? But there's nothing preventing him from improving now. Two things drive me crazy. I think people incorrectly try to make this about effort or attitude. If there was effort or attitude questions, we would hear it from the staff. Frankly, Joe Witt would not tolerate that. Dan Quinn would not tolerate that. I don't buy into that. We're also in the middle of a windstorm here at Los Rhino. B-Mitch is using all of his former NFL player strength to hold on to this umbrella. Shout out to the umbrella. Now I'll try to hold it to blow away. But, I just think he's become this flashpoint on social media, and this stuff happens, and it kind of sucks, but that's just life in the big city.
It happens, bro.
I don't think he has played up to the potential a lot of folks thought he had coming out of the draft. He was a first-round pick, graded, coming out of the combine. That's how
more than just this team.
That's how the whole league looked at him. But the inconsistencies, because the people that just want to scream, don't play him, are going to ignore that he looked good early on.
Mm-hmm.
He did. That happened. We saw it.
Mm-hmm.
But damn, he looked poor later. And I think
why weren't you playing?
They kept him on the field because they want to see more.
You have to play him. You have to see if he's going to be able to correct things. You're going to have to see if he's not going to let one thing snowball into a bigger thing. And because you have to make some damn real decisions on stuff like this. And you have to play him as much as you can. And listen, one thing about football, pro football, you go out there, you perform, we judge you. And normally you are going, like, they be like, oh, man, they cut me. No, you cut yourself. They kept me. No, you kept yourself. If you perform properly, they keep you. If you don't, they let you go. Can't blame nobody but you. And the only way they're going to find that out is by putting him out there and putting him in that position to go out and show them whether he can handle or not handle it.
I agree, B. I think, I think there's a real question with Forbes, but I don't think it's a real question about a roster spot. Because when you look at this corner group, I mean, he's a first rounder under control for 2 more years, potentially 3, although they're certainly not tracking towards a 5th-year option at all. Forbes stuff was a concern, and not a concern because I think people are trying to oversimplify, like, oh, he just sucks. No, he doesn't. Did you watch early on when he looked pretty good?
He was damn good.
The inconsistencies are the variable, the delta in his good to bad is far too wide. And I don't know that can be fixed. And I don't know that you can really count on him as a piece of this thing going forward if that can't be fixed. I think the kicker's a problem. I also want to talk about Jamin Davis, who made a couple important plays early on, but was playing in the fourth quarter.
I don't think it makes a problem that he played in the fourth quarter because they are trying to find out if he can really do something at a high level. You have to put him through that test. And let's be real, he's just like a rookie. He's playing a new position. You don't play him 3-4 plays to take him out the game because I want to know, can he hasn't been, well, I know that. Now I want to see him consistently set the edges. There were times when he said it, he was unbelievable. He set the edge, came
early
off
on,
tackle a couple of times.
Sure.
Then other times he set the edge, but then he lost him. He got lost inside, and the guy was able to jump outside. You want him to be able to go out there and work those things out. People look at the quarter based off, okay, well, he's a guy playing in the fourth quarter. You think Jamin has bought into what they're doing. He wants to show he can do something. He probably knew he was going to play a long time because the people that back him up probably wouldn't even out on the field. So
I don't think you're asking a guy to convert positions, learn new stuff, and a guy that, whether it's his fault or not, maybe coaching let him down or put him in positions that he didn't excel at. Like, they've asked him to learn different positions before, and it didn't go well. So he should take the work. Here's what I'd like to do. Mitch Tishler is going to join us at 1 o'clock. We got to go around the NFL at 1:30. Check in on the first week of the preseason is done. Everybody has played. We've learned some stuff. We've learned some stuff about the NFC East. Plus, Matt Kuchar is a douchebag. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, live out at Lost Rhino Brewery, Ashburn, Virginia. You might remember we were out here a couple weeks ago. It was right before training camp started for the launch of the
right before two-a-days started.
Right before two-a-days, the two-a-days hazy IPA. Talking with our friend Stephanie, apparently it's selling really well. If you haven't had it, it's really good. If you like a hazy,
try it out.
If you like a hazy, it's good. Now, we're making a point to bring you a baseball segment every damn day. Our baseball coverage on 1067 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Check out the savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. I nailed that.
/switch.
Nailed that, B.
About time.
Right. Checking in.
Spell it, Greg. No, that's all right.
You keep messing with Greg. Leave Greg alone. Nats took 2 out of 3 from the Angels over the weekend. Good series in Natstown. They're now back, still kind of floating around that 10, 11 games below 500. But what's going to be fun, they got an off day today. 2 games against the Orioles the next 2 days. I mentioned this last week, B. Ever since I bought those O's tickets, I get like 8,000 emails every day from MLB.com. And now I'm getting MLB power ranks, Brian. Who's your best team in baseball?
Who is?
I'm asking you.
I'm still going with the Guardians.
Not according to MLB.com, baby.
So who they say, man?
Orioles. I watched them last night, beat up on the Rays.
Still going with the Guardians.
They got the O's as number 1. Their loss on Sunday, I guess I watched them Saturday night, beat up on the Rays. Their loss on Sunday dropped them into a tie with the Yankees atop the AL East, but they still became the first team in baseball to reach 70 wins over the weekend. That's 18 more than they had back in 21. I mean, they've really turned this thing around. The power rankings go O's, Phillies, Yankees, Jeff's stupid Yankees. Then the Dodgers. Your Guardians are all the way down to 6.
I just say Guardians. I don't like none of them. My team is rebuilding.
Nats?
Yeah.
Who was your baseball team growing up?
Reds.
Could you get the games on like AM radio? Apparently they had some outrageous.
We had it on TV, JP. I wasn't growing up in the prehistoric days.
I did. How many games would you get on TV?
Lots. Enough to like the Reds.
Who was your guy?
Ken's dad was my original guy.
Oh, really? Like Griffey Sr.? That's cool. I thought he played for the Mariners. He came up with the big red machine.
This dude right here, bro. Sometimes he's like,
He definitely played for the Mariners because he and
what
Ken
I always
played
try
together.
to tell him is like sometimes just don't say stuff publicly.
What I said was accurate.
But you act like he didn't play for the Reds though.
I said I thought he played for the Mariners. He played for the Mariners.
Play for the Reds?
When his son came up. Mitch's mic's not on. He's just talking into it.
Oh, his dad was Mitch.
Yeah, his dad played for the Reds.
You got me?
His dad played for the Reds. That's why Ken Griffey Jr. grew up in Cincinnati, and when he got a
went
trade,
back to play for the
Yeah.
Reds. All right. What was your thought on Pete Rose back then? He was a maniac.
I
right?
had no problem with Pete. Pete was my guy. Pete was real good because he did whatever it took to win. Because he had to. Because he had bet on him.
Ken Griffey Sr. was a 3-time All-Star and placed 8th in the MVP voting in 1976. Who all was on that Red team?
I was 8.
Rose, Griffey, Johnny Bench.
Yeah, Johnny Bench was there. Was Catfish on that team? The Catfish Hunter?
I got no idea. Joe Morgan, second baseman, right?
I played a golf team with Joe Morgan. Knocks the cover off a ball.
Does he really? I'm looking for pictures. I don't know. All right, B's a Reds fan. Now you know.
Celebrity thing.
All right, we're going to get back to football here in just a moment. Plenty to discuss from Saturday's preseason opener against the Jets. I wonder how different it would have looked like, and if Rodgers was playing, if Garrett Wilson was playing. The Jets have a lot of talent. I think kind of what we said, that you have Thursday joint practice where the Jets looked a lot better and everybody was going. Saturday, I mean, I guess Washington lost the game, so technically that matters to some people.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. I think by far the biggest development was just seeing Jayden Daniels in the burgundy and gold, out on the field, make good decisions, And I think repeatedly you saw the audible, the check to the Diami deep shot, and then even more so the run at the goal line. Decision making at the quarterback position is so vital. And when you go back and listen to what Dan Quinn has talked about, how much he cares about protecting the football, and then in the past 2 years as a starting college quarterback, Jayden Daniels threw 7 interceptions in 2 seasons.
He protects the ball. I mean,
totally.
They talk about that, about even him in practice, where, Coach Witt talks about how he's used to getting more touches on the ball as a defense. And he said, young quarterback protects that football. So when you go out there and you don't just go through the motions in practice, where you are seriously doing the things you're going to do in the game, that's why he gets so good. That's why he's so good in the game, because he takes it serious.
That is correct. When we come back, Mitch Tishler joins the program.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders are back at practice today in Ashburn as they gear up for their second preseason game, which comes up on Saturday against the Dolphins in Miami at 7 o'clock. They'll hold a joint practice with the Dolphins on Thursday. Other NFL news, the Commanders are working out veteran wide receiver Martavis Bryant, and Dolphins linebacker Jalen Phillips is being removed from the PUP list. He's recovering from a torn Achilles he suffered last season. And the Falcons are hosting safety Justin Simmons on a visit, and they placed their third-round rookie outside linebacker Braylon Trice on injured reserve with a knee injury he sustained in their preseason game. He's likely done for the season. In college football, the AP Top 25 poll was released today. Number 1 is Georgia. Number 2, Ohio State. Oregon comes in at number 3. Texas and Alabama round out the top 5. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Angels in the final game of the series as they looked for the sweep yesterday. They fell 6-4. They'll have the day off today. Then they'll take on the Orioles for 2 in Baltimore beginning tomorrow night. And at the Olympics, as they wrapped up, the United States led all countries with 126 medals. China finished second with 91. And the U.S. and China tied for the most gold medals, each with 40. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Oh my God, we're back again. All right, B. Mitch and Finley back at Lost Rhino Brewing. If you're wondering why we're here and not in Ashburn, the Commanders
got a boy band here.
Well, we do have a boy band here. Maybe we could form our own. We got like a very good vibe here.
One thing we don't have voice.
It'll be an old man band.
I can kind of sing. I can croon. I'm a crooner, B.
I've heard you sing on the radio though.
All right, we are out here at Lost Rhino. I don't know where he's plugged in. Okay. Out here at Lost Rhino because Commanders have a late practice. We're going to head over there after we get done here. We appreciate the good folks at Lost Rhino. Our guy Mark just walked up to say what's up. He's going to drive a bunch of beer. He's getting the 2-a-days haze. We're having fun, man. Everybody's out here. The vibe's always cool. The weather is just perfect today.
Fantabulous.
Shout out to Doug Kammerer. I just always shout him out when the weather's nice.
Like Doug really got this weather right for you today.
He did, man. He did. But most importantly, right now, I'm surrounded by Leos. Mitch Tishler's birthday was Saturday. B-Mitch is this coming Sunday. Mitch is live with us now at Lost Rhino. What up, big man?
I take all. Remember that time JP told y'all send me a penny? Send me dollars for my birthday. Everybody that sent me a penny, send me $10.
That was funny.
Yeah, if you're sending B-Mitch dollars, send me hundreds. I'll take them. What's up, everyone?
Let's start how we really started the program for a while. You were at the Meadowlands on Saturday watching the game. You were at the joint practice in the rain watching the practice. What'd you make of the Commanders' work against the Jets, and what'd you make of Jaden?
I mean, I don't think you could watch Jaden and think anything but he was very good and showed you both sides of what he can do, both with his legs and with his arm. I think, we're talking about 3 passes that he threw in the game, and the first one was a little screen pass. I think he was a little overexcited in his first NFL game, and didn't quite have the touch on it. But man, that throw to Diami was incredible. I'm always talking about the O-line, watching the O-line. I think that interior, that O-line played very well, both in the joint practice and then also in the game. And you can't have the penalties that Nick Allegretti had, in the false start, but at the same time, you look at the throw to Diami and how much room Jaden had to step up. And that's a very important part because, as much as you need good tackle play, when a quarterback gets pressure right up the middle, it gives them no chance to win. So at least they were giving him a little bit of a pocket and a chance to throw the ball. And then the other thing you have to take away from it is, there are 3 tackles on this roster that presumably seem like NFL caliber players, and all 3 of them are hurt right now. And you can tell that they have other dudes that will line up there, left and right tackle, but none of the rest of them, you could go into a season with them as your starters.
Yeah, I don't think you can, but I saw some things in the game that even Joe mentioned, you have to have running backs that are willing participants in that. And that kid, Wiley, he was delivering some lumber.
He was.
You know, and I think Brian, we know B-Rob already is going to bring it. Austin has been around a long time. So they can scheme up stuff to help them out until they get those guys back. Because like I always tell people, like if people get so worried about what we don't have, that may be what we have. At times this year we will have them. So you got to find out other ways to make sure you can still go along with the production.
I entirely agree with you on that because it's not about the individual talent on an O-line.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the unit as a whole and how the coaches put together a plan for them. The question is going to be, will Cliff Kingsbury keep in a tight end or keep in a running back? You know, we've had coaches here over the past years who say, hey, my system is great and the guys are going to play in my system whether they fit or not.
Mm-hmm.
And they wouldn't give a tackle help or they wouldn't give you know, a quarterback an extra blocker chipper staying in there. I don't believe Cliff Kingsbury is going to be
He's not going to be like that.
Maniacal,
in that game just Saturday showed that.
Dude,
Early
the
on
red
with
zone
Jaden,
stuff we've seen is never like that. Like he's a power runner when they get the way Cliff calls plays. I mean, there's beef out there.
Dude runs the ball.
Dude, they've got a fullback out there. They're lining up with like 2 and 3 tight ends. We're not even seeing Ertz yet. I don't know that we'll see Ertz in preseason.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think the perception of Cliff and the reality are quite different.
I talked to somebody the other day, and they were talking about the air raid. I was like, what they just ran today is not the air raid. The man showed you he wanted to run the ball and establish. You go when he was in, you talk about it a lot, when he was in Arizona, they ran the ball and established the run. I believe as things get better, he will take chances when you want to, if someone want to crowd the line, he's going to take chances down the field. But ultimately, he wants to run the ball down your throat first.
And you look at least a pair of those tight ends. Ben Sennett obviously had the great catch downfield, but he's a son of a gun in the blocking game, along with John Bates. And so, like, you look at the group of tight ends they have, and they kind of have, you know, Zach Ertz, who's more of a pass catcher but can block than a blocker. Turner was trying to show as much.
They're like, look, I know I'm skinny, but I'm tough.
I think Turner's like, yo, I know what you guys have heard about me, and I'm changing the changing the tune.
That's what we've seen.
The touchdown run, the dude was out the back of the end zone.
I mean,
he was in the tunnel. He was like damn near in the tunnel.
And that was the same DB that Diami had just beaten deep. So tough day for
he had a bad
Jaden's fellow LSU Tiger over there.
We'll see what happens. Chris Rodriguez seems on the outside right now. I mean, McNichols got a carry before him. I think Wiley looked better than him. Are you surprised by the running back situation right now?
I'm not surprised necessarily. It's just different. Kind of like we were just talking about with tight ends. You have your pass catchers and you have your blockers. With the running backs, you have your kind of run up the middle guys, and then you have your scat back type players. And for years in Washington, they prioritized having multiple beefy running backs that can get the ball up the middle and really only have kind of the one scat back third down guy. I think you have B-Rob, which we know he can run between the tackles. Eckler is, I think, kind of a little bit of both.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Rodriguez, unfortunately, is kind of a poor man's Brian Robinson at running back. And if they prioritize getting those running backs out in the pass game, then it might make more sense for this offense to keep a third running back that's closer to, you know, that's the Jeremy McNichols type versus Chris Rodriguez.
I think being like having two facets, being able to run and catch it is more vital for this offense than it is anything, because as I watched what they were doing on Saturday, when you thought Eckler's in the game, you immediately thought, oh, they're going to throw a pass. They line him in the tee, and they come back in the middle with a run. Put B-Rob in the game, you think, oh, it's going to be a run, something they put him back in the eye, and then they still utilize him to have a play-action pass or something like that.
We've seen them line B-Rob outside.
Yeah.
Like they want that variety.
You have to do that because you can't give keys that say, oh, he's in the game is predominantly run. He's in the game predominantly pass. You got to mix it up on them. And I think they have that ability with those guys, and they're going to try to get guys like that.
Wiley, like his college stats are total mixed bag. I mean, last year at Arizona, he had 28 catches for over 300 yards and 5 touchdowns out of the backfield. Like, I mean, over the course of his career, he's been a multifaceted guy, and I think that's part of why they like him. But he's got a little thump to him, man.
Yeah,
5'11", 210. Like he'll feed shoulder pads.
I think we know another guy sitting across the table.
5'11",
Thump
210 out of college, he's already bigger.
Yeah.
I mean,
I imagine somebody could thump somebody.
I mean, he's lower than most guys trying to tackle him. If he got some strength in his legs, he can make people think twice about hitting him.
Talking with our friend Mitch Tishler here from the Beltway Football Podcast. You can follow him at Mitch_Tishler. Couple guys I wanted to talk about. You mentioned, were we in break when we were having that Jamin conversation?
I think we were in break.
Okay. Jamin had a couple strong plays to start that game and then was still playing late in that game. What'd you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, you had to like what you saw out of Jamin, especially early against Olufashanu, first round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, Commanders fans probably know because he was one of the big names that was being buoyed around that they might trade back in the first round to pick. I mean, he might not start this season for the Jets, but inevitably he's going to be a longtime starter in the NFL, or at least seems to be. So you like the fact that he was able to go out and make a couple plays against a guy like that. To me, what was concerning was, as we got later in the game, we saw him pop up less and less. And if you are a, contributing NFL player, if you're a guy who's going to play on Sundays in the fourth quarter of the first preseason game, I want to see you pop. You should be beating the pants off of whoever's in front of you, because those guys, you love throwing that pause out there. When you drop one of them, just let it slide on by.
No, but I'll say this to that, Mitch. In preseason, the guys that you're saying that about, they play one series. Okay?
Absolutely.
So what happened with Jamin when he was fresh and they were fresh, he was winning. Later on in that game, they kept bringing fresh guys in, although they have less talent. Dude wasn't fresh anymore. And I know people go, well, he got tired. First preseason game, nobody's ready for 4 quarters. You know what I mean? So he was at a disadvantage later in the game, but he kept fighting, and I think what they were trying to see with him, we're changing you for a different position. I want to see how long you're going to play. I see how much is in your tank. He's going to have to get in better football shape to be able to do it. But let's think about it. He's not going to be the starter. He won't play the whole game. He was given more in that game because they want to see how he handled it. And the one thing that he's done that I think they like, he's been willing to do it. A lot of guys, when you put them in that position, they going to complain. I saw other guys on the football field who seem like they're disinterested and they're pouting. And I think their time on the field playing is going to be limited because of the pouting.
Are you going to name that player?
No, not yet.
But
we put a pin in that conversation.
To the Jamin Davis point, though, I think if you zoom out, when you look at kind of general D-line roster construction, I like what Dan Quinn and Adam Peters and Joe Witt Jr. have put together here, because we've seen in years past they have the supposed first-round stud starters, but not really a lot of depth or guys that were even rotational. And we saw as games went on and as the season went on, they became less and less effective because they were getting beat up, they were tired, all these different things. Maybe the top end of the DNs that they have out there right now isn't quite don't quite have as high of a potential as some previous guys who have played here, but I think they have a lot more depth and they're going to be able to keep those guys fresh later in the season, later in games. So potentially they'll be more effective. But with Tyrod Taylor, a quarterback who, we know well, we've seen him play a number of times. I like the way that they rushed the quarterback. With all last year, we talked about, rushing in concert and, rushing together and playing together. One preseason game for 4 snaps, whatever it may be, like we saw guys doing that. And, you don't allow the quarterbacks to get out from the pocket and make big plays with their legs. And that was a nice thing to see.
Totally. Because Tyrod can't hurt you if you allow him to.
I guess the Forbes conversation was also in break.
Yeah.
Forbes, similar to Jamin, looked strong early, was in the game a lot later, and Forbes got beat for a touchdown later. You saw it a little differently.
I did. Starting out with, I guess, the touchdown play, I thought he played pretty well, very well up to that point.
Yeah.
And on that play, when you're at the goal line and a quarterback, wide receiver are running a fade, it's basically usually a choice pattern. It's if the DB gets beat, they throw the fade. If the DB beats the wide receiver, they throw a back shoulder to him in the end zone. And off the line of scrimmage, Forbes beat the wide receiver to the goal line. And I think what happened was, at least my read on it, was that Forbes got a little overexcited. And in his mind, he's like, hey, I beat the wide receiver. They're not going to throw the fade. It's going to be a back shoulder. And you saw him turn, square his hips, look at the quarterback, and almost make a jab step towards where a back shoulder throw would have been. Of course, the wide receiver kept running and made an easy fade touchdown. But I think he got a little overexcited and tried to make a big play. And not that excuses it, but I can see it wasn't a mistake for, a mental mistake. It was a mistake of effort, which when we talked about the Cole Turner penalties, I was for a preseason game, I was okay with it because they were mistakes of effort.
Yeah.
And I think Forbes was trying to make a big play. It looked like he was trying to make a big play. Obviously, once we get to the season, the result is the only thing that matters. But here in the preseason, as Forbes is working with this, new coaching staff, I think the process matters. And I think I could see a little bit of that process there.
I think he has to be careful, because I'm sure he's human. He's heard the whispers. He sees the things on social media, and he has to fight that I guess that lean towards, I gotta prove to him. You have to prove a damn thing to the people that's talking on social media. You better do everything that coach wants you to do, and stop trying to make the play. When you go out there intentionally trying to make big plays, you normally give up big plays. And the last thing he needs is that to consistently happen.
Here's the thing. What's going to happen next week? On Thursday, Commanders are going to practice against the Miami Dolphins.
Tyreek Hill.
It was only last December. It was only last December we saw how that went, and it was ugly.
Yeah.
And I think it's a really good test for a not that rebuilt secondary. I mean, you've added Mike Davis, Jeremy Chin. Sammer still can make a big impact, but this is going to be a really good test. And we saw them when Garrett Wilson was out there, kind of carved them up. And that wasn't even with Aaron Rodgers. I think this week, because I don't know how Tyreek operates, but this second preseason game is typically as close as you get to a real game. I think we will see Tua. I think we will see Waddle. I think this is a legit week for us to get a much better grasp on what this defense is doing and what they're doing better.
I think we can find out what they're doing better as a group. I think individually, no one person in the NFL, I don't care who it is, Sauce, anybody, is going to take Tyreek one-on-one. So if
I'm not suggesting that.
So I'm saying we'll learn overall. And what I hear Dan say all the time, I want to hear them before I see them. I want to hear the communication. I want to know that you know where you need to be. Last year against Miami, they didn't know where they needed to be. And I think if they are talking out and you have somebody in the picture, then that might be a little better than what it was last year. That dude can take the top off of it if you already lined up 30 yards deep.
But also you have to look at the Dan Quinn, Joe Ed defenses that they played, in Dallas.
Sure.
They play a lot of man-to-man, single high, not a lot of help. And you look at the Forbes snaps from Saturday, and he was in man-to-man press coverage quite often, more often than anything else. And everyone is all excited about Deron Bland and Trayvon Diggs with the Cowboys. They had all the interceptions or whatever. Trayvon Diggs gave up
he gave up a lot of touchdowns too.
So it was real boom or bust over there. I'm not saying that Emmanuel Forbes is going to be that guy, but I think in this defense there might be some boom or bust with the corners, and you just hope that it's not all bust.
You know what could help out Emmanuel Forbes and the cornerbacks a little bit better? Get a consistent pass rush.
Sure. Yeah,
okay, absolutely. If a quarterback has 4, 5, 6 seconds to throw the ball, no cornerback in the league is going to hold him all day. But if they can have that quarterback throwing sooner than he wants to, have to hold on and pull it down, then all of a sudden you'll see them. So it's hand in hand with that pass rush and the coverage.
Tyreek last year in that game, 5 for 157 and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, and the first play was a touchdown. I know.
It was like the.
I think he had a $135 on 2 catches.
It was easy.
It was like a 60 and a 75.
Yeah, it was easy.
It was easy. So you'd like it if nothing else, just not to be easy. Mitchell is the kicker for week 1 on this team right now.
I don't think so. I haven't thought so even since they signed Riley Patterson. He's an NFL kicker that's been there, done that. I think his NFL long is 53 yards. Anything over 40, his percentage starts going way down. He obviously had the miss on Saturday.
He has a love-hate relationship with that right upright.
I was
Even
tell-
in
I was
practice,
telling
I watched
JP,
it a lot too.
In warm-ups, he had a triple doink. He had a right upright, left upright, crossbar, and then it doinked over from 40 some odd yards.
I've seen him miss most of them right or hit the right upright.
Triple threat, good in basketball. Triple doink, bad in football.
But fun both ways.
Thank you, big man. Appreciate it. Here's what we're going to do. Dan Quinn, speaking to the media now, we've got quarterback injury news. Rookie Sam Hartman. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Football is approaching, and it's time to get in on the action early this season. Listen, you got all these NFL future bets, and for me, I just lean to Kansas City. I like Patrick Mahomes for the passing yards and TDs. When you look at the receiving totals, Tyreek Hill pops up. You know, when you go to who's going to make the playoffs, you look at a lot of these teams out here, and when you start looking at Super Bowl matchups, you have to lean towards Kansas City, and you figure out the leader in the NFC may be the San Francisco 49ers. But then you can take all those things, parlay them together for different picks, and also get a bigger payout. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bet if your first $5 bet wins. There's no better place to bet to get ready for NFL football season than on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook and official sports betting partner of the NFL. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Today, the Commanders are back at practice as they gear up for their second preseason game, which comes up on Saturday against the Dolphins. They'll also have a joint practice on Thursday against the Dolphins. The Commanders are also working out veteran wide receiver Martavis Bryant. Other news from around the NFL, Dolphins linebacker Jalen Phillips is being removed from the PUP list as he returns from a torn Achilles. The Falcons are hosting safety Justin Simmons, and the Falcons placed their third-round rookie outside linebacker Braylon Trice on the injured reserve. He's likely done for the season with a knee injury he sustained in their preseason game. College football AP Top 25 poll was released today. The top 5, Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas, and Alabama. In baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll take on the Orioles for 2 in Baltimore beginning tomorrow night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, live out at Los Rhino in Ashburn. I have been saying for a month that eventually injuries will start to take a toll on a roster and start to impact roster decisions. Roster decisions are a few weeks away, but the injuries are starting to happen. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn, live from the podium with injury updates.
Game, and we call those Tell the Truth Mondays. And it's good to talk through the game, the pluses, the minuses. You get to discuss all of it. Some of the things I know now, today, I didn't know at this time last week. So that was good. That's what you find out in a game. It was good to see 82 Senate stretching the field. You know, in the passing game, I'd seen quite a bit in the running game. So to see some of that, you know, I was pleased with that. I was happy to see the safeties tackle. I thought, you know, I saw a few with Butler, with Reeves. So those were the things that like jumped out to me, of things that you don't really know until you get into the game because you're not tackling. So I also learned that we need much more work on overall tackling and ball hawking, certainly defensively. I was pleased to see offensively taken care of. Those are one of the things you've heard us talk about a lot. And I also learned there's more to uncover on kickoff cover and kickoff return, and it was a lot of fun. So it was like, practice of it was good, but the games you don't know until you get in there and go. So all that said, open up to you guys, you know, regarding the game, but it was good, you know, on the Tell the Truth Monday. This is what we learned. This is what we need to do heading into this week. And then it'll be a little bit of a rinse and repeat as we get to Wednesday, and then we'll travel and practice and play.
I know we've asked you about Jamin Davis and kind of how you guys are moving him around to see what he can do, where his best fit is. What did you learn about him from this game?
Yeah, I think what I learned, I really felt like the speed and physicality. Those were the things. I felt that. I could see that, the tackling to go. And so that was what I saw. And so to get a real look at this at the D end, you have to get it in the game and you have to get the exposures for it. So I was pleased with what I saw from him.
Do you have an update on Sam Hartman?
Yes. So Sam will be out today and tomorrow. And I would say if he and a couple of other guys don't make it back in time for practice, then they wouldn't play Saturday. So that would be where we're at. But it's not a, you know, something that we're looking at long term. But for he and a couple of other guys, it would be like Brandon Coleman and Johnny Newton. That'll be Sam. It'll be a longer, more like day to day. And then if they don't make it at the practice, then we'll push it in for next week. One other setback we had was Jordan McGee. So he had injured his knee in the game. We're gonna get some more testing and that kind of stuff. So that was a bummer for sure. I thought he was off to a good start. So I'm hopeful, but we'll see what the rest of the, day and tomorrow looks like as well. But he'll be out for this week for sure.
Shoulder?
Yes. Yep. Right shoulder. Yep.
Where are you at with the offensive line? What would you tell fans who are a little bit concerned about that group at the moment?
Well, I would say, one, I thought at the practice, without Wiley, I thought the guys did a good job, and Coleman. So with those two outs, then it came to Lucas, and we actually moved Chris Paul out to tackle some. He had some of that experience in college, and so we wanted to give that a go as well. So I thought interior, I felt secure with where we're at, but on the outside, I thought actually the guys did a good job of being in new spots. when you get, knocked out of a few offensive tackles heading into a game, as a coach, you're wanting to see, all right, what opportunity will be there for the next. So there was some good movement, especially interior for the run game, but there's stuff that I definitely liked.
And Jayden in his post game talked about, the catch for Diami, giving him some more confidence. He's a guy that has been a little bit up and down in that regard in the past. Where do you think he's at, and what can confidence do for a player like that to translate to the regular season?
Well, one, I thought you've seen some big plays from Diami, through this training camp. There's actually some in the spring that got my attention to say, okay, what's there, and his ability to get on top of people and stay. He's got size, he's got length. So there's actually a good play in the one-on-ones that transferred into the game to go. So I thought examples like that definitely help. And so, I was excited for him to make a big play like that. And I can't speak to the past, but what I can say is, from what I've seen, here, the competing, he's on teams, like he's really going for it.
Coach, players like De'Ami Brown and Benson, obviously they kind of jump off even on the TV broadcast. But as you look back at film today from joint practice from the game, is there anyone kind of further down the depth chart who kind of jumped out at you and, gave you something that you were glad to see?
Well, I thought on the first punt, I was glad to see Tyler Owens. I thought, released, he got singled, made a tackle. So I felt that kind of speed for him. He was somebody that jumped out to me. Whoa! And everybody's okay. So I thought, that would be one from Tyler. I thought the tight ends in general, were physical, finished, made plays to go. And so those would be a few. It was good to see Wiley, make some plays. And so, I've been waiting for him to try to bust a few to see where it could be. We haven't seen all the catches that he has, but I did see some plays being made by him as well. You're welcome.
Coach, apologies for the terrible catch. What did you make of Tress Way's tackle on special teams?
We made a big deal on that. I think as big a deal on that was the sidelines reaction to him making a tackle. And I think it probably speaks to the love that his teammates have for him. That kind of excitement to go and made a tackle. And I said, look here now, I don't want to hear anything on the injury report, right shoulder soreness or that. So, but I thought what I pointed out to the team was their reaction to that. And you can see this is a real team leader for how many people were excited that he made a play. So I thought that was a pretty cool statement about who he is as the teammate as well.
Hey, Coach. Brandon Bossert, WMDT over in Salisbury, Maryland. Just want to ask you a couple questions. So first, what's it like graduating Salisbury State, coming here to Washington, being so close to home? And second, what are some things you're doing differently with the Commanders now compared to when you were head coach with Atlanta before?
Sure. Well, first off, it's really cool to be back in the area. Obviously, for me and my wife, Stacy, going to school there, like such a big impact on the people that, help shape us, coming up. And so whether it be through school or athletics. So we've stayed in close contact with a number of people, not only went to school with, that are still, part of the athletic program there. So yeah, we're really pumped to be back closer. As far as a second lap and doing things, I'd say there's quite a bit different. Some of them may be, you won't see, just walking around if you weren't with me all the time, even the way we started training camp, utilizing red zone. So having, different, parts of practice that we're doing things, I would say I'm probably more open to different positions by different players to see what they can do. We were talking about Jamin Davis earlier. And I think moments like that, you have to push it, to find out what unique traits a player does have. And then it's our job as coaches to help, draw it out of them. And so I think those would probably be, at the top of the list for me.
Coach, one preseason game down, another one this week. What's the approach for recovery as you guys kind of gradually get to preseason game number 2?
Yep.
How do you guys kind of attack this week?
So what we did today in the morning, so kind of up until lunchtime, it was our Tell the Truth, all the review of the Jet game, the things we liked, the things we wanted to improve on. And then as we got into the afternoon, it would be all the focus today, right back to our skill work. And so today's practice won't be a long one. So you'll see kind of a ramp back up. Some of the people who didn't play a lot in the game will get more reps in practice today. And the people that played a lot of reps in the game would get a little bit less today, but it's really focused on the skill work to get right back to it. And then tomorrow would be another practice, of more intensity, more padded work. Go back down Wednesday to travel, and then Thursday back up. So think of like a Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday format this week for the bulk of the heavy lifting. And then today would be kind of a medium day, based on who you are and how much you played in the game. So it's been a big difference, over the last, 10 to 15 years. And if we could do it better and safer for the players, then we need to. And we're working really hard to do that.
Hey, Dan. Especially for the young guys who are going through their first Tell the Truth Monday, how do you get them to learn from the past couple of days without having them maybe dwell on maybe some of the things that they'd like to change and didn't do as well?
Yeah, I think there's also a lot of angst, on everybody on the roster when you don't know where you're at, how you stand, or where you're at on your performance. So the best thing that we talk about is like engagement with the coaches. And so there were some examples of that today. What did you see here? What were you looking at? So we can have a better insight about why something may or may not have happened. And then hopefully we can unlock that to make sure, okay, I didn't know that you weren't clear on this rule, this topic, this thing, and then we can really work to it. The second part that we hit on is corrections are part of what we do. And so don't harden your heart to the corrections. Like if we were actually silent about them, we really wouldn't be doing any of us, any justice. So let's make sure these are the things that we thought you did well. These are the things that we want to emphasize heading into this week from practice into the game. And so I think that was the last one. So if you guys are ready, I'm just kidding with you, John. Got to have a little fun on Monday.
Thank you very much. Going back to the O-line, I know Sam asked the question because I was listening, but with the O-line, everybody talks about to build the cohesion and the chemistry and all that. It takes time, new guys together. What's the level of, I don't know about concern if it's the right word, but to get to the level of cohesion you need going into the season with guys kind of in and out?
Yeah, it's a fair question. How do you bridge that gap when guys are out? So, for people like Wiley, who's been out, he'll be back this week. So that's good. He'll be back kind of in the returning to play format, maybe some this today, more tomorrow, more Thursday and into the game. The walkthroughs help, John, but you do need the live action, for the quickness to go for a guy like Wiley, who's excellent communicator, a lot of experience, easier for him to go back in and perform. It's the communication of everyone else that goes with it. And so that part is important. So to have Wiley back into the process here this week heading in, that's a big deal. And we'll continue to work that hard.
How about for Brady?
B. Mitch and Finley live from Lost Rhino in Ashburn. You heard Commanders head coach Dan Quinn there with some important injury news. My takeaway, just my analysis on it, when he says that rookie linebacker Jordan McGee has to get his knee tested and that it's a bummer, that doesn't sound good. Everything else sounds like stuff you can kind of work through. That one stood out to me. We'll hear what stands out to be when we return. Before we go, today, absolutely beautiful. Last week, god-awful hot. Yes. Next week, god-awful hot. The weather this time of year can be as unpredictable as ever. So be ready no matter what the temperature is with a $99 heating and cooling check from the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf. That's right. For just $99, a Crop Metcalf 5-star technician will check both your home's heating and cooling system and assure peace of mind today, no matter what the weather brings tomorrow. Check them out. Go 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. Live, Lost Rhino Brewery in Ashburn, VA. If you've never been out here, it's dope. Check them out. Good food, good beer, good time. On a beautiful day like this,
This is an awesome day,
it's a
brother.
pretty sick place to be. In just moments, we're going to head over to Ashburn to watch the end of practice here. We just heard from Dan Quinn. If you missed any of it, you can hit the rewind button. Or honestly, if you missed our interview with Joe Theismann, I recommend getting on the Odyssey app and checking that out. I'll try to tweet that out later because he was great. Brian, we got a little bit of injury news here. This is what happens, man. And I've said repeatedly that eventually injuries will impact this roster. And for all the people that want to be super dismissive of a guy like Jayden Davis, well, what we hear, all Dan Quinn said is that rookie fifth-round linebacker from Temple, Jordan McGee, who was playing early and then didn't play anymore, and we were wondering why. Well, apparently there's a knee injury. And Quinn specifically said he's got to go in for testing and that it's a bummer for sure. Maybe the testing reveals everything's fine, but that is the one injury update that really stood out to me.
Well, it stood out because, he's an injury, and it's a young guy who's playing well. And I think that's part of him when he says a bummer. You have a young guy who's playing that well, and you're looking at the possibilities, and then he gets a setback, and he loses a little time. And I think young guys need all the time and experience they can get. But at this point, I wouldn't be too dismissive of anything, whether or not that will he be back. I just think that it's seriously a bummer because he's young and he was looking so good. But I know, again, young guys bounce back a lot quicker than us old dudes.
Yeah, and listen, we're not going to run way out in front on what was just a very brief update, and DQ and I are similar in that we're dudes that say bummer fairly regularly. You've also got Andrew Wiley. Sounds like he'll be back. That's a positive step. Cornelius Lucas, somebody alerted me that he actually posted on his Instagram that his mom passed. Really, really sad situation. Our condolences to him and his family. You'd like to think that kind of maybe he's back. We'll see the time frame on that. But then you get to rookie quarterback Sam Hartman has this shoulder injury. We told you about it earlier in the program. He's going to be day-to-day, but DQ did say he could miss that Dolphins game this weekend. And then, listen, Sam's a nice story. I think he's a practice squad candidate. You root for a young guy like that. But what was of far more importance, I'd say, Brian, is Quinn again said Brandon Coleman's still dealing with this shoulder pec thing. He's going to be day-to-day, and he could miss the Dolphins game. I get the feeling today's going to be a tight, short practice. Tomorrow, they probably stretch it out a bit. Thursday is going to be a big one because it's a joint. If a guy can't go tomorrow, I don't think we see him in Florida.
Probably not. And then again, when you hear shoulder pec, like a kind of a strain or whatever, you want to take a little time with that because we see people, offensive linemen a lot, they begin to tear that pectoral muscle. That's a serious injury. You want to take your time with something like that.
Something that we need to take our time with is putting some bets in. We got to make sure we do it. It's time for Heard It Here first. Heard It Here first. All right. New week, new us. Even though I had a hot weekend, I was just giving out winners all weekend. Hope you paid attention. Who wants to start?
I'll take the Astros over the Rays money line.
There he is, Jeff Walker, never scared. All right,
Astros over the Rays money line, huh?
Jeff's in the door. Astros Rays, dude. It kind of sucks. We got no football tonight. Olympics are over. Back to betting on baseball.
All righty.
I'm taking the Guardians plus 1.5 in honor of the Guardian cap worn by the Colts players.
Yeah, dude, I think more people might wear that thing than folks.
Give me the Cubs, man. I want Cubs straight money line.
Ooh, straight up.
No, he got the points.
He got the run line.
Cubs money line.
All right, let's see if I can identify something I like here. The Angels are god awful. I don't think I'm taking them.
And give me the Cardinals as well.
It is.
I'm going straight up. I'm going parlays all week.
The patented last second B Mitch parlay. I'm going late night. San Francisco Giants with Snell on the mound, and I can get the run line under 200. I'm taking the Giants plus 1.5. Now it is Chris Sale on the other side. I'm aware of that, but you got me booked, Jeff.
Yep, gotcha.
All righty. Fun show today, man. God, it's great to do a radio show after a football game. Obviously not exactly a real football game, and it was Saturday and we were Monday, but I can feel it, B. I can feel it coming. I can feel it in my loins. I want to thank everybody that listened to the program today. Serious big thanks to Joe Theismann for joining us. Really cool to get to hear him talk about Jayden Daniels and his development. Let's hope Joe T will do that throughout the season because that'd be a lot of fun. Thank you to Mitch Tishler. Thank you to everybody that called. Thank you to Rev T for a truly impassioned JD5 makes me feel alive, whatever he was saying. Yeah, it reminded me of a Short Circuit. No disassemble Johnny 5. Fun day today. Thank you to the boys in the aquarium. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Those guys will be breaking down that football game every which way. Tomorrow we got to go around the NFL, catch up on a lot of different stuff. My theory is that the New England Patriots have a brewing RG3 Kirk Cousins situation, and the New York Giants have a brewing Taylor Heineke situation. I'll explain all that tomorrow. Thank you for listening.
Danny Dimes, baby.
Made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Good Monday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. This is 106.7 The Fan, August 12th, 2024, just after 2 o'clock. We are taking you all the way up to 6:30 today, live on 106.7 The Fan, and we are back at full strength as a show. Danny, with a little more sun on his face, is back from vacation.
I am. I would say it's great to be back, but that would be a bold-faced line. I don't want to start off that way. I love you boys. You're my guys, Grant and Ryan and Darius, and you folks kind enough to listen to this program. You mean everything to me, but I wish I was still on the beach with my feet up, hanging out, reading a book, and going in the water when I got hot and then going out and getting hot again. I miss it already.
You just had your week.
I know.
What else do you need?
Another week.
Okay.
Maybe like 77,000 more weeks. And then I could face it. No, but I'm getting to be back, dude. There was a football game.
Real life football game. Should remind everybody you can watch us if you want to see Danny with a little bit of sun on the face. 106.7 The Fan YouTube page is where you can stream the show and the video throughout the day. We'll be live all over DC, all over Richmond, and wherever you go coast to coast on the Odyssey app all day and all week right here on The Fan. But you said it. We got to start with preseason game number 1. There was a lot of other sports internationally in DC this past weekend. The Olympics were great. We'll get to it all. But we got to begin right off the top with Jayden Daniels making his much anticipated, long-awaited debut for Washington in the Meadowlands against the Jets. They come out, and a run-heavy drive goes 11 plays for 70 yards. The heavy lifting on that drive, a beautiful dime, deep shot. We find out after the fact that Daniels checked the play out at the line of scrimmage. He gets up to the line. He doesn't like how the coverage looked. Everybody was uptight playing bump against what was a wide receiver screen. Cliff Kingsbury had told him in practices, Danny, if you get this look against this play, then we're going to want to check out of that. And Jayden Daniels, who's very comfortable, obviously, got some moxie, likes to throw that deep ball as he did so well at LSU. He dialed up all goes, bunch of verticals, and then he dropped one in the bucket to De'Ami Brown, who made an outstanding contested catch, by the way, for a 42-yard completion. Just 3 throws for Daniels, a very small sample throwing the football, but that throw is all anybody's been talking about.
And rightfully so, because it was beautiful. I mean, that's all it was. I mean, it was perfect, right? Every subtlety, and we're going to pick apart every single thing, obviously, because we have such a small sample. You already said it. He only threw the ball 3 times. So if he threw 27 passes, we couldn't do that. But that ball, there's a bouncing movement in the pocket. There's an effortlessness, right? As he's kind of manipulating things. He's looking the safety off. That's a single high look, I think. And he's making sure the safety can't sprint over and light up De'Ami Brown or intercept it or anything worse. And then the last possible second kind of ducks inside of a rusher and just flicks it like he's just, pitching a ball to a 7-year-old on the beach. I just say that from recent experience. But just looks like it's the most effortless little thing in the world. And it's placed perfectly down the sideline to De'Ami Brown. No real separation there from old De'Ami Brown, but still makes a great catch in traffic. You couldn't have thrown it better. You quite literally could not have thrown the football better than he did, and that's why everyone's talking about it. Incredible.
You had to get your De'Ami Brown shot.
I got my dig in, yes.
42-yard completion with a guy draped on his back. Made a hell of a play, and you got to talk about his separation. Good for you. You're back in rare form. You just got off the beach.
That's right.
And you got your A game already.
The deep throw doesn't get open deep. Brought to you by number 2.
He got open on that play. Beat his guy and made the catch. So we're going to talk off and on throughout the day about Daniels' performance and about what we should take out of the preseason, largely. Talking about Daniels, but also across the board. Like if you see the rookie quarterbacks I want to get into at the top of the hour, J.J. McCarthy, Caleb Williams, Bo Nix. Now, there were some huge moments from the rookie class, to be sure. How much of this is relative and relevant to the regular season? I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. You go back to last preseason, Sam Howell had that great game against the Ravens. You see guys lighting it up all over the league. I mean, in this game, Adrian Martinez had a couple of ridiculous throws for the Jets. He was the UFL MVP who may or may not make New York. So I don't know what to necessarily take out of every given play, given throw, whatever. Here's what I know. The ability at the line of scrimmage to have the stones. When you have thrown 1 pass in your history in the league, and it was a bad ball, frankly.
Yeah, it was very Carson Wentz again.
Forgetting that it was 3 throws. The first throw was really bad. It was like 100 miles an hour and over Austin Eckler said. Nobody's talking about that, nor should we. It's a throw. Who cares? He was amped up. He had energy, whatever. But my point in bringing it up is only to say, now I'm at the line and I'm going, well, I just had a screen to a running back that I threw 8,000 miles an hour over his head. Why don't we go down the field?
Yeah.
Like, that part is what I'm excited about. The fact that you saw what you needed to see, because that was why I wanted him to play in the preseason. You were out last week, but there was a lot of talk early in the week about, is he going to play in this game? Does he need to? Remember, all the way going back to when Joey Theismann said, don't play him in the preseason. I wanted to see Jayden Daniels break a sweat and get up to the line of scrimmage and see what Cliff Kingsbury told him. When you see this, do something. And he did that. We got it right away. Forget that he dropped it in the bucket. That's amazing. That's awesome. But we know he can throw the deep ball, and we know he's got the big-time arm. The mental part of this, to me, is where the hairs on the back of the neck stand up a little bit, and you go, is this a thing? Could this be a thing? That's where I was excited.
Easy to be. I mean, again, the effortlessness with which he jogged into the end zone, knowing that there's about 7 or 8 other gears if he needed it, right, in terms of his sprint speed. But it was the play, it's open, it's done. He can, just sort of casually jog to the corner. He did that, but knowing that there's more there to keep defenses off balance, that throw, how perfect it was. And you're right, that individual throw, we're going to rave about it. And rightfully so, because it was excellent. But it's everything around it that I think is probably more important, right? It's the command, it's reacting to things you've seen. It's that supercomputer that every quarterback needs to have of, all right, if I see this, then this. If this is my next data point, then that. If this safety shows that he's doing this, but is really doing that. The disguises, the things that are going to be thrown at you. By the way, in a month's time, Todd Bowles is not here for your vacation. He's not here for you to get a soft landing spot. He'll be blitzing the instant you get off the bus. So they're going to, I'll have all sorts of crazy looks, different formations and things to try to confound you and an offensive line that's been kind of thrown together. And, we'll talk about that, I'm sure, as the show goes on. A lot of good out of that offensive line, especially on the interior. Some question marks on the outside still persist. But for Daniels specifically, that first throw to Eckler, on that screen pass, it just looked so amped up, right? Didn't get his feet around, and it looked like he was trying to disguise and not let everyone know that's where it was going. Just never got right and just shreddered that thing 1,000 miles an hour, just nowhere close. And it felt like after that he went, okay, right? Yeah. Whether it was that first time you got hit by a pitch or your first at bat, whatever. Oh, that's over now. Whatever that was is gone. It's out of my system. I can now be myself.
Yeah, you're allowed those at this point of your career and in the preseason specifically. It's going to happen. I think he continued his strong summer. That's what I would say. Like, if I am writing the lead here, it's not he's arrived or it's over, put it in Sharpie. The superstar has cometh, right? It's just everything that he's been doing this summer so far has been in the good column for the most part. This is the next good column past test. He went out. He only threw the 3 passes. I think if you heard like the dialogue, and this is how starving we are in this town for a quarterback, and I'll put myself in the same bucket on the text chains I'm on, or some of the, I doing an Instagram live right after the game, any of the stuff that I was doing breaking down the game this weekend. I'm as guilty of this as anyone, because you get really excited after that big time throw. But I think if you were to hear the reaction to the game and then go and look at the box score and you see that he threw 3 passes, you're like, what? Wait a second.
Seriously,
what?
Guys?
Everyone's going crazy about these. And one of them is the one we're talking about that is just a bad pass. The other one is amazing, incredible play. And the other was a wide receiver screen. So the sample size here is 3, and it's basically one play that has everyone frothing at the mouth. But I think that's okay because there was so much good in the play before the ball even got snapped for a young quarterback. It was a telling play. It was a revealing play. That throw is what he made his money doing at LSU, by the way. Outside the numbers, down the field, his guy won, dropping it in the bucket. He's been doing that beautifully at training camp. And the big story, at least for the detractors coming out as a passer, was middle of the field in breaking stuff. We haven't seen as much of that in practice, and we didn't see any of that in the game. There's only 3 throws, obviously. But I think he has a special ability on whatever that is. That deep shot, sideline type throw down the field. He's been doing it for years. That is a strength. So for him to show that right away in a game makes you feel pretty good that he can give you that right away in Tampa.
Yeah, there's it's eye of the beholder when it comes to the middle of the field type stuff. That either didn't happen a lot because it couldn't happen a lot, or because we have an unbelievably prolific offense with wide receivers that win on the outside, and we'll score 50 points a week just doing that.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would imagine that he can't do it. There's no reason. He's got all the physical tools.
And
It's
that's
just
where
that
I was
he
going.
hasn't really done a lot of it yet.
Yeah, that's where I was going. And you better believe, again, NFL teams are very aware of that on both sides, whether they were interested in acquiring him or now are going up against him. Let's see if you can. You're going to have to. Like, this is the league, dude. They will take things away. There are defensive coordinators who get paid a lot of money figuring out, what do you do best? What are you most comfortable with? All right, now I'll remove that. Now what are you going to do, right? So, again, I think there's a million parts to this process. Let's say he'd gone 0 for 3, fumbled a snap, and thrown a pick, right? What we'd be doing is saying, it's a really small sample. This is not something we should overreact to, good or bad. This is a really small sample, now that we have the sample as good. We shouldn't be overreacting to it. What we should be doing, though, is building sort of a viewpoint here based on, as you said, the reporting, based on some of the vibes that have kind of come out. And listen, there are, I went back and looked, there are a million quotes. There are current players. See if I can find this quote real quick. There are current players who said this about a quarterback that's not Jayden Daniels. He's our future. I feel like we found our quarterback for the next 5 to 10 years. I truly believe that. Current players saying this about another quarterback. I know the guys are fired up. We got a dude back there. Not about Jayden Daniels.
Sam Howell.
Just last year. You could go back and find him for Carson Wentz and find him for name that dude. But it's hard to sell people on the nuance and how different it feels to me, but it really does. And maybe it's my own blind wish casting. Maybe it's my own hope that's kind of gotten in my way.
We said some of that, and I don't mean you and me necessarily, but people in town said some of that last year with Sam because he's younger than, say, a Wentz or a Fitzpatrick or whatever. But this is different, and it's just obvious to anybody. He's the number 2 overall pick. They've only had one of those. It was Robert Griffin. He's the Heisman Trophy winner at the top of the board. And he's got a skill set that in today's NFL could be tantalizing, which I want to get to. Here's what else I loved about his one drive. Designed runs and read option looks. He had the designed keeper for a touchdown where he didn't really show any of the speed, but he got around the edge, was beautifully blocked. Mauling tight ends out front, including Cole Turner, I think John Bates on that play. Really, really well-called design play at the goal line. There's going to be a bunch of those, I think, this year. But several times, they didn't have any design keepers, nor should they in a preseason game. But the first play of the game was a read option look, essentially. It turned into inside zone because I'm sure they told him, hey, man, you're not keeping this. Brian Robinson's going off right tackle. But he can pull that and get around the edge. That was the first play of the game. There was a play later with Driscoll at quarterback, their number 3. And when Jeff Driscoll was in the game.
After that penalty, this was 1st and 18, I think, the one you're talking about?
I don't remember the down and distance, but he kept the football on what was a designed, like, read option type keeper. And they had Ben Sinnott blow a guy up on the left side of the formation. He went around the left side, and he ended up getting down for a nice rushing gain. And Driscoll showed off his legs a little bit there. He picked up 16 yards. A, if that's Jayden Daniels, it's twice that maybe. But B, that's in the playbook. And my point is, I know we've argued about this, and a lot of people have talked about this. He should be running a lot. I think they're going to run him a lot. And the threat of him in making teams play 11 on 11, what I covered back in 2012, is going to make his life so much easier as a passer, it's hard to even quantify. Ask Robert Griffin about the half the field reads and the one defender you've got to see. Is he coming up or is he going back? Is he sitting still? And if I read this one guy, then I know where I'm going with the football. The whole field opens up to him. But I think they're going to, just based on seeing a little bit of what the offense looked like, even when he wasn't in there, I think we're going to see him routinely like 7-8 carries, 60, 70 yards, something like that. And I think people are going to be really surprised that he runs a ton, and I am here for it. They got to keep him healthy. They've got to get to a point where they can trust him to protect his body. But I really do think that's going to be a big part of this offense, as well it should.
So I do too. And to me, that was less about, I think there's some good points by you in there. But the thing that I noticed is it's a lot of shotgun and a lot of, the back kind of set to his left or to his right, which lends itself to those kinds of looks, right? So we're learning about Kingsbury's offense in real time. We've seen what he did at air raid style college offenses. We saw what he did with Kyler Murray, and we were wondering how much is that because you're in the Big 12 or how much of that is because your quarterback's 5'5".
We also probably haven't seen what they're actually going to run a lot of.
Right.
Because remember in like the 2012 preseason, Griffin's first August, We never saw one play out of pistol.
There was no pistol.
Or basically any read option at all in the whole preseason. So there's maybe an entire different look come September anyway.
That's fair. But I guess the point I'm making is everything seemed to be in that our goal is to keep the defense flat-footed. Not a defensive lineman, obviously, because they're engaging, but everyone else has to sit and wait for us to go through what we're going to go through. And that's the philosophy. If our guys have a running start and your guys are sitting still, flat-footed, just guessing, trying to figure out where the ball's going to be, we're now at an advantage, whether it is run, pass, keeper, bootleg, and everything in between.
He's Danny. He is back in the saddle. I'm Grant. We can open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines for you at 800-636-1067. The question being, what did you take out of what you saw from Jayden Daniels in his first preseason game? Super encouraging. I don't know how you could have watched and not felt really excited. My brother texted me. He's like, dude, bunch of U's in the dude,
Mm-hmm.
Did they finally get one? I think that was
Yes.
the fan reaction. And again, I don't want to pour any cold water. I don't want cold water today. I think everyone should be excited. I've been asking for weeks, why isn't there more juice and excitement when this guy's having the training camp that he's having and putting together the practices that he is? But it was 3 passes. And there was one really good one, there was one really bad one, and there was a wide receiver screen. I just choose that really good one far outweighs it. Like if the really bad one's worth a point, the really good one's worth 30 points for me.
Right.
And it's not only because of the downfield throw and the lob and the touch and the accuracy and all that stuff, which is what we've been seeing in practice constantly. It was, again, the acumen pre-snap. Also, just seeing them come out and the ability to run the football a little bit was great. Now, Danny, the Jets were without almost 30 players, and their entire starting defense was almost second stringers. I think they had 3 as a max, maybe 2 guys who were on the field for much of that drive that are actual starters. Washington had its first team offense out there almost exclusively for that drive. So there's some of that too, but you either feel really good coming out of a drive or they go 3 and out and you feel bad. And God, is it nice finally to get one of these. The 11-play, 70-yard, go down the field, do what you came here to do, and let's go put visors
Well,
on.
imagine they don't do that again against mostly second stringers, third stringers, or whatever. And then we're going, oh no, is it a slow start or what do we really know? Yeah, you can ask some questions. They're beating guys that may not necessarily be starters come September. I'd much rather them do that, though. I'd much rather them look good against mediocre opponents than the alternative, which we've seen before.
What'd you guys take out of the first 3 throws of that first drive for Jayden Daniels in his preseason opener? That's the question. At 800-636-1067, you're listening to G&D on the Fan.
It was going to be a, fairly short, time for he and for Marcus. We had planned for both of them to have a series, and then we would, change and change after that. So it was a great first day for him.
Dan Quinn in the Meadowlands post game. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Now you have seen Jayden Daniels in game action. His preseason debut, 2 of 3, 45 yards, highlighted by a 42-yard looping completion down the sideline to Dyami Brown. Question for you is, what'd you take out of the performance? 800-636-1067. You want to hop in? Lines wide open for you on the MGM National Harbor listener lines today. 800-636-1067. First thing for me would be he continues to show an advanced understanding of what they want him to do offensively. When you are checking out of a play, didn't even really have permission to do it, which, by the way, we should get into in a minute, how great the Dan Quinn line was.
That's fascinating.
The Top Gun line was outstanding. Permission to buzz the tower?
Negative goes right to the pattern is full. I'll do it anyway.
I'll just do it. Forgiveness over permission. It shows a lot, I think.
Indeed.
And we should realize that this is a confident dude who feels like he's ready to go out and start making plays. But I guess from a football standpoint, we didn't learn anything to me watching him throw the ball. I've seen him make that throw that he made in that game in practice several times. He made it all last year at LSU. I think just some of the concepts in their run game, like how they had backs in next to the quarterback when he was in the game and when he wasn't, keepers, those types of things you could do off of some of the looks. I think he's going to run a lot. And I find myself excited by that. I want him to. He's just got to be able. One of my fears is him protecting himself.
Yeah.
And there's no way to know if he's made adjustments there until we see it in a game.
Yeah, because that was a weakness in his unbelievable, ridiculous video game with the difficulty turn down season he just had last year. It's he and Joe Burrow, both LSU guys, had two of basically the best quarterback college seasons I have ever seen. Right? Burrow more prolific through the air. Daniels added unbelievable rushing totals. We had multiple games where he had well over hundreds of yards, multiple rushing touchdowns, etc. It was incredible. But the shots he took, the hits, they just are so, you get away with it for a while. Doesn't mean you're always going to get away with it. Again, it's the Robert Griffin corollary, right? Where remember from sometimes in the pocket or sometimes on some of those scrambles, trying to get that extra yard, he would get folded up in these incredibly uncomfortable ways that looked awful. And you'd cover your mouth. You'd be like, oh my God. And he'd pop back up and be fine until he wasn't, right? It's that one hit. It's the Haloti Nada, one hit on that one cutback that changes your entire career. And that's what I'm terrified of when it comes to Daniels. But I agree with you. I do think he's going to run a lot, maybe more than certainly I would. I would have it as something that defensive coordinators had to worry about, but I don't think they're doing it that way. I think they're going.
What's your read on how the fan base feels coming out of that game? Because I hear things like he was amazing. It was a great performance. It was basically a throw. Like that's what we're excited about if we really boil it down. It was a decision. It was a check at the line. It was a rep, basically. He only had 11 plays. 8 of them, I think, or 7 of them were handoffs to other people. So he threw it 3 times, and then he ran around the edge for a touchdown. I think 2 things can be true. You couldn't have asked for a better first drive. You couldn't have asked for a better soft landing spot. And also, it was just a couple plays, really, where we saw his skill set at all. So I stopped short of saying, like, what an amazing day. I think it was a couple of really nice moments, but it was a huge win for him and early on for this offense to get it going that way.
Without question. So let me think of it this way. Again, let's say he doesn't check out of that play. Let's say they run whatever they're supposed to run on 3rd and 6, a pass play that maybe gains 6.5 or 7 yards. Right. So now we're matriculating down the field. We'll have a few more chances to see some throws, a few more chances for him to check out of something or not, or otherwise. But the whole point of his skill set to me is the shortcut. Right. There are a lot of guys that can take the football that's snapped and try to go through a couple of reads and try to deliver the ball on time. They got a few other guys on the roster, guys named Sam Hartman and Jeff Driscoll and a bunch of other journeyman Jerrys that can do that same sort of thing. The whole point of a guy like Jayden Daniels, it's the same skill set of, and they're not the same player yet, but bear with me, of a Lamar Jackson, of a Josh Allen, of a Pat Mahomes, is the easy button, right? That's nice. we could, work this, the backside of it. But I got a 3-by-1 formation. I'll try to have my third down war daddy barely make it past, the first down marker. We'll use the new Hawkeye to see if he got it or not. That's nice. That's great. That's good. A lot of teams have to do that. When I got the special thing, we need to use the special thing. That's the shortcut. That to me is what's so exciting about it. Because you saw other drives in this game where the quarterbacks made decent plays. But Jeff Driscoll threw a dart in there on I think it was a third down conversion. It was a nice play, nice pass. That's cute. I don't care about that. The special thing. We saw the special thing. The whole point is the special thing.
Yeah, I'd love to see more. And I hope we get to against the Dolphins this weekend. They play Saturday night, 7 p.m. in Miami. They'll have joint practices before that. I guess it's possible, again, with the joint practices, that they give them a bunch of work on the practice field and then a very limited, controlled opportunity in the preseason game. That's certainly, a possibility.
Yeah.
I want to see a quarter, or for me, it would be great to see a half, but I don't think we're going to get that. But even a quarter of action would be pretty good, I'd say. I want to add more to the file, see what's what, see what's working, see what isn't, and just get more than 3 throws. But this leaves you wanting more, right? This gets you the juices flowing a little bit. I think the hairs on some people's, arms and neck stand up a little bit and go, oh, that's exciting. I like what that looks like. That's a throw that I could get used to around here. But it's just a very, very small sample, obviously. And the other thing I try to always remember is there's a lot of big preseason performances. Like J.J. McCarthy, we'll get into all the rookies in a second, but I don't know if you watched him with the Vikings. And I do like J.J. McCarthy's game. I think he is going to be better than people think, but he lit it up this weekend.
Yeah, he was great.
You go back and you watch, and it's big time, legit, accurate throws down the field. But I think it's a pretty basic look defensively. They're not really disguising coverages and rolling people, bracketing defenders. And you get a lot of that. So how much should we take out of these games? It's probably not gospel. It's not 1-to-1 necessarily. But I think I always say this about September baseball numbers and preseason football. I'd rather have a really good performance.
That's it.
And let people explain away why it doesn't matter that much than a really bad performance and say, who cares? It's just the preseason.
Yeah, it's how I feel about nearly everything, right? I can never stand it when a guy that's supposed to be so great in college, for example, doesn't have good numbers, right? I'd much rather explain away inflated numbers. I'd much rather explain away, they played in the Big 12 or the air raid system and, the numbers are gimmicky. I'd rather do that than go, well, maybe you'll be better one day, right? See what I'm saying? The same thing applies to me. I think it's not exactly 1-to-1, but I think it's kind of close to my feeling about NBA Summer League, right? Where if you could play an NBA Summer League, that's awesome. Good for you. Does not mean you're an NBA star. It doesn't. If you can't, then we need to have alarm bells going off and everyone needs to freak out. And it's perfectly fine to take a small sample and go, oh my God, what are we doing? See what I'm saying? So I don't know if it's exactly 1-to-1. It's closer to that, though, for me, than it is a lot of ways to evaluate. So if he was a disaster, I think it's fair to have questions. He was not a disaster. It looked awesome.
Yeah, it was the opposite of that. And I think the word for me, if you're describing his performance, you get one word. I would just say encouraging. What would you have said?
Electric.
See, electric feels strong. I mean, it was an electric throw.
Yep.
What else was electric there?
Just
the energy,
the ease that he jogged into the end zone. Again.
But you would have scored on that.
I wouldn't have. In fairness, I would have fallen down.
Any quarterback in the league would have.
It's just a reminder that everyone has to respect all the different things.
But I also am excited about that. Like the whole game, I had that vibe. Well, I should say the whole drive, where it's like, God, if he kept that, he might have gotten 15. Hey, if he kept that, he wouldn't have gotten 8. You know what I'm saying? Like I saw that. But like people are like, I heard JB today of the Junk saying, like that touch after he saw him rush for that touchdown, he's like, I think he's going to run for 800 yards. He walked. I mean, I don't understand watching that play and being like, oh my God, we got one. Like quite literally, Brad Johnson would have scored on that. He would have done the Deion Sanders high knees with his. It was.
I let everybody know.
He is. If you want to get excited, watch his tape against Florida, where he outruns Tyreek Hill in
300 yards. Yeah,
that's how you know the guy can fly. Let's go to Steve and Chevy Chase on G&D. What's up, Steve?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, bud.
He's dynamic, obviously, right? He's going to be a really good quarterback. But I think about Jonathan Allen and our veteran defenders who see his quarterback take his team downfield the first drive of the game and say, finally, how many times have we started out having to run out on the field after 3 and out to start the game? Enough. And the excitement in his eye when they ask him about, he's being interviewed. Man, I love it, man. I expect big things from him this year. But that's what I see is the effect it has on the rest of the team, even in the first preseason game. I just right out the chute, man. Here we go.
Yeah, there's something to that, Stephen. We appreciate your call. Thank you, buddy, for making it. But I think there is something to, Danny, just the morale in the locker room being built. Players hear the excitement. When you draft a player too, when you get a Heisman Trophy winner, before he even shows up on site. And then you find out he's one of the guys, which it sounds like he is. He's really a likable kid that players and people like being around. Now you see him putting in the work. Now you see him making the awesome play in practice, making a big time throw, doing something explosive with his feet. Real recognizes real, guys get excited. I think all that's true. And the fact that the Jets had basically their backups in the game when you go down the field for 11-70, I don't think you care that much about that if you're in that bubble. If you're, one of the players on the team, again, I got to play against whoever's on the field. I can't worry about who's out there.
Right.
It would have been really easy to go 3 and out or to have a pass dropped or for him to not have dropped that ball in the bucket to Diami. That was 3rd and long. If that's incomplete or broken up or he throws too far to the sideline, his day's probably over 1 for 3 right there with a long shot down the sideline. But he didn't. He made the throw. He got you to the end zone. He ran it in and scored the touchdown. Yeah, I don't think a player really cares about the specifics. They come out of that game going, Jayden did his thing.
Well, to the caller's point as well. I mean, I know it seems anecdotal, like, oh my God, Washington's always behind. Well, they were last year. They were 30th in the league in first quarter points. Remember, they went, I think it was like almost 3 months without a first quarter touchdown, if memory serves, right?
Yeah, and they went the entire season, I think, 1 year or 2 years before that with Scott Turner without a touchdown on the opening drive.
Exactly. And they were, I think, 32nd in the NFL in terms of halftime margin of either victory, in this case, defeat. Just they're always playing from behind, always playing catch up, always, sort of sliding down the hill. And to be able to walk out early and score. Again, it is a preseason game against the Jets, a hodgepodge, no scheming, with a bunch of guys that probably aren't starting. But still, just that sigh of relief, right? All you can do is control that environment that day. And what they did that day was walk down the field and score. And it just the snowball of good momentum can build.
At the top of the hour, we should get into the other drafted quarterbacks in the first round and how they fared in their preseason openers. A lot of strong performances around the league. But next, Team USA men's basketball gold medal for the Avengers. Steph Curry goes crazy at the end of the game and just an iconic performance. And you'll never guess which NFL star just asked for a trade. Again, you're listening to G&D.
Dancing up a tomb. Over the double team. Oh! It's a golden dagger!
NBC's telecast of the U.S. and France taking on one another for a gold medal at the Olympics. That was Noah Eagle on the call, and it was one of the legendary moments in recent basketball history. Steph Curry with a gold medal on the line, elevating the Americans like he did one game earlier against Serbia when he took over late and made sure they got to the gold medal game. Danny, he made 4 3-pointers in, I think, 6 possessions, might have been 5 possessions down the stretch of the game. And the last of them, the 4th, was unbelievable. Just an incredible step back. Only Steph Curry attempts it. Only Steph Curry hits it off his left foot, fading away, defenders in his face. He had another 3 in that sequence with one of the great pictures I've seen in a long time with 7'4" Victor Wembanyama.
Just full extension, almost like swimming in the air after him to try to block it. Yeah.
He had to throw it over top of him. Basically like he's just throwing a basketball into the ocean, but it goes into the basket. What he did at the end of that game was one of the coolest sporting sequences I think I've seen in a long, long time.
Because he hadn't been the instrumental figure kind of throughout their run-up and in the prelims and, kind of the round robin, the quarterfinals, whatever.
That changed in the last 2 games.
Having that in your back pocket is a nice thing. Certainly the greatest shooter ever to live, knocking down some clutch jumpers. And it's one of those things where as I'm watching it, I'm going, what are you doing? No. Kevin Durant, the all-time leading scorer in Olympic history, is sitting there wide open on the opposite wing. I think there's even another player open in the opposite corner. That's a terrible shot. Oh, wait, it's Steph Curry. Great shot, Steph. Great job. You're in rhythm and you're feeling it by all means. Everyone else is second priority. If you're comfortable, even if you're a little bit uncomfortable, if it's coming off your right hand, God bless. Enjoy the space.
No, they all knew.
Yep.
That was a heat check. It was you're taking this shot. But what's funny is so did France. So they're running guys at him left and right. There's defenders all around, and he basically is just trying to get a guy off the dribble. He can't do it, so he's got to basically run away from the basket, fall away, throw a ball up toward the rafters to come down. I mean, just off balance. An amazing shot, an amazing sequence. 4 threes in a row. So if you look at Steph Curry's final 2 games, his first 4 in the tournament, he scored 29 points. In his last 2, he scored 60. He grabbed 9 rebounds in those 2 games, had 7 assists. But the story was the 3-point ball. He was 5 of 20 through 4 games. In the last 2 games, Serbia to get to the gold medal game and then beating France to win gold. 17 of 26 from 3 for Steph Curry.
Unbelievable.
17 of 26, including the 4 for 4 down the stretch.
Again, it just reminds you that when you are not when he's not the single focal point of an offense, like if you watch him in Golden State, when he's not handling the ball, he's running off 77 different screens, and the entire operation is designed to get him a look with his feet semi-set. When you've got Hall of Famer over there, Hall of Famer over there, Hall of Famer back here, and potential Hall of Famer in there, sometimes you're going to have some space to run around. Man, oh man. Just to remind you, like, he's that good that if you don't pay 100% defensive attention to him, even if you do sometimes, it's still going through for 3.
Olympic basketball is so fun. It's just great. And it's even more fun when the Americans weren't blowing teams out, as weird as that is to say.
Mm-hmm.
But that Serbian club hung with them, and that came down to the wire. In fact, that game with 5 minutes left, I'd say USA loses that 8 out of 10 times. A lot of things had to go their way and did. And then France, to their credit, hung. I mean, they were right there till the final couple of possessions. And how about our buddy Bilal Koulibaly getting some big minutes early in that game, holding his own, playing good defense. That was really good to see.
It was big picture. Yes, it was good to see. I'm kind of going, maybe later, not now, maybe a different tournament, buddy, against the Americans. But it was cool to see in the other games too. But yeah, it's a big picture. You look at the number of lottery picks. You look at the number of guys from France. It's not just some fluky, weird thing. Because they have Wembanyama. It's the entire program is good.
Yeah.
Right. And there's a couple other places. I mean, it's remarkable to think about. You mentioned the blowouts back in '92. That was such a novelty. That was so fun because nobody was close. That's the greatest collection of talent / guys in their primes, Hall of Famers, whatever you want to call it, that's ever been assembled, in my opinion. That was the most dominant thing I have ever seen to date before or since. And it was in response to other teams send pros. We're sending our college kids. We're a little bit sick of this. watch this, and we're going to grow the game. It was a win for everybody except the other countries who had to face the dream team. But those games were so much fun because it was a coronation ceremony. These were fun because it's otherwise, sort of strange bedfellows, right? It's like teams that are fighting each other in the Western Conference. Anthony Edwards has to pass to Anthony Davis and, everything in between. And they're able to come together and overcome these teams that are frankly better teams because they play together a lot more. These guys are kind of thrown together. Egos are sacrificed and anybody can be the hero. In this case, it was Curry.
The one thing that I saw after the game that was annoying to me was LeBron has 3 gold medals.
Mm-hmm.
And I even saw it today on ESPN with Kendrick Perkins saying, like, this now ends the debate because Jordan only had 2 golds. First of all, please understand that Jordan and the professionals didn't play in the Olympics until midway into his career. That's number one. But number two, what a stupid thing. I'm sorry. That's just look, if you're trying to make fetch happen and pretend like LeBron's the guy, then you're going to have to grasp at some stupid straws. That's a pretty stupid one. I got to tell you.
That's an all-timer.
But congratulations to LeBron and Team USA on gold medal number 3 for him and continuing the run of American dominance in the Olympics in men's basketball. I told you, though, I teased this, so we got to pay this off. There is a star NFL player who is demanding a trade. Hassan Reddick, who was traded from the Eagles to the Jets this offseason because the Eagles weren't going to pay him what he wanted. He went to the Jets. They did not redo his deal, even though he wanted a new deal. He's been holding out. He has not shown up for work. He hasn't been at their facility for 1 day of work yet. He is demanding a trade from the Jets now. They just got him. He's never played for them. And now he wants to be traded from the Jets because they can't work out a contract. Reddick has had at least 11 sacks in each of the last 4 seasons. Sack counts, Arizona, Carolina, Philadelphia, of 12.5, 11, 16, 11. He's become one of the better pass rushers in the league, one of the leading sack artists in football over the last 4 years. But he'll be on his 4th team in 5 years if he can get a trade. And it'll be the second time this offseason he forced a trade.
Wild.
I don't know how anybody at this point could trade the picks and get a deal done that satisfies him with the money they've got left over. It's got to be complicated.
Yeah, and you also wonder, did the Jets have eyes wide open? Did they think they were going to be able to get a deal done? You'd imagine they'd have some confidence that they'd be able to structure something or get it going with him. The fact that he hasn't set foot on campus at all is just stunning.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We've been discussing Jayden Daniels this hour. What about the other rookie quarterbacks who made their preseason debuts? We will get into what we saw from Caleb Williams and the rest of the first rounders at quarterback next on Grant and Danny. preseason opener and training camp getting back underway today. They had a 2:00 practice. We'll let you hear from Dan Quinn a little bit later in the show. All of our camp coverage on The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. I wanted to spin around the NFL, though. Take a look at how some of the kids in the National Football League fared under center from this rookie class. We began the show talking about Jayden Daniels. Why not lead locally? 3 throws, the 1 deep shot, 2 completions. 1 was on a wide receiver screen, had a rushing touchdown as well, 3 yards around edge. Can't ask for a whole lot more efficiency thanks to the big-time throw, a very exciting performance.
Yeah, you score a touchdown in your opening drive, and you're only going to get 1 drive, so that's a day at the office, right? What better way to start it off?
To Chicago we go, where Bears fans are having a hard time tempering expectations after their first look at Caleb Williams. He went 4 of 7 for 95 yards in his debut in the preseason. He also had a 13-yard scramble. If you watched episode 1 of Hard Knocks, they were teaching him and the other quarterbacks how to slide by using a slip and slide, which my kids were using this weekend in Elliott's backyard.
Yeah, you kids are just like Caleb Williams.
Very similar.
Right?
Truman,
Yeah.
Reagan, Caleb Williams, they all are really good at slip and slide.
Mhm.
But Caleb Williams did the perfect baseball slide. The slip and slide worked for now. 13 yards, got down, picked up a first down, moved the chains. He looked really good. Did you see the throw he made? He was rolling out to his right, across his body, kind of leaps off 1 foot to make a throw, dart about 25 yards downfield. It was the kind of arm talent where there's a handful of guys in the league that can do that.
Yeah, and everyone else, you'd try to coach it out of them. You know what I mean? But we talked about this a bunch with Williams. He has been the number 1 guy, a la Trevor Lawrence, for so many years, right? We're just all sitting there looking at our watch, waiting for the number 1 overall pick to happen so that he can finally be that guy and get his coronation ceremony. So all that's happened is he's been number 1 for so long that people started to look for ways to knock him. And we zoom in on certain behaviors or different patterns or otherwise. Forget about all that. That guy should have gone number 1. He is unbelievably talented. This is you don't find this skill set anywhere type player, and he's got it.
There was another play where he was in the pocket. He was climbing. There was bodies around him. He was getting grabbed, and he kind of shoveled past the football, Mahomes style, just kind of tossing it underhand forward like the old Brett Favre plays.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just one of those, like, the game's moves a little slower for him. You know what I
Yes.
mean? I just think if you're a Bears fan, you come out of that game after trying to convince yourself Mitchell Trubisky was the guy, spending way too long pretending Justin Fields might be the guy. You're going to have a hard time not being pretty giddy about Caleb Williams. The difference between him and Daniels was just that you saw more of him.
Yep.
I mean, he made 1 throw, I'd say, that very few guys in the league make. I don't know that we saw that from Jayden. Like, he made a perfect throw. There's nobody in the league that on that toss maybe makes the throw as well. But most guys in the NFL on a go route where your receiver has a step or two, they can make the throw he makes, maybe not consistently. But that Caleb Williams throw on the roll was pretty special. So far, so good for him. Why don't we go to J.J. McCarthy of the Minnesota Vikings? Stay in that same division. They played a home game on, would it have been Saturday afternoon that I was watching after the Washington game? McCarthy and the Vikings moved the football consistently. Didn't it seem like Kevin O'Connell opened up his playbook a little bit more than a lot of teams? Like, they were throwing it downfield.
It's always so hard to tell.
Yeah.
Because you just don't know who's doing what. You don't know if the play was designed for 3 yards, but the Raiders are doing something so basic that I had to take this 25-yard deep cross. But it did look that way to the naked eye.
This is what I got. Like, again, I don't know anything. I wasn't in on any of the meetings. I think you guys probably know that. Watching that game, it felt to me like the Raiders were running a very vanilla base, like cover 2 type defense. The Vikings were picking them apart with some normal September, October concepts, daggers and some beaters against when they knew they were getting zone, and just some stuff where McCarthy had options. Now, that's the end of the explaining it away. J.J. McCarthy looked really impressive.
Looked really good.
He had an interception, which all the J.J. McCarthy haters, I saw that play sent around more than anything else this weekend about J.J. McCarthy. You take that throw out, which his guy wasn't open, he made a bad throw, play gets undercut. He was 11 of 16 for $190 and 2 touchdowns with some really nice throws down the field. It was a great start to his preseason.
I thought so too. It just looked right. It looked natural. It looked like a guy that had command. It looked like somebody that, knew where the ball was supposed to go, delivered on time, was accurate. He threw those. I never know how to describe this throw. I'm sure the guys in the industry, in the NFL, have a term for it, where you got to put some oomph on it, but you also need some touch. It's that over one group, but under the next group type throws. He has that, which I think is really, really hard to quantify and hard to master. You know it when you see it. Some of the great passers in the league. I'm not putting them there yet. It's a preseason
It's like
game.
when they say they got to layer it, it's
Exactly.
over the zoning linebacker's fingertips, but yet your guy catches it on the move on the next level.
Yeah, it's got to be firm, but with touch. Like, do that. Try easy. It's one of those really impossible things to quantify and explain unless you see someone doing it. He had a couple of those throws where you go, that's big time stuff right there. That, again, early preseason, who knows? I've seen some great preseason. I mean, Kenny Pickett was like $1 million for $1 million with 11,000 touchdowns. And then his first real game, he, went to the bathroom down his leg and is on a different team now.
Well, Fields with the Bears was always incredible in the preseason.
Sure, yeah.
Like his numbers are Hall of Fame level preseason performer. They should have a preseason Hall of Fame, by the way, for guys like Suton McCullough and Darnarian McCants and Marco Mitchell.
Marcus White.
Marcus Mason.
Come up the edge.
Exactly. There really should be an August Hall of Fame. But I don't want to diminish anything because same with Jayden Daniels, like it's the first time we get to see these guys and they're going to go out and make the throws and make the plays or they're not. And McCarthy, to his credit, more often than not did.
He looked good.
Now, I've also seen where people are saying that J.J. McCarthy maybe is going to start for the Vikings. I didn't get that sense for two reasons. One, I thought Sam Darnold did some good things when he was out there. His line was just 4 of 8 for 59 yards, but he made a couple of really, really pretty throws. By all accounts, he's having a pretty good camp as well. But also, if J.J. McCarthy was in the conversation to start for the Vikings, would they have had him out there for like 30 plays, 17 or 18 passes, whatever it was that they called for him? I doubt it. Like, look at the difference. Washington has not named Jayden Daniels the starter. They're doing this weird charade where they pretend like he might not start. But you know how you treat your starter? You get him in there for a drive and you get him out. With McCarthy, I turned on the game in like the early first quarter and he was coming in. And then in the third quarter, he was still in the game. To me, that does not suggest, certainly doesn't scream chance to start.
So I had been on McCarthy's going to end up starting. I'd been on that train because to me, the whole point of him is that he's closer to a finished product. He's the leader of the national championship team, and he's going to walk out there and execute from day one. That hurt my case. The fact that he's into the game deep into the third quarter,
Do you think
whatever
he is
it was.
going to execute? Because you couldn't stand him in the pre-draft process.
Well, I said I couldn't draft him too. That was my whole point. Is when the debate was, if there was a
But
debate.
you always thought he stunk, I thought.
No, I couldn't do it too. My whole point was I couldn't do it at that high. If his college coach didn't trust him to throw it 30 times, how can I? That was kind of my big thing. I could draft him in the middle part of the first round, a little bit earlier than maybe I would have done it. But
I was going to say they took him in the top 10.
Yeah, it's a little bit earlier than me. But I understand this. It's quarterback. It's kind of the rules go out the window. So to me, he's like, this is who he is a
I think he's gonna be a good
college
fit for
veteran,
O'Connell.
a good fit for. Took the words out of my mouth. He's a good fit there. That's kind of I've always thought he was going to start. The fact that he played as much as he did made me scratch my head a bit.
Yeah, I just, you look at the box score, and for Darnold to be in and out that fast also tells me something a little. Now, maybe he changed the eye line, and now we'll see him go with the starters in the second game and play a quarter or something. And if he is really good against a starting defense,
Maybe he forces your hand a little bit.
yeah, maybe now it's a conversation, and perhaps that's kind of been the reaction in Minnesota. Their early season schedule's crazy, though. I don't know if you've looked at their schedule. They play the Giants in week 1, very winnable. Then they've got the 49ers, Texans, Packers, Jets, Lions, Rams. Like, dude, they could be 2-5.
Real easy.
I'd rather throw Sam Darnold to those Wolves and then go to McCarthy on the back end of that stretch, maybe. But we'll see what Kevin O'Connell decides to do. The other game, I don't know if there was as much viewing of this locally. It was last night. Denver played Indianapolis, and we saw a lot of Bo Nix. So similarly, there's this competition in Denver where he did not start and is not going to start in all their preseason games. They haven't named him the starter, I guess I should say. Bo Nix looked sharp, man. I went back last night and watched the game. He was 15 of 21 for $125 and a touchdown. And again, this is where now I'm going to say all these guys are not going to be great. So it tells you that there's some preseason stuff happening here. There's some defenses playing vanilla. You're not getting a whole lot of what you're going to get in September. But if you're a Broncos fan, you got to like what you saw. He looked athletic. They moved the pocket around for him. He made some throws on the run. He made, short and intermediate throws pretty accurately. I like what Bo Nix did in his first game. He looked like a Sean Payton, kind of that breezy in, like,
Yeah.
I don't need you to have the strongest arm, but let's make all the throws in the goal, in the line of scrimmage to the 12-yard area.
So here's how I've always felt about Bo Nix. It's very easy to watch and go, yeah, but it doesn't do, and then you fill in 3 or 4 things. But nobody ever does what it seems like Denver had in their mind. Yeah, but he does do this. If you need somebody to throw the ball close to the line of scrimmage and complete close to 80% of his passes, which is what he did last year, by the way. I said that number again. Now, he's been in college for 17,000 years, but he completed close to 80% of his passes. Now, it's all short, quick, intermediate throws. If I have an offense that wants to do that, by God, that's a pretty good fit. So it always kind of made sense to me that you'd have this sort of Peyton-Bo Nix marriage where, yeah, I know he's probably not great at throwing the ball over the top, but there was a guy in New Orleans who's a Hall of Famer who wasn't great at throwing it over the top, who beat you with his mind and elite feet and accuracy and moving around. Again, I'm not telling you Bo Nix is Drew Brees. There's one of Drew Brees. That's a Hall of Famer. That guy's incredible. But Bo Nix is of that ilk. I always saw that as kind of a good landing spot for him.
Michael Penix made his Falcons debut. Kirk Cousins not expected to play early this preseason, coming back from the Achilles. So Penix actually started 9 of 16 for 104 yards. He made one awesome throw down the field, near sideline. If you were watching on TV, kind of coming toward the TV screen, a really, really pretty touch throw. He also had a beautiful ball placement throw in the middle of the field. There was like a defender draped over a big bodied tight end, and he kind of threw him open away from the defender. Those were the 2 throws that really impressed me of his outing. But I go on to say that this rookie class through 1 week
showed really well.
There weren't any duds. The one guy that doesn't really fit into the picture is Drake May. Not because he did anything wrong, but he wasn't allowed to do anything. And that's what's comical. We were talking about McCarthy. He's not supposed to start, right? You're not hearing anything other than Jacoby Brissett's going to be the starter for the Patriots. And yet they still didn't play Drake May. Brissett threw 3 passes. They got him out of there. They put Drake May in. I think it was 6 plays, 3 throws, couple of screens to running backs, including our guy, Antonio Gibson, for a first down. And then his night was over. So one of these is not like the other. Daniels, obvious starter, didn't play much. Same with Caleb Williams. But the other guys that are either competing or backups, they played a ton in this game. They were throwing 15 to 20 passes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it from the Patriots.
I don't understand anything they're really doing, but I also don't know, they're going to get the benefit of the doubt on a lot of things because it's New England and they've done everything better than everybody for a long time. But all those people are gone. Brady is gone. Belichick is gone. You still have Kraft, but they hired a head coach who they didn't really have an interviewing process at all. And sometimes that happens, right? But when's the last time you can remember a position coach with basically no experience as a coordinator or as a head coach calling plays or anything, just immediately slid into the head coaching role? I'm thinking of like Jeff Saturday or Antonio Pierce, but at least that's in the interim capacity. Maybe Gerard Mayo is going to be great. There have been a couple of quirky little things where they're not operating the same as everyone else that seem really weird to me. And you look back and you go, all right, so they've got a first-time coach who's never really been a coordinator, who lived in Bill's shadow, who's a position player who's close with the owner. Just doesn't feel like a great situation to me. They had an interim GM in Elliott Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
They were looking for other GMs. They settled on him and just promoted him after a lengthy search that didn't add anything else. I think they could be going into a not so great downturn.
Which would be great. They're entitled to about 100 years of failure after all the success they had for 20 plus seasons. Now, the thing that I don't get, and you touched on this, but I want to double down. Let's say you view Drake May as a project. That's your evaluation. You took him third overall. No problem. Well, this is project time right now, this minute.
They treated him like he's in a starting competition.
Yeah, unless you're so concerned. Like, the only way I could see it is if you're so concerned about his surroundings, like you think your line stinks and they have nobody around him, which they don't, by the way. It's the worst roster in the league, in my opinion, that you can't afford to throw him out there for too long. I just kind of don't get that, right? Like, if he's not going to be a starter right away, then this is soak it up time. This is sponge time. This is all of the reps and all of the different of the valuable experiences that you're depriving him of by making sure that that Bentley Zappi gets 20 more shots at it.
All right. Speaking of things that you don't really understand, we got to name Jaden the starter in the next day or two, right? Like, we can do that now. Yeah,
it's fine by me.
Does it matter at all? Do you care at all at this point? Is it one of those things where you're going, Dan, come on, buddy? They started him in the game. He said he's going to be first on the unofficial depth chart. Didn't really mean anything. He's going to start the first preseason game unofficially, he said. Okay. When are we doing this? Like, is it time to stop pretending? You told us you didn't want to pretend. You didn't want to keep any secrets. You're kind of trying to keep your secret now. You got to do it. What is left for him to prove or do? Like, what are we doing here? They're not going to start Mariota this week and pretend like it's a competition. So maybe, I guess, they go out this weekend in Miami. They have their joint practices. They play Daniels for a quarter. And then afterwards, they say he earned it. He's the guy. Is that the timeline?
If I had to guess, that's what they're doing. Because they're insisting on doing this sort of charade or,
tomfoolery.
Yeah, this weird magic trick where we can all see where the guy hit the card. You know what I mean? Like we all know where it's going. We all get it.
I like that. He thinks he's doing a magic trick. This fake magician I'm talking about.
Yeah, he's doing misdirection, but we can see the card.
Like, I got a quarter in my ear, but he's like talking to us, but you can see the quarter like in his palm, like stuck to his palm.
He's like, I'm going to cut the woman in half, and you can actually see the escape compartment where the woman's crawling out of there. Like we see it, dude. Like, come on.
We know what you're doing, bro.
But it's this weird little quirky thing that they just won't give in on, and I don't know if it's a Dan Quinn cultural thing or otherwise, but everybody knows, but nobody can say. It's odd to me.
Felt good to be watching some football all weekend, though.
Yeah.
Even though it was not particularly great football at times, and it was a lot of guys I've never heard of at other times. Who played a lot, like an NFL game's worth of a lot? Trey Lance for the Cowboys yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You watch any of that?
I saw a little bit of Trey Lance.
Trey Lance didn't look terrible. That doesn't mean anything because none of these games or results mean anything. But he wasn't Stetson Bennett, so that he had that going for him. Stetson Bennett threw 4 picks yesterday.
That was tough.
He played an entire game. Sean McVay's preseason philosophy is just hilarious to me. Are you going to play for us this year? Stand over there. Everyone else go play 60 minutes of football. That's kind of what he does now.
It's not even exaggeration. Like, that's pretty much what they do. If we think you're going to contribute for us, you warm up before the game.
Yeah.
You change into street clothes you have to have a bucket hat, and you have to have fun on the sideline.
Stetson Bennett, 24 of 38 for 224 with a game-winning touchdown in a 13-12 game and 4 interceptions. And they were some ugly, gross, nasty, didn't see you, didn't know you were there. Oh, you're not on my team. Ow now, brown cow interceptions. I mean, they were disgusting.
How great was Sean McVay mic'd up throughout that whole game, or most of that game yesterday?
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
Where is that for us, by the way?
Oh, I wish.
Where is that on my broadcast where we've got Dan Quinn with his backwards hat talking about Top Gun? I'm watching the Vikings game with the great Paul Allen on the call. First down, Vikings. A laser from Kirk to Justin Jefferson. He's JJ. Paul Allen. By the way, that was a silly impression. None of you are respecting it.
Sleeping.
You don't know. Darius knows a little bit. There's like 4 people out there that are like, damn, GP's got a Paul
Grant
Allen.
does a great Paul Allen.
My Paul Allen is on fire today. But anyway, Kevin O'Connell with the call. Laser from Kirk to Justin Jefferson. Anyway, I want to say this one more time. That is an incredible impression. This will not be the last time you hear that. I didn't know I had it. I'm just doing it now. And now
You've never workshopped it?
No, that's my best.
Now you know
impression.
we need a Paul Allen cut.
That is my best impression I've ever done. That's what I want you to know.
Can you do a current highlight work? Because Kirk doesn't play there anymore.
Let's see.
I have a Paul Allen cut too. We can compare.
Okay, but what is the play?
It's the 45-yard pass, the touchdown pass from McCarthy to whatever that random receiver was.
He's JJ McCarthy. Yeah, let's hear it from Paul Allen on the Vikings radio network.
I think I'm going to keep. Oh, there we go.
Oh, here it is. That's not Paul Allen. That's just Justin Jefferson yelling. All right, so next time we'll hear from Paul Allen. I don't have a Justin Jefferson impression.
I was going to say,
what I was going to say is, and this is actually a good
segue.
Yeah. Thank you. A segue, if you will. You wouldn't know it from that highlight because that was a lot to deal with. But Justin Jefferson was mic'd up for like an entire quarter. It was awesome. He was so good. He's talking about formations and, I think we got to go to this guy. Let's go deep here. It was great. And he's a superstar and everyone in Minnesota loves him. And you get to watch your guy mic'd up. And Kevin O'Connell at one point walks up to him and he's like, he doesn't know he's mic'd up. He's like, dude, why are you by yourself just talking? He's like, I'm on the air right now. And Kevin's like, oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, you're never by yourself talking to yourself. But it was just guys kept
You're
coming up to
by
him.
yourself talking.
And one of the offensive coaches came up and he's like, we got to hold that block. Like, you're just hearing little conversations.
Uh-huh.
But then McVay was doing the same thing. Do you have the clip when he was talking about the Cowboys coming out?
The fourth down play?
Yeah. He's like, we're going empty gun on fourth down here. What are we doing here, McCarthy? It was hilarious. And he's like, oh, boy. He's all excited. He was basically auditioning for Monday Night Football.
Yeah,
I think.
he's doing like he was doing McVay, almost doing like a John Gruden type bit, or like a little Tony Romo in it too. You know, where he's like,
exactly,
like, what are we doing here? Oh my God! Like, you know, hitching up his pants a little bit as he goes.
That was his. Hey, when I retire, come get me.
Yeah. By the way,
this was McVay on the mic yesterday.
Really on display, and really like the depth and the understanding. This is a big play for us right here. Push it into empty. Oh, 4th and 3. What the heck we got going here with Coach McCarthy? Big win by Corey Durden. Oh, don't let him escape this. Come on. Oh, I'll tell you what.
But he's sitting there giving you the play-by-play. He's like, ooh, the Cowboys pushed into empty. He's a little, Macho Man Randy McVay. Oh, baby, they're going empty here. Preseason football, baby.
Yeah.
Let's do this thing.
More mic'd up. Less cut down to the field for player interviews where it's like, what's this like? It's great. How fun is it? It's really fun. Every day, one day at a time is a great day have a day that's today for a day at a time today. What about tomorrow? Tomorrow's a great day too to have a great day. Back up to you guys. Cool. Thank you. That's neat. Mic them up.
Wide receiver drama for NFC powerhouses still. Nothing doing with Brandon Aiyuk in San Francisco. CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jones angry at each other in Dallas. It's getting good. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. That's next. One thing you missed in your week away on vacation, Danny, a lot of Brandon Aiyuk content.
Yeah.
Around these parts and around the country.
Well, you know what's funny? It all comes full circle because we did a lot while you were out, too. I mean, because it's been a never-ending story, part 7.
It has. Last week was when all the real legitimate developments came, though, right?
Mhm.
He's been doing his post a picture here, post a video there. Me and Jayden Daniels are twins, bros, though, here, all that stuff. But my boy Jaden, I'm going to play with you 3 weeks ago when you and I were like, yeah, I'm sure. Okay.
Okay there, buddy.
Whatever you say, Brandon. It became the Commanders actually were calling them, according to a report last week. 4 teams were interested in trading for him. The Commanders have backed out on their own and are no longer in the mix. 2 teams not only tried to trade for him, but had a deal in place with the 49ers or with the player himself. And they still have not been able to have these stars aligned. So basically what's happened, to catch everyone up to speed on even more reporting over the weekend, the 4 teams were the Commanders, who have supposedly gotten out of the sweepstakes on their own. Then there was the Steelers. The problem with the Steelers deal is that San Francisco does not like the compensation that much. San Francisco wants more back than the Steelers are willing to give up, but they have apparently struck a deal with Aiyuk. I'm imagining it's close to $32 million a year, just because we know that's what New England offered him. Aiyuk has gone back to the Niners and said, either do the deal that Pittsburgh gave me or trade me to Pittsburgh. That is the last report last night where we're at, where he's basically giving them the ultimatum of, I'm saying yes to the Pittsburgh deal. Now, San Francisco's saying no to that one, but he's saying, if you're not going to pay me that, that's where I want to be. Let's end this. Send me there. The other team was the Patriots. And New England, if you remember, Danny, offered, this is all reported, but offered Brandon Aiyuk $32 million a year. That's like almost Justin Jefferson money.
Yeah.
He's JJ. Justin Jefferson. $32 million a year for Brandon Aiyuk. He still didn't want to go there. I don't know what he has against New England. I'd have to imagine it's the quarterback situation.
The sheer dearth of talent and like the morbid near future, I would say, like no chance of winning ever.
Yeah.
For a while.
Probably.
Maybe that's it.
Rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you play with him in college, you're probably not that excited to go play with a rookie quarterback. And Drake May wasn't at Arizona State like Jayden Daniels was. So he said no to the New England, who apparently had a deal that the Niners liked more. And then the other team was Cleveland. And the Niners and the Browns agreed to a deal, supposedly. But that deal that would have involved Amari Cooper and I think a second and a fifth was the report, did not satisfy Brandon Aiyuk because Aiyuk does not want to play for the Browns. So the teams that the Niners are willing to strike a deal with based on the compensation they're getting back, New England and Cleveland, Aiyuk does not want to play for. Deshaun Watson in Cleveland. Bad situation. New England. I don't know if it's a cold weather thing. I have no idea. He is willing to play in Pittsburgh, though, but the Steelers don't have what the Niners want. He's willing to play in Washington, but it doesn't sound like Washington is willing to give up what it takes. All of that sounds complicated, but basically it's a love triangle where all 3 need to be appeased, and that is they have not been able to strike an accord.
You've gotten 2 out of 3 a couple different times, and it's been a different 2 each and every time. It is really complicated.
There's probably like a math algorithm
there.
There
Is. Yeah.
Like what are the chances that all 3 can connect at the same time? It's like 6% or something.
Yeah. I mean, the hardest thing to do, I would say, is for a team willing to meet contract demands. That's self-selective. Probably 25 teams right off the bat would go, that's probably too rich. We don't want to do $32 million per year, whatever, right? The handful that would then are saying, hey, we're going to spend that much money. We probably need to cool it on the draft compensation or whatever's going back to you in return, team that holds Brandon Aiyuk's rights. So you could see how you could beat an impasse. It's one of the reasons I always thought that he would end up in San Francisco. Just after all this song and dance, whether they paid him or not, they still hold all the cards. If you'd like to get to free agency, he's got to go through San Francisco and play for a Super Bowl contender. If you'd like to end up with the payday that he wants, he's got to play, right? And trying to force his hand, it sounds like they got tired of the act, basically saying, we'll let you go through this whole exercise. It's like when you've got a tantruming toddler. I know these are grown men, but you've got a tantruming toddler, and it's like, you know what? We'll let him burn himself out. Eventually, he's going to take a nap in the car on the way home.
You're describing my night last night as I'm holding my son's door closed and he's trying to get out after he came out of his bedroom for the 11th time to get water.
Yeah.
It's the worst. And he's sobbing and calling daddy, and it's a terrible feeling. And I'm like, he's got to fall asleep soon. You know, and
At some point.
when he does, I'll just go in, I'll scoop him up, I'll put him in his bed, everything will be fine.
Like we're already out of the restaurant. We've already, bailed on the evening. We're already, the playground's not an answer. We're just going to let him burn his star out, and eventually he'll come back.
So
with
we're
me.
right now. Ayuk is crying at the door, and the
Yes.
Niners are holding the door closed,
Yeah.
waiting for him to fall asleep.
Pretty much. Like there's so little. Again, maybe it works, and I'll have to eat my words.
Well,
But
the momentum, like 3 weeks ago, I'd say was there's no way this guy's getting traded. He's just angry. The Niners are not listening to him. They're covering their ears and moving forward, getting ready for camp. Then the momentum, I'd say all of last week, and certainly midway through the week, was Brandon Aiyuk is getting traded. That is officially now a thing that's happening. And by the way, if Adam Peters was interested, and if Washington wanted to trade for him, it would have been hilarious because it would have happened while you were at the beach.
Yep.
And it would have kept the streak alive.
Indeed.
For whatever reason, Peters didn't know, I guess, that he could have done something funny for the radio show, and he opted not to trade for Brandon Aiyuk.
He's like, best thing for the football team.
Probably the smart, correct decision.
Unreal.
But we did miss out on a good bit, if I could say that.
Mm-hmm.
With all respect to Mr. Peters.
Mm-hmm.
Very handsome general manager, executive.
Good hair.
But we're now back to the momentum of you kind of punch through that wall of he's definitely getting traded, and now it feels like maybe he's not getting dealt. So what's your guess? Week 1, is he on the field for the Niners? Is he a 49er not playing, or is he somewhere else because he's been dealt?
On the field for the 49ers. I don't have a ton of confidence in that because it's between the first two for me. What was the thing where you have to show up by a certain time in order to accrue the year, and he wants to let everyone know he's dissatisfied?
Still several weeks into the season before that's a
Yeah,
factor.
so maybe that's the path, but I would say if push comes to shove, he's on the field week 1.
I don't understand what he's so upset about also. I understand wanting to get paid on pro player, and I think he deserves to get a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
But the part of the offseason where you agitate and you try to get yours is kind of come and gone. It's not like he gets paid peanuts. I mean, this is a guy who got a 5th-year option picked up, meaning you get a decent enough raise. You're going to go out and put up numbers, and then you leave next year. He's acting like he hates it there. Like he is miserable and wants nothing to do
Like
with
he's a 5th-round Freddie that's got no rights at all.
on a terrible team.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're banging your body up against the wall for nothing when you have an excellent chance to win a Super Bowl this year. I'm a little bit surprised by just how over the top his effort to get out of there has been, but the drama continues in San Francisco. I'm going to say he's on a different team. Even though the momentum's going away from that right now, I'll say he gets traded and he's playing somewhere else. The other of the wide receivers in the news over the last several days being at odds with this team is CeeDee Lamb. And you would have loved this. You missed this one. So Jerry Jones was asked about him at the end of last week, said there was no urgency to get anything done.
What an amazing thing to say, by the way.
Hilarious.
Can you imagine?
First of all, the owner doing his weekly talk is very funny.
Yeah.
Let's start with that. Second, on what planet is that a good answer? No, we're fine here. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, to be honest with you, we don't give a damn whether he's here or not. What? What are you doing?
How is
Hoss?
How is that the answer? Like, clearly, CeeDee Lamb's going to be annoyed by that.
You might think.
Now, he did, meaning he is in Jerry Jones. He's like, hey, someone come talk to me today. I want to say something. And he got back on the mic pretty quickly, and he suggested that they do miss him and they like him. And I think the quote was, "You're missed." So this is his mea culpa today.
Yeah.
Where he says, we do miss him. I'm just saying we don't feel like we urgently have to get something done. But CeeDee Lamb sounds like he's more angry with the Cowboys than he was a month ago after he took to Twitter to laugh at Jerry Jones saying there was no urgency to get a contract in place.
Which, again, what a fascinating thing to say out loud. Just amazing to me. That's all.
Open mouth.
Yep.
Insert foot. Can you imagine if Jed York came out today with basically I guess you put your fireman outfit on and you grab some gas. You just walk over to that flame. That's what Jerry Jones did.
Yeah.
He comes out and he goes, yeah, whether we work this thing out with Aiyuk or not that big of a deal, not a big priority right now. That'll go over well.
That's great. What a lovely thing to hear.
If Brandon Aiyuk still has his social media passwords, you're getting a tweet in the first 3 minutes.
You
after
might get
that
chirped
comment.
on that one.
Jerry, man, the gift that keeps on giving in the nation's capital.
Indeed.
Making sure the Cowboys stay mediocre 30 years in or so at this point. Our double play is next. Danny's back from vacation.
Yes.
You guys know what that means. How much weight did Danny gain on vacation? There's an important caveat which
Yes.
we can get into,
Mm-hmm.
but Danny was on vacation for a week. How much weight did he gain? We'll play the game on the Fan. 425, Jayden Daniels made a change at the line, threw a dime. Dan Quinn's reaction was priceless. We will react to his audio from postgame as he discussed the Jayden Daniels decision at the line of scrimmage in his preseason debut. Top Gun was referenced, which plays pretty well on this radio show. As we welcome you back, though, it is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Every time Danny goes on vacation, he weighs himself before he leaves, and he weighs himself when he gets back.
Yep.
And over the years, we've had some very memorable post-vacation weigh-ins.
The highlights include 4 days in New Orleans where I gained almost 17 pounds.
That was a win. That was really fun for everybody.
That's
what we call the bread pudding trip.
Yeah, that's how it's known still down there as well. That prompted a Washington Nationals player to say, "Did you really do that? That's bleeping disgusting," before slamming the door. This very vacation where I was able to stay for 2 weeks at one point, so over 2 weeks. That was 13 days and nights. I think I gained my maximum ever, which was about 18 pounds over the course of a couple of weeks. So those are your all-time highs.
Your record, you
was
were
it higher
on
than
the
that?
record, 27 pounds
It was
on a 2-week
27?
vacation. Yeah. That was a 27-pound vacation.
Oh my God.
That's a keeper,
I'd
sir.
suppress that in my mind a little bit.
Now, that's not your weight. Your record per day.
Yeah, the per day is New Orleans.
Is New Orleans.
Yeah, that's more than 4 pounds per day.
But 27 in 13 days ain't too bad either.
No, it's not good, but it's also
But it's certainly a victory.
it's also pretty great. Yeah.
So there is a caveat I think we needed to set up.
Sure. Yeah. So this is the deal. It's what's going on. I am now currently taking some medication to not gain weight. Like, that's where we are. We're trying to reverse this process that has not been going that well since I started it.
It's going fine.
I went on vacation before.
But if I could say this,
okay,
I think you have remained healthy. You would just like to be skinnier. Is that a fair way to chronicle it?
Well, of course I would.
Because you're no longer here's what I'll say. Most people, when they see you out and about, they go, "Oh, Danny, you look great," or they're like, "Danny, you look healthy." Or, you always say you're heavy. You're not heavy,
right?
And you would like to be skinnier, but you do not look bad. Like, take it from a guy who actually needs to lose weight. I would say you're at a point where you constantly pick up basketball, you play pickleball. You're in decent shape. You're just unhappy with your decent shape.
So, and there's also other medical stuff beyond that, where they're like, "Hey, these readings, you see these different numbers, they're really high."
That I can't help you with.
Yeah, well, that's kind of why I'm able to do this, right? So I'm on the meds. And so this trip, I worked really hard to not gain weight. Now, normally I do too, and you guys will go, "Come on." And the segment has kind of gone in the past where I sort of sandbag and be like, "I didn't really do that much." And the point is, if I eat normal foods, I balloon up like a giant fat animal and I'm disgusting. I worked really hard. I biked every day, 6 miles per day. Okay. I closed my rings all but 2 days because it was raining a lot. I did 2 different kind of like hardcore HIIT workouts, including yesterday morning. I woke up at 6 a.m., took my weights to the beach, and did a full HIIT workout on the beach by myself before taking a dip into the ocean. Then I carried the weights back. I obviously stayed on the medication. I did everything I possibly could to not balloon back up.
So you worked out pretty hard.
I worked out very hard. And again, I didn't overeat.
Okay.
Like, that's kind of the nature of this stuff. I didn't eat near as much as I have in the past.
You mean you didn't overeat? You didn't eat badly, or you didn't eat a lot of anything?
I didn't eat a lot of anything. So I had donuts. I had 2 donuts.
You had your 4 donuts.
No, I had 2 donuts the entire trip.
God bless you.
Yeah.
That's the first time you've ever only had 2 donuts.
Mhm.
You normally pummel a half box of donuts.
Well, when they're there and no one's eating them, someone should eat them.
All right.
Otherwise, it's a waste of donuts.
So you showed some restraint.
Yes. But it's also the medication that makes you show the restraint. Like, I didn't do it. It's like, dude, I literally feel sick.
Hey, just take the credit, okay? You showed some restraint. All right. Biking 6 miles per day is a lot of biking. 2 HIIT workouts. I'll ask a couple questions, and then we can get our guesses in here.
Yep.
Question number 1, what was your most extravagant meal in terms of consumption? Like, what was the thing where you overate the most, felt the least uncomfortable?
Great
the least
question.
comfortable.
We went to Blue Point, my wife and brother and sister-in-law, and I had soup. I believe it was a chowder, and I had like a regular-sized fish dinner, and that was it.
Fried?
Yeah, it was a fried fish with like over like a succotash, like corn and
Okay,
and
so
type deal.
I mean, you really didn't do
Yeah.
anything crazy like
Regular
not
meal.
bread or anything.
Right, regular meal.
Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm. No
Uh,
barbecue. We just didn't do it.
We know that you don't drink alcohol,
Right.
So there was none of that.
No boozes.
Anything else you guys need to know before we make our guesses? Any dessert items other than the if you want to count a donut?
I had a slice of pecan pie at that dinner. A slice of pecan pie at that dinner. So
Okay.
that was indulgent.
How terrible did you feel after?
Awful. Like I was gonna die.
Because isn't that part of the deal?
That's the
It's
whole
like,
deal.
If you eat like Danny, the medication says,
Dude,
not today.
You're just curled up in the fetal. Yeah, other than that, like kind of your normal, like I had a small brownie, like a tiny square of a brownie one of the days, but like all small little stuff. A couple snacks here and there, crunchies.
I have a 2-part question
Yes,
for you.
right now.
How many times did you go out to eat for dinner and or lunch?
One lunch. I had a shrimp burger at Sam and Omi's.
Okay.
And 2 dinners.
Okay, so how many bread baskets then did you consume? Like,
0.
as a fan, no bread basket.
No bread baskets.
Okay.
I mean, he quite literally grinded on this vacation.
Yeah. I mean, okay.
He did everything he could to take our joy. That won't be forgotten.
I think
good?
I'm ready to just go ahead and make a guess at
Let's
this
do
point.
it.
Yeah, I think we got
I'm
our
not
information.
doing like a rug pull. I did gain weight, but I tried to before I left.
Yeah.
And I'm trying now to temper everybody's expectations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Garris.
Let's go with a whopping 3.8 pounds.
Okay.
Darrison at 3.8.
I'll say 4.7 pounds.
I'm going to say
Grant knows this guy, by the way.
I'm going to say 2.7 pounds.
Ryan is in at 2.7. All right. Grant's the winner here.
Yeah.
Grant's the winner here. When I left, 219.6.
Okay.
219.6. When I returned this morning, I weighed myself 231.3.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That's 11.7 pounds.
That's my guy.
What?
Yep.
11.7?
Yep.
With all the, what about the hit workouts?
Yep.
What about the running on the beach like you're
Nothing
on
matters.
Baywatch?
Nothing matters at all.
What about the bike ride?
If you have if you're me and you have a single delicious food item, nothing can stop it.
11.7.
It's an unstoppable force.
12 pounds.
That's right. That's right.
You're not on the medicine anymore.
I am.
The medicine keeps you from that.
In theory.
Are you the person that broke the medicine?
I suppose I am. I am not excited to tell the doctor.
11.7?
Say that right now. Yeah, 11.7 pounds. The point is,
but all the exercise.
yeah, the point is there's no hope. There isn't any hope for anybody. Do you understand me? If you got this, if you got what I got, which is the metabolism of a beach sloth. I don't know that sloths get beached, but whatever. Just a gross behemoth.
What about the hit workout?
Then nothing matters. None of that stuff matters. The only thing that matters is you have to deny yourself delicious food every second of every day forever.
Are you sure you did 6 miles?
100%
per day?
positive. I got it on my watch. I'll show you the
Garris.
workouts.
How many days is that? 6 days?
No, that's
8
9
days?
days. 9 days.
I'm floored. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say. To
My shtick aside, I'm obviously furious and so annoyed and nothing matters and I'm whatever.
What if you would have just released all inhibitions and not done any work?
Who knows what would have happened? Who knows?
Could the record have been in play?
Probably not. I mean, I would have like upchecked a couple times. But here's my advice to everybody out there. And this is slightly tongue in cheek. I want you to envision me winking when I say this. Quit. Just quit. Stop trying. Give up. If you're an in shape person, stay in shape. Do it. Enjoy it. That's great. The rest of us, order a waffle.
11.7.
11.7 pounds.
Wow. I did not see that swerve. Got me.
Yeah.
I thought we were past not knowing when Danny had a swerve.
Oh, no. It's real.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I actually feel bad. Like normally I
I
laugh
know.
and I high five.
Yeah, you're like, oh my God, that's so much.
Now we're at kind of like poor guy range.
Oh my God, that's
I
depressing.
mean, you did everything.
Everything.
You did everything you could. All you could do. It's like you studied your butt off.
Mhm.
You were up till midnight every night, 6 straight days. You got a good sleep. You got a good breakfast. You paid for a tutor, and you bombed the exam.
And then in the final, they were like, okay, you guys go across the hall. You're taking another class as final.
You just bombed the exam.
Just ate a bucket of it.
Brother.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
No good transition there. The Beltway Blitz. The Beltway's big. You're
Sure
listening
is.
to the Fan. The exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny's, the law firm, Condori and Murad. They can guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Time to go blitzing all around the Beltway. We'll cover the Nationals, the NFL, and the Commanders. Let's do this thing. And to discuss the Nats, our buddy Pete Medhurst, who was in the booth with Charlie Slows yesterday, filling in for Dave Jagler on the call of Nats baseball here on 106.7 The Fan. Pete, unfortunately, the Nats could not pull off a sweep. Another really rough first inning and rough fourth inning for Mackenzie Gore, who lasted just 4 frames, and the Nats were playing catch-up after that.
Grant, the first inning for him, and Charlie and I talked about this in our pitching segment before the game. The first inning is the Bermuda Triangle right now for Mackenzie Gore. Now, did he get out of the first frame yesterday giving up no runs? Yes, he did. How many pitches did he throw? 28. Not optimal. Kind of set the tone for the outing. And look, this is a guy you know from following him as well. This is a guy that has high-end rotation, big league stuff. And I'm sure right now it befuddles Jim Hickey, Sean Doolittle, Davey Martinez as they all try to figure it out, as well as it does Mackenzie, because Mackenzie is a competitor. You know he takes it seriously, but the biggest thing too, Grant, is he takes it hard. And I think right now with Mackenzie Gore, it's as much physical right now, or excuse me, mental, as it is physical, I think, right now with the young southpaw.
So, Pete, I want to double click here a little bit on this. Through May, basically, he was an all-star caliber pitcher, looked like the guy at the top of the rotation, was a stud, ERA in the upper 2s. Month of June, ERA north of 5. Month of July, ERA north of 7, almost 7.7. And then this month kind of bailed out here by the fact that he didn't give up any earned runs yesterday. But still, the ERA, kind of all these numbers just don't look right. Doesn't look like him. Do we think it's something mechanical? Do we think maybe there's a pitch tipping situation going on? What's happening to Mackenzie Gore? Because as you said correctly, his stuff is just too good.
Danny, if a guy's getting hit hard, then I certainly believe it is a pitch tipping thing. But the case right now with him is not necessarily getting hit hard. It's the walks. 6 walks yesterday. The walk total, that's about attacking the strike zone. Davey Martinez consistently talks about that in every press conference. When a pitcher has a bad outing, more than likely it's because they did not try to attack the strike zone. Look at the young fella that pitched yesterday for the Angels, Kiwanuit. I mean, that's a guy that got hit hard as heck in his first 2 outings. He lasted 3 innings in one, 4 in another. But you go look at his minor league numbers at Rocket City. He had 2 complete games, an 8-inning game and 2 7-inning games. And yesterday, through 5 innings, he only had 60 pitches because he's attacking the strike zone and putting the onus on the hitters to just go hit the baseball. The Nationals really didn't make him pay for any of that early in the game. Gore, on the other hand, was not throwing strikes. You're not making the hitters do anything when you can't locate the baseball. And it didn't matter, seemingly, what he called, what Wiley Adams called for him yesterday. He just couldn't locate. And I think that's what's most befuddling about a guy that you just detailed quite accurately. Early in the season, he looked exactly like the guy the Nationals thought they were getting in this trade. So we know it's there. That's why I think right now, if there's nothing wrong with him, and it's up to the pitcher to say whether there is something wrong with him, then right now it's more mental and mechanical as to whether he can locate his pitches, because I'm sure it's one of the great mysteries right now over there on South Capitol Street.
Pete, you were on the call yesterday and saw a rare James Wood 0 for 3, did draw a walk, so kept his on-base streak intact. 3 hits in the series, including an opposite field home run. Very productive again this weekend throughout the homestand. OPS is up to almost 800 right now. What did you make of his series against the Angels?
I mean, Grant, his outs are even 109 and 110 miles an hour. The one thing I guess if you're trying to super nitpick, there have been opportunities where I think he has thought there was going to be a different pitch, and a guy threw basically a fastball right down the middle and has gotten him caught looking, surprised in a couple of those situations. But if I were him too, I'd also be expecting a big sweeping pitch going out of the strike zone and rarely being challenged right down the middle. I just love the young man's approach right now. There's a calm demeanor about him. Nothing seems to faze him up there at the plate. And again, as we've talked about on numerous occasions since he's come up, this is a young man that's just scratching the surface at this level as he gets more experience at this level, sees more of these pitchers, because guys that have gotten him the first time, Grant, have rarely gotten him the second time. It's been quite a pattern to watch for him when they play a team one week and they come back and play him the next. And James has seemingly made the adjustment against that tough pitcher, even when it's been one of those tough lefties, particularly guys in the late innings out of the bullpen.
Pete, great as always, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you, bud.
Be good. By the way, if you want to hear more on James Wood or the Nationals, brand new Bustin' Loose Baseball dropped today. So grab that podcast wherever you get your audio. Myself and Toby Altizer. Speaking of Nats coverage, all of our baseball coverage on the Fans presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Let's talk NFL football. Mike Jones joins us now. Mike, I caught up with you on the phone the other night. You were in Pittsburgh getting ready to see the Steelers. What'd you find out about the Justin Fields, Russell Wilson quarterback dilemma?
Well, I don't think it's much of a dilemma right now, at least not in the minds of Mike Tomlin. He is very adamant that Russell Wilson is his guy. He continues to say he's got pole position on this job, and it's going to take a whole lot for Justin Fields to overtake him for this. They just feel like even though Russell Wilson didn't play in that game on Friday and just started practicing last week because of the calf strain, they feel like he's the guy that gives them the best opportunity to win now. They feel like Arthur Smith's offensive system and his creativity is going to put Russell Wilson in position to kind of be as effective or similarly effective to what he was in Seattle with a strong run game, play action, shots down the field. That's what he does well, not the timing, West Coast offense type of stuff that he was asked to do in Denver with Sean Payton. But they really like Justin Fields. They like what they've seen from him. He got the start. He was 5 for 6, I think, for like 67 yards. He had a couple drives that were killed by bad snap connection between him and the center. They changed centers, and then they started moving the ball. They feel like they have a guy that can help them win now, and a young guy who's promising just needs a little more seasoning. And so I would not be surprised if at some point we see Justin Fields take over that job. But for right now, they don't feel pressure to rush him into that job.
Mike, you ever had an employer publicly say it's not a big deal if we employ Mike Jones like Jerry Jones did to CeeDee Lamb?
No, I have not.
Good for you.
Isn't that nice?
That is nice. I don't know if I would have stayed, but it's amazing to me just the way that Jerry Jones has handled this thing, not just with him, but also with Dak. The longer they wait, the more the price goes up. I mean, they could have gotten these taken care of last year, and how many quarterbacks got deals, how many wide receivers got deals, and so the asking price keeps going up. And I guess, Jerry's trying to play poker there and just not give in, but this is not going well. And when you have a head coach who's in a lame duck season and the pressure is on to win, and you've got all this animosity building up because you're not paying your quarterback, haven't given him his best weapon back on the field yet. I don't know. This might be a disaster of a season for the Cowboys.
Mike Jones is with us here on G&D of The Athletic. Has been making the rounds, training camps, preseason. Seen a lot of the teams over the last few weeks. I'm going to take Jayden Daniels out of the equation locally because we're going to dive in on the Commanders in just a minute. But the rest of the rookie quarterbacks, some guys really showed well this weekend. Among them, Caleb Williams, J.J. McCarthy looked awesome for the Vikings. Bo Nix had a really good first game for Denver. Michael Penix got the start and did some good things for the Falcons. I know we're taking it with a grain of salt. It's the preseason. It's vanilla coverages. But who stood out to you the most of those guys? What do you take out of those outings?
Well, I mean, look, Caleb Williams looked, I think, like Caleb Williams needed to look. There's so much pressure, but he carries himself as if he's the guy. They put a lot around him. And so for him to go out there, he looked sharp. I think it was 187 yards, like you said, or something like that. He balled out like the number one pick. The other guys did well as well. Seeing some good things for them. That's what you want if you're a franchise. But again, I try not to get overly excited about what I see in the preseason because they're not game planning. They don't have game film on them. Once we get to the regular season, that first 4 weeks, we'll see what happens. We'll see as these defense coordinators figure out the weaknesses and strengths and start attacking them. But just from a standpoint of understanding what to do in their offense, where to go with the ball, connection, accuracy, I thought there was a lot of good things that some of these young quarterbacks showed.
Do Hassan Reddick and or Brandon Aiyuk get traded?
I don't think so. The Jets came out saying that they're not trading Hassan Reddick, and they're dug in on this. And so I don't know how this game is going to end, but they are not giving him away. They already have traded to get him, and so they, don't want to get rid of him for nothing. They have no leverage right now, so they're best to hold on to him. Brandon Aiyuk, I still think that they might work something out. There was some talks with other teams. The Steelers seemed like they were kind of close, but they weren't able to give the 49ers the compensation they want. And so I think maybe after hearing, okay, what were the offers? What were teams giving you? All right, look, maybe we weren't as far off. Maybe we can find a way to get this thing worked out. They want him. They know that they have a window to win a Super Bowl, and he gives them a better chance having him than not having him. And so I think that it might drag on a little longer, but they might get something done.
Mike, thank you, buddy.
All right, I'll see you guys.
Be good. Let's talk about the Commanders and continue our coverage of camp, which is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Kevin Sheehan of the Kevin Sheehan Show from 10 to 1 every day over on the Team 980. Kevin, what'd you think of Jayden Daniels?
What's up, boys? I thought, he did pretty well. I mean, it's a preseason game. They were playing 2s and 3s, and I just it's hard to really know anything. But I love the poise. I love the smooth operation. The throw to De'Ami Brown was great. I thought I don't know what you guys have said about it, but I thought it was interesting just to see offensively some of the no huddle, some of the not necessarily with the intention of up-tempo, but we saw some up-tempo. We saw a ton of...
They were actually the fastest team in the NFL. And they were the fastest team between plays in the preseason in week 1.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me because it was obvious that they weren't huddling, which I thought was interesting for a preseason game. That's the kind of thing that you would expect, he wants to do. Why would he just do it in a preseason game? We saw a ton of zone read. I think everybody understands that he's going to try to leverage some of that with Jaden's abilities. We saw it with all the quarterbacks. We saw a triple option play where Driscoll pitched it to a running back. So, there are a couple of things that I thought were interesting and perhaps at least slightly revealing, but, we get fooled by these stupid games every summer.
Well, speaking of slightly revealing, Kevin, what does it mean that Jahan Dotson was in the game a lot longer than a lot of other guys that we expect to be starters? Same with Jamin Davis and same with Fedarian Mathis to a degree.
I think the Jahan Dotson thing is really interesting. And I had Ben on the show today, and he mentioned that to me, and I didn't know that he had been in there for basically more snaps than anybody on offense at the skill position players. And then I guess Quinn this afternoon said, there's a lot of competition at that spot. I don't know what it means. Does it mean that he's actually battling for a roster spot? I can't imagine that that's true, but it could be. I mean, with De'Ami Brown out there and, reportedly having a really good camp, he's not a guy you play on the inside. So maybe Dotson's competing with Zacchaeus and others to be a slot guy. I don't know. I mean, I think that's an interesting an interesting result of Saturday is that he was in there for 32 snaps.
Yeah, Olamide Zacchaeus, who has had a great camp, is going to make the squad for sure. There's worse things to be than a slot receiver in a Cliff Kingsbury offense, though, because
no doubt
he likes feeding slot receivers based on his time clearly in Arizona. What did you make of some of the looks that you talked about? Because one of my big takeaways was everyone saying, oh, it was a great game for Jaden. It was a great throw to De'Ami Brown. It was awesome. The fact that he even checked to it was phenomenal. But it was 3 throws. That was one of them. The other was a wide receiver screen. The other was just amped up, sailed over a running back. But the thing that I cared about was, number one, checking to the play, then dropping a dime down the field. We know he can do that. But it looked to me like he's going to run a lot this year. Some of the looks, read option, gun with the guy beside you. We saw Driscoll keep the ball, get around the edge. I think the design running game is going to be amplified, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean, and design is different than option, right? So I think certainly there will be a lot of option. A lot of read option in the game, as there are really now with most teams in the league that have mobile quarterbacks, even some that don't have mobile quarterbacks. These coaches love 11 on 11 in the run game, and you get that with your quarterback being a potential runner. The designed runs, quarterback draws. I don't think we're going to see him running power sweep like Cam Newton, used to run, or
Josh
even some
Allen.
of the stuff that Lamar runs.
Yeah.
Or counters. But I think what we're definitely going to see, and we saw it on that first drive, is just the emphasis on running the football altogether. As much as he wants to leverage some of Jayden's unique skills and talent, I think Kingsbury is going to be responsible, I hope, and say he's still a rookie. We need to run the football. We can do it with a quarterback in the run game for sure, but Brian Robinson getting 5 carries on the opening drive, I think, is maybe a bit telling. I think you go back to that 2021 season, James Conner and Chase Edmonds combined for basically 1,350 yards and well over 300 carries. And Conner is built very much like Brian Robinson Jr. So I don't think we're going to see, an aired out air raid attack. You can't even really do the legitimate air raid that college, the Hal Mummy and Mike Leach stuff in the NFL anyway, because of the hashes. But I think we're going to see a real emphasis on trying to run the football and take the pressure off him. And I'm for that.
Kevin, thank you as always, bud. Have a great week.
All right, boys.
Be good. There's Kevin Sheehan. That is your Beltway Blitz right here on Grant and Danny. Jayden Daniels gets to the line, sees something he doesn't like, calls his own number on a deep shot. Dan Quinn's reaction post-game was outstanding. You'll hear it next on The Fan.
I think it probably illustrates
if you get this, can it? We didn't tell him before the game. Feel free to just go do whatever you want at the line of scrimmage. We're not really there yet. But as Jayden Daniels said after the game, Cliff Kingsbury's told him throughout camp, you get to the line, we're running this play, in this case, a wide receiver screen. You get this look. Here's what we do. And he did it. And maybe you shouldn't do it in August. Maybe you don't show that in the preseason, whatever, but you did it. And he made the play. And I just choose the final sentence or two from Dan Quinn to be the important ones, which was, it was a really cool play. And it just speaks to a little bit of mental capacity.
Well, there are a number of things to it. Number one, that mental capacity. I think that's the biggest takeaway. I think 1A for me is the athletic arrogance. And that's not a negative, by the way. You absolutely 100% have to have that at all times. Whatever room you're in, you're the baddest mother in that room. You are the best bleepity bleep that ever walked. And everybody, you don't have to yell at everyone and remind them every second of every day and come off like a jerk, but you need to believe that. Not like think it and give yourself a positive affirmation before a play. You need to believe that you're going to make that throw. You need to believe that the previous 10 shots that you took that were all bricks were flukes and the next one is going in. The next pitch you throw is going to be the best pitch you've ever thrown in your life. The next time you drop back after you airmail a screen pass, of course you're going to check to 4 verts on a 3rd and 6 in your first ever NFL game. Of course you are. If you're not the kind of guy that's going to do that, I don't know what your ceiling is. That's a high ceiling type moment right there because it could fail spectacularly. And he's got the wherewithal. He's the kind of kid, it seems, obviously I've never met him, but it seems by all the reports and the glowing things the coaches say about him, people that work with him say, is he's not going to be stunted by the setback. The setback is just the thing that happened before the good thing. And that's what that demonstrates to me. Because what's the sequence? Again, he airmails a screen pass. It's 3rd and 6, your first time on an NFL football field. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my offensive coordinator that was basically handpicked for me in my development, tell him to shove this play because I've got something better and watch what I do with it. My one of my college coaches, the pitching coach, he called pitches for everybody. Right? He relayed the signals. And what he told our pitchers was, you're more than welcome to shake it off. Better be nasty. If you think you got something better than what I called based on my reading and my years of study and experience, fine.
Be right.
That changeup better be dark. You want to go back to that slider after you've seen 2? That third one better be the best one you ever threw. It's your right. You have the ball in your hand, not the coach. But I love that.
Well, he also went to a play that I think is as comfortable a play for him as there is, which is to say that just running the all go, 4 verticals. If somebody wins, you lay it out in front of him and you try to drop it in the bucket like he did, not to take away from the catch or the throw, because they were both spectacular. And the throw was awesome. To be his second throw, you got exactly what you came for. You could put him in bubble wrap and try again next week. Like everyone turned on the TV for a moment. They got their moment. They got their flash. That was cool. But if you go back to him coming out of LSU, I think it's very obvious that one of his strengths is throwing the ball down the field with some touch. And it's really obvious that he loves throwing outside the hash marks and even, the numbers, right? He likes throwing toward the sideline. He did that constantly. How many times to Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas, did they run past people and he laid that out there? There was a side-by-side I saw somewhere on the internet this weekend where basically it showed Jayden Daniels' first throw ever in college at Arizona State and his first throw with the Commanders. And they were both go balls to a wide receiver split out on the boundary who won. They were both 42-yard the one in college was a little bit of a catch and run. But they were both kind of deep shots down the right sideline that he threw very well. Point being, he's been doing this for a long time. And so it's not like he checked into something where it's a small window or you got to really make a throw or you got to read this or that. There's not a whole lot to read there. Get ball, 2-step, 3-step drop, put it out in front, and he did that, and it was really comfortable to him. He's going to have that club in the bag. Hopefully they have that at their disposal. Now, how often are they going to get a look where there's no safeties? It's a zero look. Probably not frequently. How often do you not have some help? Like if I was defending Jayden Daniels in week 1, if I'm Todd Bowles, I'm playing a lot of cover 2 with my guys pushing outward toward the sidelines, and I'm demanding of him to beat me in the middle of the field until I see what that looks like. But that was part of the strength of his game that he went to. And man, was it pretty. Like you just can't draw up a better welcome to the Commanders moment for him than 40 yards in the air. But the quote afterwards on Top Gun
It's so good.
Was tremendous.
Yeah.
I
was grinning.
It was like, I probably shouldn't check out of this in the preseason. Because if he doesn't, he knows this is my last rep. It's a screen. We're getting stopped short of the sticks. We're punting and my day's over. So let's just try to get this first down. Let's just do it my way. And if the coaches have any problem, we'll have a quick conversation about it. It's the forgiveness over permission thing that I kind of like a little bit.
And it's, again, there's a right balance, right? This isn't staying out until 5 a.m. when curfew's midnight.
No.
Right? It's different than that. It's I'm going to trust my football ability in this moment, my study, my prep. It's not you remember, why am I blanking on the name of the movie? Al Pacino, We Fight for That Inch, any given Sunday. So it's not like when the offensive coordinator is calling plays and the guy's like changing them in the huddle or whatever.
It's
like,
the 6 inches in front of your face.
Yeah, that's not happening because that's not a thing. No one's saying that, but there's a degree of, hey, this is what you guys told me. This big picture, you told me that. Well, here it is. I'm here to execute the thing, right? You know what I mean? It's not like I'm just saying, screw it. You go deep and I'll do whatever I want. It's not that. It's not like thumbing your nose at somebody. It's that right balance. Again, I keep coming back to it, that confidence in your ability that reigns supreme.
On this team, we fight for that inch. We claw with our fingernails for that inch. Let's go to Luke in DC. What's up, Luke? How are you?
Hey, you guys are using all these movie references. I'll give you one. Think of Lou Brown talking to Willie Mays Hayes when he comes off after making that catch. Nice catch. Don't ever do it again. I think that perhaps
don't ever bleep and do it again.
Nice catch, Hayes.
Yeah, exactly. So, we talk about 2012 and not wanting to show our brand new toy to everybody and how they hit everything. Maybe that was some of that comment where he comes off the field. It's like, okay, yeah, you should have done it. Perfect. Just not the right time. But again, we all loved it and it was awesome.
Yeah, and I don't think Dan Quinn even probably had that conversation. Like, I would be surprised if there was any type of verbal reprimand. If there was hey, let's not check out of stuff. Why would you? He checked into a better play that worked. What's the problem? I don't think it is viewed as a coach as he disobeyed my order.
Right. That's the distinction I was trying to draw.
Right. I mean, if this was week 1, you'd have been thrilled by that. Again, he said after the game, Kingsbury has routinely coached him up. If you get this coverage against this look, get out of the play. And that's what he did. So because it's the preseason, we don't want him to. I'll bet you they were thrilled with that. And I think it was just kind of a funny line. I didn't take Quinn's answer to be in any way that they were upset or bothered. I thought he was kind of being funny and referencing that we got ourselves a Maverick, maybe.
Yeah, because the whole point is the guy's skill is greater than these constraints, right? Is the comfort, the acumen, the ability to do these things is not common among a guy that has one preseason pass attempt to his credit before that.
What'd you think of Daniels checking out of a bad play and then calling his own number on the deep shot for his second throw in the preseason? 800-636-1067. We should also get into how much we want to see him play against the Dolphins this weekend. We can do that next on G&D.
he went ahead and buzzed the tower anyway. So it was a really cool play.
Big moment for Jayden Daniels. Where was Miles Teller at during the game? I have to wonder. We know where Tom Cruise was. He was getting ready to drop in via bungee cord at the Olympics. Did you see that last night?
Yes, I did.
What was that? I just saw the memes and the videos. By the way, great job, Darius, putting that all together during the break. That was very good. What was that last night with Tom Cruise?
I don't know.
Did anybody watch that in the studio?
So I just saw the
Clary
memes.
says he watched it because I saw internet pics and videos
because he was at something. He was at one of the finals where they just cut to Tom Cruise in the stands.
Yeah, I'm sure they had him because he was going to be on the outro on the closing ceremony, so they had him come to some events. They were paying all kinds of celebrities, it seemed like, to just sit there and be shown on the NBC broadcast. But basically, here's what I saw. He's standing at the top of the largest ledge ever, and he jumps off of said ledge, bungee corded, and he just drops into the arena. What was the point of that?
Nothing. You nailed it. I don't really know what the point of it was. Everyone on Twitter was joning about what the point of it was.
Was it an advertisement for an upcoming movie?
No, it wasn't. And then he tweeted out thereafter, like, now on to LA. So maybe there's another project coming out soon.
Okay, so LA did do some things where they were like ushering in their Olympics.
Yeah, like maybe the next Olympics.
So was that one of the things they did where they paid him to do a stunt? I guess that's possible.
Maybe.
I saw a company, I don't know if it was Paramount or whoever does some of his movies, came out and basically said, like, it was a video of him dropping in. And they're like, we want to thank the most influential man in movies in the last 30 years or whatever for, I don't even know what they had to do with it or why they did it. But there he was, dropping in via bungee cord.
Just Tom cruising it up.
He's Freddie the Falcon, the mascot who ties up to the top of the stadium and just drops into the 50-yard line.
He loves doing stunts, by the way.
Of course he does.
And he's good. Like he's done the one, there's a million of them. The one where he hung to the side of the plane. Like, oh, what do you mean? He hung to the outside of the plane when it took off?
So what was his best one? I still say his best stunt was, I think it was the most recent
Mission
Impossible. Of the Mission Impossibles, where he goes off the cliff on the motorcycle.
On the motorcycle.
And if you saw it like I did in IMAX or in any kind of big-time screening, with the huge screens, it's one of the most breathtaking shots you'll ever see. Because the way they shoot it, I've seen it behind the scenes now where the director is waiting with a walkie-talkie for someone down on the ground to say, parachute's out. Tom's fine. Tom's fine. We got him down on the ground. He's fine. And the director takes this sigh of relief, like, oh, thank God he didn't die. Every single time that because Tom Cruise didn't like it, or he's like, oh, we got to hold frame longer. Oh, I think we could go longer before I pull my parachute. That was literally his bit, by the way.
Yeah.
How long can I wait? How many motorcycles can we break that explode before I have to, pull my parachute? And they did it I think it was 6 times. And each time the director or whoever it was that I was seeing would stand there and he'd go, wait for it. And they'd be like, parachute's out and Tom is good. We got Tom on the ground. And he'd be like, oh, thank you.
Oh, thank God.
Sweet baby Jesus.
One guy's like, we didn't get it. The light was wrong.
But that shot.
Back to 1.
You know which one I'm talking about.
Of course I do.
He just, imagine driving a motorcycle off of a cliff. Have you ever been about to do something? Like just jumping off of a ledge of something or off a diving board. And you get there and you get cold feet and you slow down and you stop and then you half fall off. This dude just goes 70 miles an hour off a cliff. Hope my parachute works. 5 more times after that he does it. That takes the cake for me.
So there are a couple that to me rival it. The outside the world's tallest building, not inside. Inside's a little scary. It can be a little wobbly because, the wind blows. He's outside the world's tallest building, swinging by a fire hose, and then he lets go and flies into an open room with the cracked window.
I remember that. Did they actually do that? No net?
They did.
That's a chance of death situation?
Yes. So Matt Damon tells a funny story of, he told this multiple times on television, but he told a story where he and Tom Cruise are at dinner, and he's like, I got to ask you, Tom, how did you do that one stunt? So Tom Cruise, this is Matt Damon talking, goes to the he goes, I go to the safety guy. Tell him what I want to do. Safety guy says, you can't do that. So I got to do safety guy. And that's how he ends up ultimately doing it, is they find someone who will allow him to do it. He breaks an ankle in one of the nondescript jumping across buildings, ho-hum.
I remember that. That was just base jumping like he's doing parkour from one building to another.
Sprinting from one building and
Yeah.
really doing it actually though. Again, over like hundreds of feet, death if it doesn't go well. Breaks an ankle.
When he sprints, by the way,
Yeah.
which everyone Jones it in every movie he's sprinting.
Yeah.
It's like he has muscles in his cheek that start flaring.
Well, even his like Twitter accounts like been sprinting in movies since 1980, whatever. But then later in the movie, he actually does more than 100 halo jumps with a broken ankle. Like his ankle's broken. And he's like, well, we got to keep shooting.
Do it.
So I got to just do these halo jumps for the shot.
Let's go to Aiden in Alexandria. What's up, Aiden?
Hey, what's up, Grant and Danny? I just wanted to kind of hop in on your conversation about Tom Cruise. I think it's kind of a tradition for the closing ceremony to introduce the next Olympics. I think their way of bringing one of the biggest movie stars out there is their way of saying the Olympics will be in Hollywood in 2028.
I get that.
I think that's what it is.
Actually, that makes a lot of sense then. Because I saw some LA flair to the whole thing where they ushered in Los Angeles. They did their own like kickoff. Like the torch is now yours. Do with it whatever you want. Charles in Capitol Heights. What's up?
Dynamic duo. What's going on?
Hey, dude.
How are you, buddy?
Yeah, I was just saying it was his whole Mission Impossible thing, because that was the same dirt bike he had when he jumped the cliff, and he loves the skydive. When he did the skydive thing,
But there was no dirt bike last night, was there?
Yeah, no. When he put the flag on the back of the dirt bike.
See, I didn't watch it. I
was
didn't see
riding
that.
it.
Okay.
So yeah, it was his whole Mission Impossible thing.
Got it.
Oh,
okay. I missed that part. Where was there a dirt bike, Clary? After he landed, did he get on the dirt bike?
So I saw him coming out with like the flag, but I've never seen Mission Impossible, so I didn't know what it was.
Okay.
So,
all right. That makes it less clear.
Yeah.
Which Mission Impossible haven't you seen?
All of them. I know there's many of them. I'm sure they're probably really good. I just
What do you think goes on in Mission Impossible?
I'm assuming that they probably just solve impossible missions.
Yeah.
I had to take a guess.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good summary.
You did go see Top Gun Maverick.
I did see Top Gun Maverick. Yes.
You have not seen the old Top Gun.
I saw like the first 20 minutes of it and then turned it off because like it's just too old in my opinion. So
For sure.
It's
Definitely too old.
Yeah, too old.
Ryan explains it all, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
know more than I did before.
Non-Jayden Daniels commanders that showed well. We have not really talked about other guys on the squad. Let's go stock report next. Who's the arrow up on? Who's the arrow down on after preseason game 1? We're taking you up to 6:30 tonight on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Let's talk standouts. I will start with Ben Sinnott, who led the team with 57 receiving yards, had the 44-yard catch and run where the Jets defenders couldn't get him to the ground. 3 for 57 on 3 targets for him. I can't stress enough how big I feel like this was because he'd had a fairly quiet training camp. You just didn't see him popping a whole lot. And then I loved subsequently after the game where he said, my game is the part that you're not going to see in practices, meaning the broken tackles, basically. So I haven't been able to show that. And so that was cool to see, a little Chris Cooley vibe from him. I think Zach Ertz is going to be their most targeted tight end when he's healthy early in the year. Sinnott will do a lot more blocking and a lot less 44-yard reception here and there. It's just not going to happen a ton. But Ertz is not going to stay healthy for 17 games if recent history tells us anything. So there's going to be a role for Ben Sinnott, maybe early in the year, and he looked ready for what it's worth against backups for the Jets.
So I'm going to throw Jerry McNichols in there. Now, the numbers aren't eye-popping. I think it was 10 yards rushing and 1 catch. But the catch is what really impressed me. Out of the backfield, one of those, I think it's an arrow route where he sort of darts out and, kind of cuts across the face of the defender. But a catch in traffic for a first down, got hit from behind and kind of head on as well. Showed some chops receiving out of the backfield. This is going to be interesting. The decision they make in that running back room. Do they want another Brian Robinson type, a.k.a. Chris Rodriguez, 6 carries, I think, for 0 yards all put together, or a kind of poor man's Austin Eckler to sort of maybe build the bridge? And it looked like McNichols had the better early day there when you're looking at that running back rotation. He's kind of another version of Eckler. Obviously, no one's as proficient as Eckler at being Austin Eckler, but he's more of that school.
Yeah, I think McNichols gives them more, to your point, in the way of versatility. But if you're talking about a last back in as like a third RB, to me, I'd go younger with upside. That's just the way you drafted a guy last year in the 6th round. Now, obviously, it wasn't this staff, and they don't care about the last staff. But I would tend to go that route over someone the likes of which you could probably find on the waiver wire.
Which they just
any
did.
day of the week. I mean, not to say that you couldn't do that with a Chris Rodriguez type as well, but you didn't invest as much in McNichols. But yeah, I would, if I had to guess right now, I would think McNichols, who they chose, over Rodriguez, who the Marty Party chose, would be the lean. But Rodriguez was good when he played last year, led the team in rushing yards per attempt. How about De'Ami Brown? I'll go stock up on De'Ami coming out of preseason game 1, 3 targets, 2 catches for 55 yards. We've talked a lot about the 42-yard completion from Jayden Daniels' perspective. As far as Brown, made a nice move at the line of scrimmage, got by a rookie DB, by the way, from LSU.
Oh.
Jayden Daniels picking on one of his teammates from a year ago.
Go after that guy.
Who's trying to show well for the Jets. But De'Ami Brown won, got an edge, a step. As you said, not a ton of separation, but on that go route, that's kind of that's open in the NFL. I've got to step on you, you lead me, and I kind of adjust and track the football. That's exactly what he did. He also had a 13-yard or so catch on an in-breaking route a little later on a seed. I think it was from Driscoll, if memory serves.
I think that's right, yeah.
But De'Ami had a very good camp. The couple days I've been out there, both days you notice him 2 or 3 times, and you can't ask for a whole lot more in very limited opportunity in the first preseason game. If, in fact, we're saying that Jahan Dotson played more than we thought he was going to, he played a lot in the slot. I think it was like almost 60% of his time was in the slot in this preseason game. Well, that means someone on the outside is going to have to step up. And outside of McLaurin, who's in line to do that? Could be De'Ami Brown.
Olamide Zaccheaus. Now, the stat, again, not much of a stat line. His big catch and run was negated by a penalty. But
24 yards.
But
came back.
It was the kind of thing that I covet. It's open initially. It's very San Francisco, right? Where somebody's open, there's a little bit of separation, they catch it, and they have time to turn and make a move. And he's now a punt returner in open field. Speaking of punt returns, I thought showed well in that regard too. That's an asset right there. So he may be kind of the younger Jamison Crowder.
You know how much I like Olamide Zaccheaus. He's only 5'8". He went to the University of Virginia. Far from a big guy, but I just think he's got wiggle. They don't have a whole lot of after the catch ability. Like that hasn't been a strength of Terry McLaurin's even, who's their best wide receiver by far. I think they could add some of that to their room if they keep the 27-year-old. He was with the Eagles last year. He's been with the Falcons. He's been around a little bit now. But if he is the punt returner, he's on the team. And I think he's in anyway. I'm ready to write that one in pen. I'm not going to break out the Sharpie yet, Danny, but I'll use a pen. 19-yard punt return was pretty good. And you said it. He's a younger version, probably a more dynamic, explosive version of Jamison Crowder. So I would be shocked if he's not on the roster.
Again, this is now you start to run into that math problem, right? Where, well, if you keep I'm just making up a number, you keep the 10th defensive lineman, or you keep Jamin Davis as this, and I'm assuming they keep Jamin Davis, but you know what I mean? Like, if you keep this extra safety, where do we have to make a cut? And if we don't have a kick returner, do we have to hold a roster spot for that guy? Like, is Byron Pringle so special at returning this newfangled kick that we can't do this or that? But right now, it would look like he's on the inside with other people kind of outside looking in.
Speaking of wide receivers, what'd you think of Luke McCaffrey? 3 targets, 2 catches, 25 yards. He had the one little dagger in breaking kind of dig that he caught and made a move and made a defender miss for 19 yards, and he had a 6-yard catch otherwise.
Yeah, it's always so hard to tell at that point of the game, though, where like, who's he going against? It looked like he was more comfortable, more fluid, and better than those guys.
Second half.
Yeah, I'd love to see an early game Luke McCaffrey. You know what I mean? Like, 'cause he looked good in that spot. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Third quarter of this game is not the same as third quarter when their starters start, because their backups are on the field in the first drive. So you're pretty much going against the last guys on their roster for that second half.
Right, which I didn't say very well. That's what I was trying to get to, and I didn't. I did a lot of word salad. But that's what I want, an early game Luke McCaffrey. I'd love to be able to evaluate him against ones and twos, right? Because, he looked smooth and crisp and like that thing that's been advertised. But it was the second half against guys that won't be in the league.
He was targeted on the first play of the second half and made a nice catch right away. It was like a speed out kind of for 6 yards. And then he came back with the in route on the same drive, or maybe the next drive, for the 19-yard catch and run. So not a whole lot of chance to see him, but that was at least good to see him involved. Bryson Tremaine, who was one of the camp stories. You were out last week, but he was one of the guys we had on the show when I went out to camp and grabbed some interviews. I am hopefully makes the roster. He's kind of what you and I have talked about this team needing for a long time. 6'4", can get down the field vertically, and I love his catch radius. I thought the catch he made showed that. He went way up the ladder, like he was on a lifeguard stand.
That middle of the field catch?
Exactly. Yeah. Used his reach. It was like a lob ball from Hartman. Speaking of Sam Hartman, he got banged up, some kind of shoulder injury. They didn't really talk about it on the telecast. I'm not sure exactly what happened, and I haven't heard Dan's definitive answer on how long he'll be out, but it sounds like day-to-day might miss the Miami game. He finished 8 of 13 for 83 yards. I cannot stress to you, Danny, how much better he looked in that preseason game than I thought. All the way back to the combine, you watch him in drills. That ain't it. That's why he didn't get drafted, probably. Like, he's not going to impress you in a workout. At practice, when they're doing their throw to the net thing, there's some times where you go, ew. One of those
to the net, Sam.
Grab the collar and pull it away from your neck. I hate the term gamer.
That's what he is.
That old Taylor Heineke thing.
Yeah.
Clearly he's got that, because I'm sitting there watching going, okay, Sam, like, he's kind of out here making some things happen a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's who he is. Lights are on, better than, your workout numbers or otherwise. Limited ceiling, but still, I was pretty impressed with him. And you mentioned the toughness. Now, again, it's a different telecast than we're normally used to. It's a little bit more scramble drill, because there's 80, 90, 100 players for both teams. You're trying to figure out who's who and, get to the next thing and talking about bigger themes. See if you remember this play. I think it was to Tremaine on the near sideline as you're looking at the telecast, right? So the sideline closest to us. Hartman is under pressure, kind of has to throw it a little bit further outside than you'd like, because the defender's there.
Yeah, he made like a diving attempt at it and couldn't catch it.
So what do we like? That's the kind of player where I go, I'd love to know. Is that Hartman doing everything he could? Is that bad ball placement? Is that Tremaine not getting to the right spot?
Well,
those are the kinds of things I'd love to be able to digest.
To me, that play was just not well enough to be caught, right? Like, Tremaine made a crazy, I almost caught that effort.
Right.
And if he would have caught it, it would have been an incredible diving catch. But when you're kind of fully extended and it gets to the fingers or whatever, I don't know. I didn't put that on him. I just thought that ball was not accurate. But I don't think he was set. Like, I think he was running or eluding the rush.
Yeah, he was moving away from a hit that was happening.
I think he was trying to make a football play, and they just couldn't link up. Anybody else on offense before we go to the defensive side of the ball? Oh, Jeff Driscoll. I'll continue to say this. Is Jeff Driscoll worse than Marcus Mariota? I think Driscoll's their second best quarterback. He's made 12 starts. He can run. You saw that. He made some decent little throws. We didn't really see anything from Mariota. He only had one pass and one drive that ended pretty quickly. I don't know. I just don't think there's much of a gap between those two. That's all. Like, if
it's not crazy,
Mariota's going to be the backup, and if something happens to Jayden Daniels in game, Mariota's going to come in. But if they had to start someone for 4 games, I don't think there's a difference between Mariota and Driscoll. And I'm not convinced that Driscoll isn't the better of the two at this point.
Yeah, the only difference is draft status or pedigree, honestly, at this stage. At this point, I'm fine with either. I'd probably even lean Driscoll. One of the other shout out I would say Brian Robinson. Nothing special. It's preseason. He's going downhill, but God, that dude runs so hard.
He does.
You know, that I think there was one where there's a lot of trash around the line of scrimmage on one of those 3rd and shorts, and he just like rumbled and carried 4 different people. It's like midseason form for that guy. He turned 3 into 5.5 just because he's running tough.
Kaz Allen got a end around opportunity, like where they pitched it back to him. I think it may have been negated by a penalty. And then they also gave him a 12-yard throw for a completion. Remember all the people talking about him last year, maybe making the team? I think he's way down the depth chart now. But I just like there's at least some intrigue, clearly, from this coaching staff's perspective in him. When you're designing him a run in the backfield, coming around in motion and jet action, or when you're throwing him the football a couple times on screens, including at the end of the game, he dropped that pass on the last throw. But they clearly think if he gets the ball in space, that he can make a play.
It says they're interested in seeing it.
Exactly.
At a minimum, yeah.
Defensively, first thing I noticed, the first 2 plays of the starters, or when he was out there anyway, was Jamin Davis at edge, and he made tackles for 1 and 2 yard runs. It was 2 plays, 3 yards. He kind of did a nice job on the edge. All of his snaps came at defensive end. All of them, hand in the dirt for the most part. Traditional defensive end. He didn't really play any off-ball linebacker. There were plays as the day went on where he didn't contain. There was a keeper for the dual threat quarterback Martinez around the corner where he ripped off a nice 13-yard run that I kind of pin on Davis. There was another run where he lost contain, was a 24-yard run. So he clearly is new to the position, has a lot of work to do. Mixed bag for him. But I think the most telling thing about Jamin Davis's preseason game, all of his work was at his new position. And secondly, he was on the field on the final drive.
Hard not to notice
couple
that.
of minutes of the game. He is absolutely fighting for a roster spot.
Yeah, that is one of my few takeaways. Obviously, non-Jayden Daniels division of this game were a couple of guys that we are familiar with playing way later than all their contemporaries.
Who else?
Dotson played deep into the second quarter, and big Fidarian Mathis played into the second half.
Fidarian Mathis could be in big trouble.
It's hard not to. Now, for Dotson, I don't think it's a takeaway that he's in trouble. I think they're just getting them some extra work.
Yeah,
but for those other guys, it's like it's hard not to go. That's got to mean something that they're in that late in the game.
I wonder with Dotson if he's moving to slot more and they wanted to get him some more looks or work there. I'm not really sure. But yeah, that's definitely interesting. I think Mathis, if you're just doing a numbers crunch, you can pretty easily draw up a way where he could be on the outside looking in.
Very easily.
D tackle, Payne, Allen, Johnny Newton, John Ridgeway. That's 4. Benning Potoai made a nice play that, he and Mathis are fighting for the 5th spot.
Yep.
At a position where you normally only keep 4 anyway. So if you're keeping 4, Payne, Allen, Newton, and then you could keep Ridgeway over Mathis if you chose to.
And easily. A guy with pelts on the wall who's been pretty solid in his role in Ridgeway.
Probably cheaper.
Yeah. So then you start at the defensive end quandary is interesting too, because it's like that's a bodies thing. So in addition to Armstrong, it's a 4-headed monster. It's guys like Farrell.
I think you got a platoon.
Fowler, platoon.
Farrell on rundowns, Fowler on pass downs on the other side.
Then I thought KJ Henry showed well. That was going to be a guy I shouted out as someone.
Big reps, yep.
I thought was good.
He did a really good job staying with
on that read option play.
Yeah, like a quarterback naked. Got him to the ground, and he had another nice play later where he got into the backfield and was disruptive.
But then you add in, the guy they drafted in John Baptiste. He's probably a practice squad guy, but still, all of a sudden, there's a numbers problem for defensive linemen. You just easily got to 10 before you included Fidarian Mathis, frankly, or Jamin Davis, if that's what he's going to be.
How about Emmanuel Forbes? I thought Forbes got a bit of a raw deal from people from this perspective. He had a really bad play that went for a touchdown. I thought he did otherwise some okay things. Like if you watch every snap of Emmanuel Forbes and his coverage, he had one really good play. Might have even been the first time they threw the ball down the left sideline, kind of the top of the
first
TV screen, going left to right. They went way down the field, and Forbes was in coverage, plastering a receiver, kind of boxing him out from the football. Exactly how you would draw that up. Was the closest guy to the rock. So that was really good. I give him a plus. The touchdown was not a great technique play at all. It was a minus. You got beat there. You burned for a touchdown. But I think the takeaway from a lot of people was get this dude out of here. He hasn't learned. He's still not going to help them. That's just silly. After one bad snap in a preseason game, I don't know. That seemed ridiculous to me at a position where you're going to have a couple bad plays every single game. Like the best corners in the league get beat for touchdowns, give up completions. I'm not saying I'm betting on Emmanuel Forbes. And if I'm coming off as a Forbes fan, that's not my intention. But I do think we need to be fair and realistic here. He was on the field for a lot of snaps, and there was one that went for a touchdown that everyone pounced on.
So I thought this was going to be my hot take of the day, that until that touchdown happened, I was going to go, who played really well on defense is Emmanuel Forbes. As I'm watching this game, I'm fast forwarding through all the commercials because I watched it afterwards, real time. And I'm going, he's involved all over the field. I mean, there was one play that was negated via penalty. The pass breakup you mentioned, he was involved in a couple early tackles close to the line of scrimmage. He was flying around. He was very noticeable on screen. Then the touchdown happened. I can't defend that. And apparently neither can he. Dun, 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 dun. But I don't think he's any good still. I think that my ceiling or my hope for him is gone from huge difference maker, turnover machine that Ron Rivera thought he was going to be. But I'm not saying, throw him away, cut him. It's a waste of time. There's something there. I think there's an NFL cornerback there.
One significant update given from Dan Quinn today on the injury front that I was really interested in hearing on the offensive line that could be a big, big deal. We'll get to that next as we discuss the Commanders during camp. All of our coverage of football this time of year is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Little surprised to see Dan Quinn answer this question today, and you'll hear Quinn's press conference coming up a little after 6 o'clock right here on the Fan as he broke down everything from the preseason game and laid out the plan ahead for this week with the Dolphins. Joint practices coming up and then a preseason tilt in Miami. But he was asked which non-starter stood out on tape after his eval, and he said he thought that on the first punt, I was glad to see, quote, Tyler Owens. He released, he got singled, made a tackle. I felt that kind of speed of him, he was somebody that jumped out to me. We talked a lot about Tyler Owens on Friday. He's been one of the talks at training camp, an undrafted free agent who had an incredible combine, really, really athletic player who was an inch away basically from the broad jump world record at the combine. Just super off the charts athleticism, and he's constantly made plays in camp. So to see him make the first tackle on punt coverage is certainly going to turn some heads. The other player that Dan Quinn singled out was running back Michael Wiley, who played late in the game. He said, I've been waiting for him to try to bust a few to see where he can be. We haven't seen all the catches that he has, but I did see some plays being made by him as well. Look, he played at the end of the game. Same as you said about Luke McCaffrey. If you really want to find out about a guy like Wiley, you got to get him in there earlier
let's see.
Against some NFL players. But those are the two names. On defense, Tyler Owens, undrafted free agent, and on offense, running back Michael Wiley are the two guys that Dan Quinn singled out.
Owens, speed-wise, you can't not see it, right? I mean, like, very quickly, he has kind of like a signature sort of look as well with like the hair coming out of his helmet, and he moves so fast.
He's also huge.
Yeah. Like, it's sort of like I hate to evoke a legendary figure, but the same way you'd go, Sean Taylor, I know, is lined up with the safeties, but that's not a regular safety. You know what I mean? Like, if he wandered into the linebacker office, people would be fine with it. Like, that guy is big and huge and fast.
Yeah, 6'2", 215. And he held his own in some one-on-ones that I saw DB wide receiver, which are designed clearly for the wideout.
Well, he was up at the line of scrimmage, too, on a play. I don't know if he got called into the box or something like that, but I remember him having to take on some contact of a large gentleman and kind of held fine in a run play.
Started at Texas, transferred to Texas Tech. Wiley, by the way, running back from Arizona, undrafted free agent this year, as well as a Houston, Texas native, listed 5'10" and about 210 pounds. The injury update from Dan Quinn that I referenced was Brandon Coleman. Word today is that Brandon Coleman is day-to-day, is what Dan Quinn said, because after the game, it was day-to-day, week-to-week. Well, those two things are not the same, right? Day-to-day means maybe we'll see him on Friday. Week-to-week means maybe we'll see him before the start of the season. And it sounded more day-to-day. I actually saw some video of the early portion of practice that some of the reporters were putting out today, and Brandon Coleman was out there with the rest of the offensive line when they were just doing some individual stuff. Like, he was jogging, no contact, but he was trotting around. I don't think he's going to play against the Dolphins. They knew before game day that Brandon Coleman wasn't going to go. I'd heard it didn't sound like he was going to play going back to Saturday against the Jets, but now it even makes more sense if they still think he's going to miss the Dolphins game. Truly a bummer, because this is the third-round pick. This is the guy that we've been talking about maybe as the left tackle, and that could, I guess, still happen, but I'll bet you they'd feel a lot better about it if they could have seen him go out there and play against the Jets and look good. Or
no doubt.
Certainly the Dolphins game, if this is the dress rehearsal where you're actually going to go up against a legitimate edge for 20, 25 reps or something like that, then you could actually go into week one feeling like, I'm confident in Brandon Coleman rather than just wondering what it's going to look like. So this is a tough setback, I think, for the operation of trying to get him on the field to start the year.
Everything you said, rubber stamp that. Add in, this is already a pretty new offensive line with two interior guys in flux. The left tackle is a different player than it was before. The right side presumably is going to have some continuity. Sounds like a promising report on Andrew Wiley and his health. Sam Cosmi, I think, is a standout. But you're talking about a new quarterback. 3 offensive linemen from the center all the way over to the left are brand new. So there's not an opportunity to work together in game and communicate and go through those kind of reps. And especially for a rookie in that regard. And this is already a thing that I've hammered a million times. People are probably sick of it, but you got the most prized possession you've had in more than a decade back there. And I'm not really sure who's going to play left tackle this week. Like, how can anyone be okay? That's where I'm at.
Well, how about they open the preseason? Now, luckily, the Jets didn't play anybody of note rushing the quarterback at all. But Chris Paul was at right tackle.
Yeah.
Chris Paul's a guard, right? I mean, you were on left tackle number 3, basically.
Trent Scott got the nod,
to
right?
start. Yeah, Trent Scott. So that's, you've got Coleman, then you've got Cornelius Lucas, then you've got Andrew Wiley, then you've got Trent Scott at the tackle position. He's your 4th best tackle. On the left side, I don't think there's any idea that Wiley would ever play over there. So let's say he's your 3rd left tackle. So you had your 3rd left tackle and probably like your 4th right tackle, or I don't know. I've never seen Chris Paul play there, certainly in a game setting. I don't even know on the depth chart a week or two from now, after you signed Alex Taylor and brought in the guys that they have, if he would start over them with a little more time in the building for the other guys. So that was how Jayden Daniels made his debut. And when I saw those guys were the starting tackles, I thought, all right, he's going to hand the ball off and get out of there. I mean, there's just no way they're going to drop him back. And they didn't really. I mean, the one long throw was a 3-step drop and all go. There wasn't a whole lot of holding up in front of him, although I will say the pocket was very clean. Like, that's as easy a throw, not the difficulty of the toss, because it was beautiful, but in this league, you're not going to have a better, cleaner pocket than he did. He could step into it, didn't have to deal with anything around him. And then the other 2 throws he made were, the overshot screen to Eckler and the wide receiver screen. So what they actually called, we know, was 3 screens. That tells you a lot about what they thought about the tackle situation.
Exactly.
Too.
Yeah, we're not going to sit here and do any long developing plays. No double moves here in week number 1, as this is in flux. But yeah, I mean, this Coleman, it's hard to overstate the importance. And
like, if Cornelius Lucas starts and is really good, then maybe it's not as important. But Brendan Coleman is a linchpin to the draft, looking dynamite early in the year, I think. And I've been saying this: if you're Peters in this front office, Newmark and company, and Jayden Daniels is a dude, and Brandon Coleman's your starting left tackle, it's a little bit house money after that. Like, I love Johnny Newton. I think he's going to be a baller. But if you got your quarterback and your left tackle at the top of this draft, anything else is just icing on the cake. And it might be some really good icing. Maybe Johnny Newton's great. Maybe Ben Sinnott's the real deal. Maybe Luke McCaffrey's a stud. I mean, you have a chance at a historic great draft class. But if you get your starting quarterback and your left tackle at 2 of the highest paid positions in the league together for the next 5 years of control on rookie deals, you've just made your life so much easier.
I think that's a great perspective on it. I turn kind of and look at it in a slightly different way, where I go, what a huge, enormous risk to not have certainty at that spot. It's not like a guy that went in, the 3rd pick of the 2nd round is their left tackle, a guy that was a projected 1st rounder that fell through the cracks. It's not like the 2nd pick in the 2nd round or the 3rd pick of the 2nd round. This is a 3rd rounder at a position that everybody kind of looks and goes, I'm not the smartest football guy in the world. I understand that. It looks like there's a pretty big need at left tackle. The guy that's an incumbent is a swing tackle from the previous regime. The guy that started over him isn't good enough to be on your roster anymore. Looks like a pretty big hole there. Looks like somebody would want to do something about that. And if there's something is, we got it, trust us, watch this, and he's good, it means you got a good left tackle, which is, we know the benefit there. That's a boon. And your rookie quarterback is paired with him. That's a boon. It also means that you're outmaneuvering everybody. You find one of the 3 or 4 most valuable positions in this sport in the 3rd round, you are on easy street. You're smarter than the other 28, 29, 30, 31 teams you're trying to outmaneuver in the draft every year. And we should feel great about it. But mostly from a football perspective, this is the scary part to me.
I always present the caveat before I say what I'm about to, that I'm not trying to yuck anybody's yum, and I really don't want to rain on any parades, because I think getting excited is fun. And I think it's important, and you guys should be excited. There's been nothing but positive, good signs since the start of training camp for Jayden Daniels. And I would say 95% of all signs from the moment they drafted him, which is the line of demarcation for me, because I'm not sure if that was the case before the draft with some of the quirky reporting coming out and his agent leaking things that weren't great. But since the moment they drafted him until right now, we're batting like 957 with Jayden Daniels. Since training camp to right now, we're probably batting 996, right? It's all been good. But I am a person who's just skeptical of making a ton out of small preseason samples. I would just say in general, I don't take a ton out of the preseason, but a big preseason sample is a little bit different. If it's 3 games and 37 throws or something, that's certainly different than we're excited about outplay. We're excited about 3 plays, but it's not just a Jayden Daniels point. I would say the same thing about JJ McCarthy in Minnesota. I would say the same thing about Bo Nix in Denver, right? Even for Washington, on the positive side with Ben Sinnott, who made a really nice play for 44 yards. If that one play doesn't happen or he goes down right away, like the whole dialogue is different. And that should not be the sample size of, how we're deciding what a player is, if that makes sense.
It does.
We just have so much meat still on the bone, so little to actually know that we're just over talking about these really minute samples, which is where you can make mistakes and it's a little scary. But that said, if the question is, how much do you take out of the preseason? I don't think it should be zero. Like, to me, this is more valuable than the practices, especially at quarterback and for guys trying to break tackles on offense. So it's a little is my answer. Not a lot, but it's certainly not zero. And I think people that take zero out of this and just say, oh, whatever, wake me up when the bullets are flying in September, I think you're doing it wrong too.
It's a good way to put it. I find myself arguing against both sides on this one, both ends of the spectrum. It's totally meaningless crowd. It's not meaningful, right? There's no preseason championship, right? Despite what John Harbaugh and the Ravens would have you believe. It's also not the end all be all, right? Because we've seen, and basically, when you start to look at the performances, as you said, good or bad, for the good, when people want to crown someone after a preseason, we can jokingly talk about that preseason Hall of Fame of illustrious Washington players, the Marco Mitchells, the Marcus Whites, the Marcus Masons of the world. A lot of M first names right there for me, but it's so what? Those guys performed really well in the preseason, and they're barely on rosters and they're afterthoughts, and it's kind of a punchline. It's also, though, when a guy looks like he's totally lost and overwhelmed and just can't hang, and someone goes, it's just the preseason, it doesn't matter. Well, hold on, not so fast. That's kind of where I find myself, right? Where if you pass the threshold of looks like an NFL player, looks like this is worth pursuing, okay, cool. I'm not going to parse up, whether a pass was complete or not, or a block was made, or you gained a certain number of yards, whatever. But when it looks like the bottom is falling out, I think that's worth discussion. And it's also basically once you cross the threshold, let's keep going.
The Nats do not play tonight. They are off. They'll be in Baltimore taking on the Orioles in a 2-game series tomorrow and Wednesday. For the Nats, Jake Irvin and DJ Hers scheduled to pitch in those 2 games in Baltimore. We'll be breaking them down tomorrow on the show. All of our baseball coverage on the Fan presented by T-Mobile. That does mean, though, we'll have extra time in our final segment to hear from Dan Quinn. So you'll hear his press conference today coming up in a little over 20 minutes, right at 6 o'clock. Next on Grant and Danny, let's take you around the National Football League right here on the Fan. James Wood has been putting on a clinic, quality at bats, one after another for the Nationals. Got that OPS at 21 years old as a rookie in a bad lineup on a bad team, up to almost 800. I tell you this because we've got some pretty cool shirts to rock James Wood's rookie season. Support the kids, support the Nats during the stretch run this year. You can go grab those at the 1067 The Fan merch shop. We've got Wood, Cruz Wood 24. I'm thinking Dylan Cruz, who homered in consecutive games Friday and Saturday, maybe could get the call in early September. Go get yours now at 1067thefanshop.com.
I got a compliment at the beach on my We've Got Wood shirt.
Did you?
A fellow Nats fan noticed and acknowledged the shirt and said, hey, I like that one. I said, thank you very much. He said, go Nats. I said, yes, indeed.
Always a good feeling. Let's get you around the NFL. Some headlines today. We start with Caleb Williams, who looked pretty sharp for the Chicago Bears in his preseason debut. We've been celebrating the big throw from Jayden Daniels. They had a couple of those to choose from Caleb Williams in his first game. Looked as advertised, the number 1 overall pick, showing the Bears fans what they've been missing for some 30 years.
Pressure coming. Williams flicks one and completes it to Swift into Buffalo territory. And he's tripped up around the 20-yard line.
Dateline Dallas. Jerry Jones knows he put his foot in his mouth.
Yes, he does.
Acknowledged I got in a little trouble. I probably shouldn't have said the thing I said. This was Jerry Jones today with a little mea culpa.
I think I got in trouble a little the other day when I said, look, we're not urgent about CD. Well, no one appreciates CD being on the field any more than I do. But let me say this, he wouldn't be taking a snap out here today if he'd been here for you got to use your head when you expose key players. That gives the other younger players a chance to do it. We know exactly what CD can do, and he worked out with Dak.
Oh, so that's what he meant.
He just meant he wasn't going to play a lot in the preseason
No
game.
urgency to get it done because he's not going to play in these games anyway. He's too good. We would never risk him. By the way, that definitely feels like we're on NFL Network. Reach out to them. I want to talk. I'd like to clear the air a little bit. I'd like to clear up what I said. That's what he meant, I guess?
Yeah.
No urgency to get it done?
I don't believe you. One thing is about his football acumen, which everybody knows. Very, very good player. The other was about his contract. And you pretended one was about the other, and it's a lie.
I don't know who gets the gold medal for the rookie quarterbacks this week among the first-round picks who played in the preseason. And that gold medal doesn't get you very far. It just means you played more than the other guys. But Bo Nix would be in the running for his debut with Sean Payton out in Denver. They hung 34 on the Colts in a win. Bo Nix, 15 of 21 for $125 and a touchdown. Doesn't mean anything, but Bo Nix looks sharp.
Nix throws, touchdown. Touchdown grab for Denver. Marvin Mims Jr. on the touchdown reception.
Yeah, boy, did he get rid of that ball in a hurry.
By the way, are they going to use Marvin Mims this year? Because remember last year what they would do is he would go out on the field, he would catch like a 47-yard pass, and then he would not play again the rest of the game. You remember the game against Washington? I think he had like 2 for 111 or something crazy. He was like 3 for 113. And that was the only
And they were like,
plays.
stop throwing it to him. Stop it.
Now, this is going to get a little personal. Nobody cares about this. I had him on my fantasy team. Not like fantasy, like dynasty fantasy.
Okay.
So I have a personal interest in this. But I am curious, as an aside from just my fantasy team, Danny, which no one cares about.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to play this guy? He was really good.
Is it ever going to be a thing?
They didn't like using him. That's the thing that always annoys me too, is when the team knows more. They know like the guy doesn't know the playbook, or the guy isn't good enough, or the guy can't run these routes, or he can't block, or whatever it is. We don't know it. We just see that every now and then he plays and he makes a play. Like I'll give you a good Washington comp. Remember Rashad Ross, the wide receiver, the Rocket?
Super fast.
He would have great games in the preseason. And then in the regular season, he would catch a ball like 17, 18 yards. Then he wouldn't play again for like 3 weeks. And then I would talk to someone. They're like, dude, he doesn't know the playbook. He lines up in the wrong spot. We've burned 2 timeouts because he's not, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
And they would always have these reasons as an example. Then he was on the XFL Defenders. That was my guy. He lit it up in the XFL. There's certain guys I never can quite understand why it doesn't work out. Marvin Mims, get him on the field. Seems like he can play.
Well, those guys happen all the time. Like when you spend a high draft pick on like a Bijan Robinson and they're like, Tyler Algier with his 35th carry of the game. And you're like, oh my God. Oh my God.
Putting preseason in perspective, we got to find a veteran quarterback to discuss the exhibition games. Joe Burrow of the Bengals doing the honors.
Not much of an adrenaline rush, I would say.
not like week one will be. I knew I wasn't playing a ton, but it was nice to get back out there.
I had an adrenaline rush sitting on my couch. Joe Burrow might not have. The dopamine was hitting for me. Just sitting there watching football. Let's do this thing.
That's a cool dude. He's got his nickname for a reason. That guy is cool, calm, and collected. His hand proverbially never shakes.
Matthew Judon of the New England Patriots. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reporting today. Multiple teams have inquired about trading for the pass rusher amid his contract stalemate with New England. Judon, final year with the Patriots, set to make $6.5 million. The Commanders have that kind of money. Edge is certainly an area where they're okay, probably not a whole lot better than that. Any chance they're one of those teams calling the 32-year-old? I doubt it. Or what do you think?
In terms of what's this year about? Like where would it fit in the plan? If you want to be a little bit better this year, he can help you.
I mean, they signed 30 guys, a lot of them to one-year deals. So
yeah,
I would say their plan this year is to try to win some football games and change the culture.
If you want to be a little bit better, that helps, but at the expense of what? Are you giving up a second? Or are you giving up multiple picks?
For 1 year left?
Yeah.
No chance.
Yeah, so, but I don't know.
Would you give up a 5 for him? I don't know that they would. Would you give up 4? Probably not.
Somewhere in there, I'd start talking to you. But this is a guy not far removed from, having a 12 and a half, 15 and a half sack season. I don't know if I'm paying for the next handful of years, where he'll be 32, 33, 34 for me. So I don't know. I'm interested, though.
2 or 3 year deal going into this offseason maybe would be interesting. Speaking of Ed rushers, Hassan Reddick wants to be traded again. Traded from the Eagles to the Jets this offseason. Has never played for the Jets yet. And he's already demanding a trade as he can't come to a new contract.
That is awkward.
The Eagles didn't want to pay him. The Jets trade for him. They haven't agreed to terms yet, and now he's demanded a trade from them as well. What if he had 3 teams in one offseason and one that he never even played for? Grant and Danny on the Fan. You'll hear from Dan Quinn today, looking back at preseason action from game number 1 next on G&D. As the exclusive sponsor for our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction. Help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com and be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you to secure a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. No Nats tonight, as we told you, which means you have live local programming deep into the evening on the Fan. The Nationals back in action against the Birds up in Baltimore for a couple starting tomorrow. If you are anti-Oriole, which plenty of Nats fans are, and similarly, there's a lot of Orioles fans who hate the Nats. It's a nice little regional rivalry. This is a great opportunity for the Nats to do some damage to an Orioles team that is desperate right now. They're tied for the top spot in the American League East going into this series at 70-49. They're 4.5 up in the wild card as well. They're tied for the best record in baseball. So they've been very, very good, but they've basically been a 500 team for the last 6 weeks, and they're taking on some water with a bunch of pitching injuries.
Their pitching just cannot stay healthy.
Nats are getting them at a decent time. They're going to get Trevor Rogers and Dean Kramer in the 2 games at Camden Yards. So can you imagine if Washington in a lost season goes up there and takes a couple games from the Birds while the Yankees are winning,
surge a little bit.
And the Yankees could take a 2-game lead. I mean, that would be a pretty big deal in this little regional brouhaha.
Yeah, because they're in different phases, right? At this point. So for a while in the mid 2010s, I guess we're calling it, when they were both good, the Machado Orioles and our version of the Nationals before they won the World Series, it was spirited, right? A couple of teams winning mid 90s games. Then the Orioles went into a different phase.
There's really only been a few seasons ever where both teams were good at the same time.
Yeah.
Because the Orioles, first the Nats were horrendous and the Orioles were terrible for a long time. Then right around 2012, the Nats turned it around. The Orioles soon thereafter.
Yeah, they won 93 games in 2012.
Right.
The O's did.
For a couple of years there through 14 when they went to the ALCS, they were good and the Nats were good. Then they were tumultuous again. And now while the Orioles are great, the Nationals are bad again. So there's probably been 3 to 4 baseball seasons max where both of them were ever good at the same time. It's kind of strange.
It is a little bit odd. And now, the Nats are kind of 2 or 3 years behind the Orioles in terms of that. Just get kicked in the teeth for a little while, then replenish, then start to get good. You hope it actually turns a corner and actually happens for them. But yeah, I mean, the Orioles, despite everything bad, are the only team with 70 wins in baseball, right? With all the injuries and all the problems and all the pitching they've lost, like Grayson Rodriguez, feels a splinter. Now he can't throw for months, and they've already lost the other arms. They just cannot get right, and yet they're 70-49.
Tom Brady going to make his debut on Fox calling NFL games September 8th for the Cowboys and the Browns, week 1. But he and Kevin Burkhardt actually were at the stadium for Cowboys-Rams doing a fake game, basically. They went through all the motions, headset mics on, calling the game together, getting ready for their first broadcast. I would have loved to have checked that out. Very smart of Fox not to have any, don't put him on a call and let us see a preseason game. Make us tune in for the real deal. Like, you can get him up to speed. It's his preseason too. You can do 100 games in a studio somewhere that are the exact same, essentially, as far as he can tell with the reps he's getting. Even more so if you're sending him to the stadium for a live game and a game that is not on tape. So it's not like you've already seen the game or seen the plays, like some of the stuff that he's been doing in the booth where you're getting ready this offseason. This is a live game you're reacting to in real time. Those are great reps. But I think there's a lot of people like me who cannot wait to see what Tom Brady looks like in that role
100%.
and how he sounds. So to keep that under wraps is really smart. But there were some videos I just saw that came out of him and Burkhardt at the stadium kind of getting ready for their call in the background of some other telecasts.
That's so cool. It's so weird, right? Like the superstars, the alphas, the A-team are just sort of mixing it in like the, low-level podcaster at that point. You know what I mean?
Also, like, speaking of superstars and A-listers, here's where the intrigue comes from. When have we ever had a player of Tom Brady's caliber go right into the booth? I don't remember anything like this. The only other guy that could have been on that par, in my opinion, would have been if Peyton Manning did it. And Manning still hasn't done games in the booth. But can you imagine what that would have been? Now, he created his own company, and it's doing all kinds of numbers and all kinds of dollars with everything. He's got the Netflix specials, quarterback and receiver. He's got the Manning cast and all the things that he's doing. But normally it's Jason Witten or it's kind of a nondescript quarterback type player that goes into the booth and Steve Berline or something. Tom Brady, man, who made all the money, who has all the Super Bowls, who's got, all of the anything you could ever want, including the supermodels on his arm. He wants to go get in the booth and call football games. You just don't see this.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I mean, there have been great players certainly that went on to broadcast, like Dan Fouts or a million other guys that were really, really good, but not to that level.
But let's say he did it right away. A, it's nothing like Tom Brady,
Yeah,
the
it's
greatest
not
of
the
all
same.
time. And B, that was the 80s.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah, and the unique stature that he occupies, talking about Brady. I mean, like the upper stratosphere. There's like there are Hall of Famers, then there are the Hall of Famers of the Hall of Famers. Then there's like even another level where it's like we're talking about of all time. Like that's the conversation that he's in, and it usually starts with him. He was on the field a couple years ago, throwing 40-some touchdowns as a 45-year-old, wherever the hell it was. And now he's calling games. He didn't have to do anything. And he's just wants to be around it and wants his voice out there.
All of our coverage of training camp all day long and throughout the week on The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Speaking of camp out in Ashburn today, Dan Quinn, after watching the film of preseason game 1, with reporters opening comments.
Some of the things I know now, today, I didn't know at this time last week. So that was good. That's what you find out in a game. It was good to see 82 Senate stretching the field. In the passing game, I'd seen quite a bit in the running game. So to see some of that, I was pleased with that. I was happy to see the safeties tackle. I thought, I saw a few with Butler, with Reeves. So those were the things that like jumped out to me, of things that you don't really know until you get into the game because you're not tackling. So I also learned that we need much more work on overall tackling and ball hawking, certainly defensively. I was pleased to see offensively taken care of. Those are one of the things you've heard us talk about a lot. And I also learned there's more to uncover on kickoff cover and kickoff return, and it was a lot of fun. So it was like practice of it was good, but the games you don't know until you get in there and go. So all that said, opened up to you guys, regarding the game, but it was good, on the Tell the Truth Monday. This is what we learned. This is what we need to do heading into this week. And then it'll be a little bit of a rinse and repeat as we get to Wednesday, and then we'll travel and practice and play.
I know we've asked you about Jamin Davis and kind of how you guys are moving him around to see what he can do, where his best fit is. What did you learn about him from this game?
Yeah, I think what I learned, I really felt like the speed and physicality. Those were the things I felt that I could see that the tackling to go. And so that was what I saw. And so to get a real look at this at the D end, you have to get it in the game and you have to get the exposures for it. So I was pleased with what I saw from him.
Do you have an update on Sam Hartman?
Yes. So Sam will be out today and tomorrow. And I would say if he and a couple of other guys don't make it back in time for practice, then they wouldn't play Saturday. So that would be where we're at. But it's not a, something that we're looking at long term. But for he and a couple of other guys, it would be like Brandon Coleman and Johnny Newton. That'll be Sam. It'll be a longer, more like day to day. And then if they don't make it at the practice, then we'll push it in for next week. One other setback we had was Jordan McGee. So he had injured his knee in the game. We're gonna get some more testing and that kind of stuff. So that was a bummer for sure. I thought he was off to a good start. So I'm hopeful, but we'll see what the rest of the, day and tomorrow looks like as well. But he'll be out for this week for sure.
Is he with shoulder?
Yes. Yep. Right shoulder. Yep.
Where are you at with the offensive line? What would you tell fans who are a little bit concerned about that group at the moment?
Well, I would say, one, I thought at the practice, without Wiley, I thought the guys did a good job, and Coleman. So with those two outs, then it came to Lucas, and we actually moved Chris Paul out to tackle some. He had some of that experience in college, and so we wanted to give that a go as well. So I thought interior, I felt secure with where we're at, but on the outside, I thought actually the guys did a good job of being in new spots. When you get knocked out of a few offensive tackles heading into a game, as a coach, you're wanting to see, all right, what opportunity will be there for the next. So there was some good movement, especially interior for the run game, but there's stuff that I definitely liked.
And Jaden in his postgame talked about, the catch for Diami, giving him some more confidence. He's a guy that has been a little bit up and down in that regard in the past. Where do you think he's at, and what can confidence do for a player like that to translate to the regular season?
Well, one, I thought you've seen some big plays from Diami, through this training camp. There's actually some in the spring that, got my attention to say, okay, what's there and his ability to get on top of people and stay. He's got size, he's got length. So there's actually a good play in the one-on-ones that transferred into the game to go. So I thought examples like that definitely help. And so, yeah, I was excited for him to make a big play like that. And I can't speak to the past, but what I can say is, from what I've seen, here, the competing, he's on teams, like he's really going for it.
Coach, players like De'Ami Brown and Benson, obviously they kind of jump off even on the TV broadcast. But as you look back at film today from joint practice from the game, is there anyone kind of further down the depth chart who kind of jumped out at you and, gave you something that you were glad to see?
Well, I thought on the first punt, I was glad to see Tyler Owens. I thought, released, he got singled, made a tackle. So I felt that kind of speed for him. So I thought, that would be one from Tyler. I thought the tight ends in general, were physical, finished, made plays to go. And so those would be a few. It was good to see Wiley, make some plays. And so, I've been waiting for him to try to bust a few to see where it could be. We haven't seen all the catches that he has, but I did see some plays being made by him as well. You're welcome.
Coach, apologies for the terrible catch. What did you make of Tress Way's tackle on special teams?
We made a big deal on that. I think as big a deal on that was the sidelines reaction to him making a tackle. And I think it probably speaks to the love that his teammates have for him. That a kind of excitement to go and made a tackle. And I said, look here now, I don't want to hear anything on the injury report, right shoulder soreness or that. So, but I thought what I pointed out to the team was their reaction to that. And you can see this is a real team leader for how many people were excited that he made a play. So I thought that was a pretty cool statement about who he is as the teammate as well.
Hey, Coach. Brandon Bossert, WMDT over in Salisbury, Maryland. Just want to ask you a couple questions. So first, what's it like graduating Salisbury State, coming here to Washington, being so close to home? And second, what are some things you're doing differently with the Commanders now compared to when you were head coach with Atlanta before?
Sure. Well, first off, it's really cool to be back in the area. Obviously, for me and my wife, Stacy, going to school there, like such a big impact on the people that, help shape us, coming up. And so whether it be through school or athletics. So we've stayed in close contact with a number of people not only went to school with that are still, part of the athletic program there. So yeah, we're really pumped to be back closer. As far as a second lap and doing things, I'd say there's quite a bit different. Some of them may be, you won't see, just walking around if you weren't with me all the time, even the way we started training camp, utilizing red zone. So having, different, parts of practice that we're doing things. I would say I'm probably more open to different positions by different players to see what they can do. We were talking about Jayden Daniels earlier. And I think moments like that, you have to push it, to find out what unique traits a player does have. And then it's our job as coaches to help, draw it out of them. And so I think those would probably be, at the top of the list for me.
Coach, one preseason game down, another one this week. What's the approach for recovery as you guys kind of gradually get to preseason game number 2?
Yep.
How do you guys kind of attack this week?
So what we did today in the morning, so kind of up until lunchtime, it was our Tell the Truth, all the review of the Jet game, the things we liked, the things we wanted to improve on. And then as we got into the afternoon, it would be all the focus today, right back to our skill work. And so today's practice won't be a long one. So you'll see kind of a ramp back up. Some of the people who didn't play a lot in the game will get more reps in practice today. And the people that played a lot of reps in the game would get a little bit less today, but it's really focused on the skill work to get right back to it. And then tomorrow would be another practice, of more intensity, more padded work. Go back down Wednesday to travel, and then Thursday back up. So think of like a Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday format this week for the bulk of the heavy lifting. And then today would be kind of a medium day, based on who you are and how much you played in the game. So it's been a big difference, over the last, 10 to 15 years. And if we could do it better and safer for the players, then we need to. And we're working really hard to do that.
Hey, Dan. Especially for the young guys who are going through their first Tell the Truth Monday, how do you get them to learn from the past couple of days without having them maybe dwell on maybe some of the things that they'd like to change and didn't do as well?
Yeah, I think there's also a lot of angst, on everybody on the roster when you don't know where you're at and how you stand or where you're at on your performance. So the best thing that, that we talk about is like engagement with the coaches. And so there were some examples that day. What did you see here? What were you looking at? So we can have a better insight about why something may or may not have happened. And then hopefully we can unlock that to make sure, okay, I didn't know that you weren't clear on this rule, this topic, this thing, and then we can really work to it. The second part that we hit on is there's like corrections are part of what we do. And so don't harden your heart to the corrections. Like if we were actually silent about them, we really wouldn't be doing any of us, any justice. So let's make sure these are the things that we thought you did well. These are the things that we want to emphasize heading into this week from practice into the game. And so I think that was the last one. So if you guys are ready, I'm just kidding with you, John. Got to have a little fun on a Monday.
Thank you very much. Going back to the O-line, I know Sam asked the question because I was listening, but with the O-line, everybody talks about like to build the cohesion and the chemistry and all that. It takes time, new guys together. What's the level of, I don't know about concern if it's the right word, but to get to the level of cohesion you need going into the season with guys kind of in and out? Yeah,
it's a fair question. How do you bridge that gap when guys are out? So, for people like Wiley, who's been out, he'll be back this week. So that's good. He'll be back kind of in the returning to play format, maybe some this today, more tomorrow, more Thursday and into the game. The walkthroughs help, John, but you do need the live action, for the quickness to go. For a guy like Wiley, who's excellent communicator, a lot of experience, easier for him to go back in and perform. It's the communication of everyone else that goes with it. And so that part is important. So to have Wiley back into the process here this week heading in, that's a big deal. And we'll continue to work that hard.
How about for Brandon with working with a new guy with Allegretti on the other side?
Yeah. And so, like I said, the walkthroughs and the meetings, that can help. And knowing that we're not going into a regular season game for guys like he and Johnny, maybe we wouldn't push it into that space to make sure he can get there. So it's an important piece, John, to make sure we get those part right. We won't know where Coleman and Johnny are until we get, further along in the week. If they weren't able to practice, then we wouldn't play them. So I want to make sure, getting the practice, getting the reps before we play those two.
Hey, Dan, obviously the starters don't typically play a lot in the first game, and they didn't. But Jahan ended up playing, I think, more snaps than any other receivers. Just curious why, for him, did you feel that was good for him to do?
Yeah, I think we're right in the middle of that competition, at receiver and trying to find out slot and inside and outside. So moving guys into different locations, Ben, that's a big piece of it. And you'll see more of that this week as well with him and with some of the other receivers. We're really digging into that group, and it's a really competitive group to push it. So you'll see more of that same with his reps increased again this week.
And to go back to Jaden, I really want to know if Maverick is an official name for him or not, nickname for him. But I think we understand why you kind of said what you said, but just what was the order? Is he not allowed to? Did you not want him to audible at that point because for some reason the offensive line questions, or what was it for you that was like, okay, maybe that wasn't the way to go, but I see what he did.
Yeah, well, I think, and we did have some fun with it, but the main thing we wanted to make sure, hey, these are the guidelines we wanted to do based on personnel or checks to go through. So that's why we did it. And I thought he did a really good job, in a small amount of plays, you felt his presence. And everything we're doing with him, I know you guys got a lot of questions about him, is to set him up for a remarkable career, not just a preseason or a regular season. And so that's why Adam and I were so deliberate and intentional about how we practice him and how we play. And so I know everybody wants to put everything in front, but like he's just knocking every step down that he's supposed to. And I think that's an important process. We're not going to miss it. I think I told you that way early on, that was going to be it. So we're setting him up to play remarkable for a long time, not just to see if we can get him more playing time in preseason game one or that. So he's checking all the things that I wanted to, but I think early on we had said, hey, we're going to get these competitive moments, jet one, this one. So we had some to go. So another important week for him to stay in that process.
When you see a guy you pick in Ben Sinnott, you see him on tape beforehand, you see him in practice, and then he comes into the game and makes that kind of play where not only the catch, but then just starts to shed people. How do you evaluate that? And I don't think it surprises you, but it's certainly a huge positive.
It was a huge positive. I think it's a good question because you're wanting today, did you see what you saw then come to life now? And that's what you wanted to do whenever you select somebody or add somebody to the team, to say, this is what I think he could add. And so I think we were clear on the run blocking, about the physicality of what he could do. And we really wanted to see the downfield throws and what does that look like? Can he extend and, create separation, and as, all the good tight ends do. So it's nice to see that. I've seen that with Jaden. I've seen it with Ben. I've seen it with Sainristil. I saw it with Coleman. Are they doing what we thought they could do? And so that's a big piece of it. It happens some in free agency, Chick, but it's a little bit easier because it's apples to apples. You saw him play, against Philadelphia. He did that trade. So, okay, we're seeing the same things here. But when it happens from the college side, that's why I think the college scouting is like where the real art of it all is, because it's how do they transfer that skill onto your team when they're not playing, whatever that competition might be. So I thought for he and for some of his other teammates, that was a really good thing.
Coach, it seems every training camp is an undrafted guy who kind of turns heads. Tyler Owens is kind of the name that keeps on coming up with this training camp. What did you see from him on Saturday and just his contributions overall so far to what you're trying to do?
Yeah, and I think early on, a lot of the players that you're, referencing, especially if you're not an offensive lineman or defensive lineman, is how do they make their mark sometimes on special teams first to see how do they develop and how does that go? And so to see guys like him or Chig or others really say, okay, I want to make my mark, and, Colson, like there's others that are trying to go for it in that same space. But a lot of the development of of those players who are into that spot is really going to come through special teams. And so that's why it's been fun to see kickoff and kickoff return, because there's more exposures for that player now. When you first started covering the NFL, and kickoff returns were more prevalent, you saw more. And so now that we're seeing that again, I think it opens up some windows and some opportunities for more players, which I think is a good thing. Not a setback, because it wasn't related to where his injury was, but like just a soft tissue part that just wasn't quite right. So for he and for Brandon and others, we're just going to make sure they're really right to go. I think both of them would say, I'll go tomorrow. So that's the attitude that you want, but it's not the best thing to say, hey, how do we get them ready for the whole thing, knowing that we're still in the preseason. So when they do get back out there to play, and that, that there's no, reservations whatsoever. All right, you guys have a good day.
Dan Quinn with reporters today out in Ashburn. Practice tomorrow, slated for the morning. The Commanders back to work. They've got the joint workouts with Miami later the week, and then the Saturday night preseason game. I'm hoping for a quarter of Jayden Daniels.
At least. And, whether it's a quarter or not, it depends on how the different drives go, but I'm looking for at least a couple series for him, right? I sort of think that's kind of the sweet spot. Let him see some things, let him maybe fail a little bit, let him recover, let him bounce back, let him look at Microsoft Surface and see some of the formations. I want him to go through it's almost like a pitcher in spring training, getting the rhythm of warming up and then sitting back down, then warming up again and sitting back down, almost getting that game rhythm type stuff without risking him too much to injury.
Post-vacation Danny Rouillet.
Yep.
Back about 11 pounds up.
Yes.
What's the big plan tonight? Do we keep the train on the tracks? Do we have something delicious? Are we going to just head home and get an early bed time and some sleep? What are we going to do?
It might be the last one, unfortunately. This health train has been derailed. I thought I was doing okay, but a drab, I guess, from his mini vacation brought back a bunch of hard, crunchy, salty snacks.
Is that where the pretzels came
from?
I
think so. That's the scouting report I got.
There's just a bunch of buckets of pretzels out there. I didn't know where they came from.
There used to be, but I've devoured 7,000 of them over the course of the day.
What vacation results in people coming home with buckets of pretzels?
I think he was in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, which probably is going to require some follow-ups from
so
you.
They have a big pretzel factory.
I think it's a big pretzel town.
Okay.
That's made up off the top of my head.
Gotcha.
But so I've eaten a lot of those. I think I'm just going to try to retire on the early side after about 6-7 hours of video games.
Big thanks to Darius and Ryan and Chris for their work behind the scenes today on the production. For Danny, I'm Grant saying so long. That'll do it for us. We are back at 2 o'clock tomorrow as we start to turn our attention to the Miami Dolphins and week 2 of the preseason around the NFL. Thanks for listening. G&D saying good evening to you. We'll chat tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.